Joost was wrestling with two persistent annoyances: the uncooperative moon and his stubbornly sparse moustache. He should have been patrolling the perimeter of the Heward estate, but for a quarter of an hour he'd lingered near the garden's southeast wall, his mind a blank slate where clever, romantic phrases for Anya should have been. Why couldn't her eyes be a dramatic ocean blue or a striking emerald green? They were simply brown. A warm, deep brown, to be sure, but comparing them to melted chocolate seemed cliché, and rabbit fur was hardly poetic. His friend Peter had offered the foolproof line about skin like moonlight. Girls were supposed to adore that. It was a solid plan, utterly ruined by the Ketterdam climate. There had been no refreshing harbour breeze all day, only a thick, wet fog that clung to the canals and twisted alleys, leaving everything damp. Even here in the wealthy Geldstraat district, the air was heavy with the scents of salt water, fish, and the distant oily smoke from the refineries. It clouded the night, turning the full moon from a celestial jewel into a sickly yellowish smudge in the hazy sky. Perhaps he could praise her laugh. The problem was, he'd never actually heard it. He wasn't exactly a comedian. Seeking reassurance, Joost caught his reflection in the glass of the garden doors. His mother's words echoed in his head. Even in his crisp new Stadwatch uniform, he looked like a child. He ran a tentative finger over his upper lip. It had to be coming in thicker. It definitely felt different than it had yesterday. His tenure with the City Watch, less than 6 weeks, had proven far less thrilling than anticipated. He'd imagined chasing cut purses through the barrel or inspecting exotic cargo on the bustling docks. Instead, thanks to the Merchant Council's security panic after some ambassador was killed, he was stuck walking a monotonous circuit at a rich mercher's home. Not just any mercher, of course. Councilman Heward was at the very pinnacle of Ketterdam's power, the kind of man who could launch a career. Joost straightened his coat, adjusted the rifle on his shoulder, and touched the baton at his hip. Maybe Heward would notice him. Sharp-eyed and reliable, Heward might say.
"That young man shows initiative."
"Sergeant Joost van Pol," he murmured to himself then. More boldly, Captain Joost van Pol. Quit admiring the view. Joost spun around, his face flushing instantly, as Henk and Rutger entered the garden. Both men were older, broader, and taller than he was. As Heward's private house guards, they wore the councilman's distinctive green livery and carried sleek Zemini rifles, a constant reminder of Joost's lower status as a mere watchman. "Stroking that fuzz won't make it sprout any faster," Rutger guffawed. Joost drew himself up, attempting to salvage some pride. "I have rounds to complete." Rutger nudged Henk with his elbow. That's his code for sneaking a peek at his Grisha girl in the workshop. "Oh, Anya," Henk simpered in a high voice. "Use your magical powers to help my poor mustache along." Humiliated, Joost turned sharply and marched down the eastern side of the mansion, the sound of their laughter chasing after him. From the moment he'd started his post, the other guards had never let up on their jabs. Without Anya's quiet presence, he might have begged his captain for a different assignment. Their exchanges were brief, just a few words during his nightly patrols, but she was the only bright spot in his long, tedious hours. He even had a soft spot for Heward's mansion, those glimpses he'd stolen through the windows. It stood as one of the most impressive homes on the Geldstraat, with floors of polished black and white stone, rich wood-panelled walls, and delicate glass chandeliers drifting near the ceiling like luminous sea creatures. In his daydreams, Joost sometimes imagined it was his own, that he was a wealthy merchant enjoying an evening walk through his pristine gardens. Before turning the corner, he drew a steadying breath. "Anya, your eyes are the warm brown of—" He'd figure it out. Improvising usually worked better for him anyway. He was startled to find the glass doors to the Grisha workshop standing open, more than the hand-painted kitchen tiles or the mantels overflowing with tulips. This space was a true display of Heward's fortune. Grisha indentures were a costly investment, and Heward kept 3. But the long work table was empty, with no sign of Yuri or Anya. Only Ritvenko was there, slumped in a chair in his dark blue robes, eyes closed, a book resting on his chest. Joost lingered in the doorway before clearing his throat. "These doors are supposed to be shut and locked after nightfall?" The place is an oven, Retvenko muttered, not opening his eyes, his Ravkan accent deep and unhurried. Tell Howard when I stop sweating, I'll close the doors. Retvenko was the squalor, older than the other indentures, streaks of silver in his hair. Whispers said he'd fought for the defeated side in Ravka's civil war before fleeing to Kerch.
I'd be more than willing to pass along your concerns to Councilman Howard, Yost offered, the lie smooth on his tongue. The house was always stifling, as if Howard had a contract to burn coal by the ton. But Yost wasn't about to be the one to point it out. In the meantime, you bring word of Yuri? Retvenko cut in, finally opening his heavy-lidded eyes. Yost's gaze shifted uneasily to the worktable, littered with bowls of rotting red grapes and piles of burgundy velvet.
Yuri had been tasked with transferring colour from the fruit to fabric for Mistress Hood, but he'd taken a sudden turn days ago, and Yost hadn't seen him since. Dust was settling on the velvet. The grapes were spoiling. I haven't heard any update. Naturally, you hear nothing. Too busy parading in that ridiculous purple costume. What was so wrong with his uniform? And why did Retvenko have to be here at all? As Hood's personal squalor, he often travelled with the merchant's most valuable shipments, ensuring favourable winds for a swift and safe voyage. Why couldn't he be out at sea right now? I believe Yuri might be under quarantine. How incredibly helpful, Retvenko said with a dismissive snort. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced for Yost. Just last week, he'd seen Anya briefly comfort a young kitchen maid who was weeping over a broken keepsake, a small act of kindness that had made the mansion feel slightly less cold. You can stop stretching your neck like an expectant goose, Retvenko added. Anya is gone. Jost felt the familiar heat rise in his cheeks. Where is she? He asked, attempting to sound firm. She's required to be inside after dark. 1 hour ago, Huid took her.
Same as the night he came for Yuri.
What do you mean? He came for Yuri? Yuri fell ill. Huid comes for Yuri. Yuri returns sick. 2 days pass. Yuri disappears for good now. Anya? For good. Perhaps there was an emergency, if someone required healing. First Yuri, now Anya. I will be next, and no one will notice except for poor, lovesick Officer Yost leave now. But if Councilman Howard, Retvenko lifted a hand, and a blast of air hurled Yost backward. He stumbled, grasping for the doorframe to stay upright. I said now. Retvenko traced a circle in the air, and the door shot shut with a crash. Jost jerked his hands back just in time to save his fingers, tumbling into the side garden. He pushed himself up, brushing dirt from his uniform, a hot coil of shame tightening in his gut. One of the glass panes in the door had a fresh, jagged crack. Through the broken glass, Jost caught the squalor's smug grin.
That's coming out of your contract, he declared, gesturing at the shattered pane. He cringed at the thin, reedy tone of his own voice. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Retvenko made the heavy doors shudder violently on their hinges. Jost stumbled backward without thinking. Run along now, puppy, the Grisha taunted. That was impressive, Rutger chuckled from the shadow of the garden wall. How long had he been lurking there? Don't you have actual duties? Jost snapped.
Everyone's called to the boathouse. Even you. Unless you're too occupied hosting tea parties? I was telling him to close the door. Rutger gave a dismissive shake of his head. You don't tell you order. They're property, not dinner companions. Jost fell into step beside him, his gut still twisted with shame. The most infuriating part was that Rutger wasn't wrong. Retvenko had no right to speak to a guard that way. But what was the alternative?
Picking a fight with a squalor would be as pointless as it was suicidal. It would be like attacking a museum artifact. The Grisha weren't merely servants. They were Howard's prized investments. What was that about, Yuri and Anya being taken? Was he covering for her? Grisha, under indenture, were confined to the estate for their own safety. To wander the city unprotected was to invite kidnapping, a one-way trip into the shadows.
Perhaps she has a secret rendezvous. Jost thought bitterly, a pang of jealousy sharp in his chest.
His miserable speculation was cut short by the sudden glare of lanterns and the buzz of activity down at the canal-side boathouse. Across the dark water, the elegant, narrow homes of other merchants stood tall, their neat rooftops cutting sharp shapes against the starless sky, their own gardens illuminated like scattered jewels.
Weeks ago, Joost had been informed the boathouse was closed for renovations and removed from his patrol route. But inside, there was no sign of paint or scaffolding. The gondolas and oars were stacked haphazardly against the walls. The other house guards in their sea green stood assembled, and Joost spotted 2 city watchmen in purple. Dominating the space, however, was a massive, solitary cell constructed of riveted steel, a single thick, distorted window set into its side. Through the warped glass, Joost saw a girl hunched at a small table, her knuckles white where she gripped her red kefter. A Stadwatch guard stood rigid behind her. Anya, his breath hitched. Her usually warm brown eyes were huge with fear. Her face ashen. The small boy opposite her looked even more terrified, his hair tousled from sleep, his feet swinging anxiously above the floor. "Why so many guards?" Joost whispered. There were over 10 armed men crammed into the space. Councilman Howard was present, dressed in severe Mercer black, conversing with an unfamiliar merchant and the captain of the Stadwatch himself. Joost instinctively straightened his uniform, desperately hoping no trace of garden mud remained. "What's happening?" Rutger merely shrugged. "Who knows? Beats walking the wall." Joost looked back through the strange glass. Anya's eyes were glazed, staring past him into nothing. He remembered his first day at Howitt House when she had healed the ugly bruise on his cheek. It was just a fading training injury, but Howitt had apparently disliked the look of it on a guard. Sent to the Grisha workshop, Joost had sat in a pale square of winter sunlight. Her fingers, cool and gentle, had brushed his skin. The healing itch was intense, but seconds later the mark had vanished completely. When he stammered his thanks, she had offered a quiet smile, and Joost felt something in him quietly unravel. He knew it was a foolish hope, even if she saw him as anything but a uniform. He could never scrape together enough to purchase her indenture from Hued, and she would wed only by her master's command. The memory made the sight of her trapped in that steel box feel like a physical blow. He still made a point to stop by and say hello, or to bring her small tokens. Her favourite had been that map of Kerch, a playful sketch of their island nation, with mermaids gliding through the true sea and ships pushed along by winds drawn as plump-cheeked men. It was a cheap trinket, the sort tourists snatched up along East Stave, but it had clearly delighted her. Now he chanced a wave. Anya gave no sign, she noticed. "She can't see you, you idiot." Rutger chuckled. The glasses mirrored on her side. Joost felt his face grow warm. How was I supposed to know that? "Try opening your eyes and paying attention for a change first. Yuri, now Anya. Why do they need a Grisha healer? Is that boy hurt?" "He looks perfectly fine to me." The captain and Hued appeared to come to an understanding. Through the glass, Joost watched Hued step into the cell and offer the boy a reassuring pat on the back. Vents must have been built into the room, because he clearly heard Hued say, "Be a brave boy, and there's a bit of Kruge in it for you." Then the merchant took Anya's chin in his spotted hand. She stiffened, and a knot formed in Joost's stomach. Hued gave her head a slight shake. "Do as you're told, and this will be over quickly, understand?" She offered a thin, strained smile. "Of course, uncle." Hued exchanged a few quiet words with the guard stationed behind Anya's chair before exiting. The door clanged shut, and Hued slid a heavy bolt into place. He and the other merchant took up positions almost directly in front of Joost and Rutger. The unfamiliar merchant spoke. "You're certain this is prudent? This girl is a corporalnik, after what occurred with your fabricator. If it were Ritvenko, I'd share your concern. But Anya has a gentle nature. She's a healer, not inclined toward violence. And you've reduced the dosage. Yes, but we are agreed that if the results mirror the fabricator's, the council will reimburse me?"
"I cannot be expected to shoulder that cost alone."
After receiving a nod from the other man, Hued signalled to the captain. "Proceed." The same results as the fabricator, Ritvenko had claimed Yuri simply vanished. Was that what he meant? Sergeant, the captain called. Are you prepared? The guard inside the cell answered. Yes, sir. He drew a blade. Jost's throat went dry. First test, announced the captain. The guard leaned down and instructed the boy to roll up his sleeve. The boy complied, extending his arm while popping the thumb of his other hand into his mouth. A little old for that, Jost thought. But then, the child had to be terrified. Jost himself had kept a sock bear tucked under his pillow until he was almost 14, a fact his older brothers never let him forget. This will sting for just a moment, the guard said. The boy kept his thumb in his mouth and nodded, his eyes wide. This truly isn't needed. Anya began. Quiet, please, Hood cut in. The guard gave the boy's shoulder a pat, then drew a sharp crimson line across his forearm. The boy began to cry at once. Anya tried to stand, but the guard pressed a firm hand to her shoulder. It's all right, Sergeant, said Hood. Let her heal him. Anya leaned forward, taking the boy's hand gently. Shh, she soothed. Let me help. Will it hurt? The boy hiccuped. She smiled. Not a bit. Just a little tickle. Can you try to hold still for me? Jost found himself leaning in, captivated. He had never actually witnessed Anya perform a healing. She drew a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed away the welling blood. Then her fingertips passed lightly over the wound. Jost watched, amazed as the skin seemed to slowly mend and weave itself back together. Moments later the boy beamed and held out his arm. It was slightly pink, but otherwise smooth and bore no scar. Was that magic? Anya tapped his nose. Of a kind... The same magic your own body works when given enough time and a clean bandage. The boy looked almost let down. Good, good, Hued said briskly. Now the param, Jost frowned. He'd never heard that term. The captain signalled to his sergeant. Second sequence, give me your arm, the sergeant told the boy again. This time, the boy shook his head. I don't want to do that part, the boy protested. Proceed, came the command. The child's lip trembled, but he extended his arm. The guard made another cut. Then he set a small waxed paper packet on the table before Anya. Consume what is inside. Huded directed her. What is it? She asked, her voice unsteady. That is not for you to question. Please, tell me what it is, she insisted. It will not kill you. We are going to have you perform a few simple tasks to evaluate the substance's effects. The sergeant is present to ensure you follow instructions precisely, nothing more. Is that clear? She clenched her jaw, then gave a single nod. No harm will come to you, Hued stated. But understand, if you injure the sergeant, you have no means of escape from that room. The doors are secured from the exterior. What is that powder? Jost whispered to Rutger. No idea, Rutger replied. What do you know? Jost muttered under his breath. Enough to keep my mouth closed, Rutger shot back. Jost frowned. With visibly trembling fingers, Anya picked up the small envelope and peeled it open. Proceed, Hued urged. She tilted her head back and swallowed the contents. For a long moment she sat perfectly still, lips pressed tightly together. Is it just Jorda? She asked, a flicker of hope in her voice. Jost felt a surge of the same hope. Jorda was commonplace, a stimulant many in the city watch used to stay alert during long nights. Describe the taste, Hued prompted. Like Jorda, but...
Sweeter, it's...
Anya gasped sharply. Her hands slammed down on the table, her pupils expanding so rapidly, her eyes seemed to turn completely dark. Oh, she exhaled, the sound a low, satisfied hum. The guard tightened his hold on her shoulder. Report your condition. She stared directly at the mirror and smiled. Her tongue darted out, stained a rusty red against her white teeth. A chill ran down Jost's spine. Just like the fabricator's reaction, the merchant murmured almost to himself.
Heal the boy's wound,
Hued ordered. Anya gave a casual wave of her hand. The cut on the boy's arm sealed shut, as if it had never been. Beads of blood lifted from his skin for a second before disappearing entirely. leaving the skin smooth and unmarked. The boy grinned. That was real magic. It feels like magic, Anya said, her unsettling smile widening. She hadn't even touched him, Anya, Howid said, his voice sharp. Pay attention.
We are instructing the guard to commence the next phase of the test. She hummed, seemingly distracted. Sergeant Hude commanded, remove the boy's thumb. The boy wailed, tucking his hands beneath his legs. I should intervene, Yost thought desperately. I should try to protect them both. But what could he do? He was a novice in the city watch, a newcomer to this household, and then, in a hot rush of shame, he admitted the truth to himself. He wanted to keep his position.
Anya simply smiled. She leaned her head back, looking up at the sergeant. Shoot the glass! What did she say? The merchant exclaimed. Sergeant, the captain shouted. Shoot the glass? Anya repeated, her voice calm. The sergeant's expression went blank. He tilted his head as if listening to a faint song only he could hear, then shouldered his rifle and aimed directly at the observation window. Get down! Someone screamed. Yost dove to the floor, covering his head as the deafening roar of gunfire filled the room. Shards of glass showered over his hands and back. His mind was a riot of panic and denial. He knew what he had witnessed. Anya had ordered the sergeant to fire, she had compelled him, but that was impossible. Grisha of the Korporalki order worked on the body. They could halt a heart or break bones. They could not invade a mind. Silence fell, heavy and sudden. Then Yost scrambled to his feet with the others, his hand going to his own weapon. Howid and the captain were shouting over each other. Restrain her! Fire on her! Do you have any concept of her value? Howid yelled back, Someone subdue her! Do not shoot! Anya raised her hands, the red fabric of her sleeves spreading like wings. Wait, she said. All at once, Yost's panic dissolved. He knew intellectually that he had been terrified moments before, but that fear was now a distant memory. He was filled instead with a profound and eager anticipation. He wasn't certain what was approaching or when it would come, only that its arrival was inevitable and that he must be prepared. Its nature, whether benevolent or cruel, mattered little to him. His heart held no anxiety or craving. His mind was still, his breathing even. There was only the necessity of waiting. He watched Anya stand and lift the child, listening to the soft Ravkan lullaby she hummed into his hair. Open the door and come inside, Howid, she instructed. Yost registered the command, comprehended it, and then let it drift away. Howid moved to the door, drawing back the bolt to step into the steel-walled room. Do as you're asked, and this will be finished quickly. Yes? Anya murmured, a smile playing on her lips. Her eyes were dark, endless depths, and her skin seemed to radiate a soft, unearthly light. A fleeting impression crossed Yost's thoughts, lovely as a winter moon. Adjusting the boy in her arms, Anya whispered, Don't look, her voice gentle against his head. Then, to Howid, she said, Now, take up the blade, in edge. Kazbreker required no justification. That was the rumour circulating through Ketterdam's cobbled lanes, in its shadowy taverns and bustling coffee shops, in the grim and treacherous alleys of the pleasure district called the Barrel. The young man, known as Dirty Hands, sought permission as little as he sought a motive, whether to shatter a bone, dissolve a pact, or alter a man's destiny with the flip of a card. They were mistaken, of course, Inedge reflected, as she made her way across the bridge, spanning the inky waters of the Börskanal toward the empty plaza facing the exchange. Every violent deed was calculated, and every kindness offered was entangled with enough conditions to manipulate a marionette. Kaz invariably had his motivations. Inedge simply could never be certain they were sound ones. Tonight, least of all. Her fingers brushed over her knives, and she recited their names in her mind, a ritual she performed whenever trouble seemed likely. It was a functional routine, yet also a solace. These blades were her steadfast allies. She took comfort in knowing they were prepared for whatever the evening held. She spotted Kaz and the others clustered near the massive stone arch marking the eastern entry to the exchange. 3 words were etched into the rock above, Engent, Vorhent, Almhent. Industry, integrity, prosperity. She stayed near the darkened shop fronts, bordering the square, steering clear of the wavering circles of gaslight from the street lamps. As she approached, she catalogued the crew Kaz had assembled: Dirks, Rotti, Muzzen and Keeg, Annika and Pym, along with his selected seconds for the night's negotiation, Jesper and Big Bolliger. They nudged and jostled each other, laughing, stomping their feet against the unexpected chill that had gripped the city this week. Winter's final protest before spring truly began. They were all brawlers and toughs, selected from the younger members of the Dregs, the individuals Kaz trusted above others. Inedge noted the glimmer of knives at their belts, the lead pipes, the weighted chains, the axe handles bristling with old nails, and occasionally the slick sheen of a gun barrel. She merged silently into their group, her eyes searching the shadows around the exchange for any hint of black-tip spies. 3 vessels, Jesper was exclaiming, sent by the shoe. They were just anchored in First Harbour, cannons displayed, red banners flying, packed to the masts with treasure. Big Bolliger let out a low, impressed whistle. Would have loved to witness that, would have loved to pilfer that, Jesper retorted. Half the Merchant Council was down there fluttering and squawking, trying to decide what to do. Don't they want the shoe to settle their debts? Big Bolliger inquired. Kaz shook his head, his dark hair catching the lamplight. He was all sharp angles and precise tailoring, a defined jaw, a lean frame, his wool coat fitting closely. It's a balance, he replied, his voice a gravelly rasp. Having a nation indebted to you is advantageous. It leads to more agreeable discussions.
Perhaps the shoe have grown tired of being agreeable, Jesper suggested. They didn't need to send all that wealth in one shipment. Do you think they were behind the trade ambassador's disappearance? Kaz's gaze, sharp and unerring, found Inedge within the gathering. For weeks, the city of Ketterdam had been consumed by the shocking assassination of the Zemeni trade ambassador.
The killing had nearly shattered relations between Kerch and Zemeni, throwing the Merchant Council into a state of chaos and accusation. The Zemeni pointed fingers at the Kerch, while the Kerch were convinced the shoe were to blame. Kaz Brecker, however, was indifferent to the political blame game. What captivated him was the sheer impossibility of the act. The ambassador had entered a washroom in one of the Stadthal's most crowded corridors, observed by over a dozen officials. No one else went in or out. Yet, minutes later, when his aide grew concerned and the door was forced open, the man was discovered dead on the white tile floor, a knife in his back, the faucet still pouring water into the sink. It was a locked room mystery that defied logic. Kaz had sent Inedge to scour the scene after dark. Her report was frustrating. No hidden entrances, no windows, not even a ventilation shaft large enough to slip through. Even she, with all her skill, couldn't contort herself through the pipes. The ambassador was simply dead, and Kaz despised an unsolved puzzle. He and Inedge had spun countless theories over bitter coffee in the slat, each more outlandish than the last, but none held water. Frankly, it was starting to feel personal, yet tonight, more immediate troubles demanded their attention. She watched Kaz signal to Jesper and Big Bolliger to disarm. The unspoken rules of the street dictated that for a parley like this, each lieutenant would be backed by 2 of his soldiers, and all would come without weapons. Parley, the word itself felt like a quaint lie, a dusty relic from a more honourable time. No matter what the old codes said, the air tonight was thick with the promise of violence. "All right, hand them over," Dirks said to Jesper, with an exaggerated sigh. Jesper unbuckled the gun belts from his hips. Inedge had to concede he looked oddly diminished without them. The lanky, restless Zemeni sharpshooter was never still, but now his hands seemed to flutter aimlessly. He brought the pearl handles of his beloved revolvers to his lips, bestowing a theatrical, sorrowful kiss upon each. "You treat my babies right," Jesper warned as he passed them to Dirks. "I see so much as a scuff, and I'll write my apologies across your torso in lead. You'd never waste the bullets," Dirks scoffed.
"And he'd be dead before you finished the why," rumbled Big Bolliger, depositing a hatchet, a switchblade, and his weapon of choice, a heavy chain weighted with a massive padlock, into Rotti's waiting grasp. Jesper rolled his eyes dramatically. It's the principle. What's the message in a corpse that just says Forg? It's incomplete. It's sloppy. Compromise, Kaz interjected, his tone flat. I'm sorry gets the point across and is more economical with ammunition.
Dirks chuckled, but Inedge noticed he suddenly held Jesper's revolvers with exaggerated care. What about that? Jesper asked, nodding toward Kaz's walking stick. Kaz's short laugh was dry as bone. Who would be cruel enough to take a cripple's cane? Anyone with a working brain if the cripple is you. Jesper retorted. Then it's fortunate our business is with Giels, Kaz replied, drawing a watch from his vest. Midnight approaches. Inedge let her eyes drift across the exchange. By day, this rectangular courtyard, hemmed in by warehouses and merchant offices, was the roaring heart of Ketterdam. A frenzy of commerce and shouted bids. Now, nearing 12 bells, it was a silent, empty stage. The only movement came from the guards on the perimeter and the rooftops, all generously compensated to witness nothing tonight. The exchange was one of the last patches of the city not carved up by the endless gang wars, supposedly neutral ground. But to Inedge, it felt anything but neutral. It felt like the dead calm in a forest before the trap springs shut and the world fills with a helpless cry. The silence here was a living, predatory thing. This is a bad idea, she said quietly. Big Bolliger jumped. He hadn't sensed her presence. She was used to it. The dregs called her the Wraith for a reason. Giels is planning something. Naturally he is, Kaz replied. His voice was like two bricks grinding together, harsh and unyielding. Inedge often caught herself wondering if Kaz had ever truly been a child, if his voice had ever held that unguarded lightness. So why are we here tonight? She asked. Because Per Haskell insists on it, Kaz replied, his tone leaving no room for debate. Old man, stuck in his old ways. Inedge thought, keeping the criticism to herself. She could sense the same restless agreement in the postures of the other dregs gathered in the misty street. His stubbornness is going to get us all killed, she said quietly. Jesper grinned, stretching his long arms toward the damp sky, the rifle strapped across his back, making him look like some peculiar, long-legged bird. Let's be fair, statistically, he'll likely only get some of us killed. Don't joke about that, Inedge snapped, immediately regretting how she sounded, like a stern grandmother predicting doom from her rocking chair. Kaz shot her a look of dry amusement. She hated the tone, but she trusted her instincts. Maybe old women earned the right to their warnings by surviving long enough to give them. Jesper isn't joking, Kaz said flatly. He's calculating probabilities. Nearby, Big Bolliger cracked his enormous knuckles. I've got a skillet of hot eggs and a cold lager waiting back at the Cooperom. Someone else will have to volunteer to die tonight. Want to put money on it? Jesper asked, his eyes gleaming. I don't bet against myself. Bolliger grunted. Kaz settled his hat onto his head, running a gloved finger along the brim in a sharp, habitual gesture. We bet against ourselves every day, Bolliger. That's the job. He was right. Inedge knew. Her life was the wager, paid against the debt she owed. Per Haskell risked each time she walked out of her room at the Slat. Tonight was no different. The bells of the Church of Barter began to toll through the damp air, and Kaz brought his crow-headed cane down sharply on the cobblestones. Conversation died instantly. Giels isn't a genius, Kaz said, his voice low and clear, but he's just clever enough to be dangerous. No matter what you hear from inside, you don't move unless I give the signal. Stay alert. His dark eyes flicked to Inedge and stay out of sight. No mourners, Jesper said brightly, passing his rifle to Rotti. No funerals, the others murmured in reply. Among them, it was the closest they ever came to wishing each other luck. As Inedge turned to vanish into the gloom, the head of Kaz's cane tapped her arm lightly. Watch the guards on the roof. Giels may have paid them to look the other way. But what if? She started, but Kaz was already walking away, his figure dissolving into the mist near the eastern arch. Inedge shook her head in frustration. He hoarded information like a miser, leaving her with nothing but questions and a tight coil of anxiety in her stomach. She moved swiftly toward the canal side of the exchange. Only the lieutenants and their seconds were permitted inside for the parley, but the rest of the dregs would be positioned just outside the eastern entrance, heavily armed, in case the black tips tried anything underhanded. Inedge had her own path. The so-called rules of engagement were relics from Per Haskell's era. She was the wraith. The only law that truly bound her was gravity, and some nights she managed to cheat even that. The ground floor was a solid block of windowless warehouses. Spotting a drain pipe, she moved to climb it, but a whisper of instinct made her pause. She pulled a bone light from her pocket, shook it, and let its eerie green glow wash over the metal. The pipe was gleaming, coated thickly with oil. A trap, and not a subtle one. She moved along the wall, her fingers brushing the cold stone, until she found a ledge bearing a weathered statue of Kirch's 3 flying fishes. Rising onto her toes, she carefully felt along the cornice. It was dusted with finely crushed glass. So they were expecting her. A grim smile touched her lips. It had been less than 2 years since she'd joined the dregs, a desperate choice for survival made days after her 15th birthday. Yet in that short time, she'd become a threat worth preparing for, a shadow they feared. It was a dark point of pride. If the black tips thought such petty tricks could stop the wraith, they were in for a very rude and very final awakening. She retrieved a pair of climbing spikes from her quilted vest, driving them between the bricks to haul herself upward. Her feet, trained on the high wire since childhood, sought out the tiniest imperfections in the stone. The damp chill of Ketterdam's streets had long ago made barefoot work impractical. After several painful falls, she'd sought out a Grisha fabricator operating discreetly from a gin shop on Wenstraat, commissioning a pair of custom leather slippers with textured rubber soles. They clung to every surface with absolute trust. Reaching the second story of the exchange, she balanced on a narrow window ledge. Kaz had taught her his methods, but she lacked his innate flair for breaking and entering. The lock required several attempts before it yielded with a soft click. The window opened into a vacant office, its walls papered with maps of trade lanes and chalkboards scribbled with share prices and ship names. She slipped inside, secured the latch, and wove between the empty desks, each piled with orderly stacks of manifests and ledgers. A pair of slender doors led to a balcony overlooking the exchange's central courtyard, a standard feature for each shipping office. From these perches, criers would announce new voyages or inventory arrivals, or hang the black flag, signalling a ship lost with all hands. The trading floor would then erupt into a frenzy. Runners would scatter through the city, and the values of goods, futures, and voyage shares would skyrocket or plummet. Tonight, however, a deep quiet held. A harbour wind carried the scent of salt, stirring the loose strands of hair at Inedge's neck. Below, lamplight swayed, and the distinctive thump of Kaz's cane echoed as he and his seconds crossed the square. Opposite, another set of lanterns approached. The black tips were here. Inedge drew up her hood. She stepped onto the balcony railing and leapt without a sound to the next one, then the next, shadowing Kaz's group around the perimeter. His dark coat fluttered in the briny air, his limp more pronounced in the cold. A familiar sight. Jesper's cheerful chatter and Big Bolliger's low chuckle drifted up to her. Nearing the far side, Inedge saw Giles had brought Elzinger and Ooman, just as she'd anticipated. Knowing the strengths and flaws of every gang member in Ketterdam, from the Black Tips and Harley's Pointers to the Liddies and Dime Lions, was part of her duty. She understood Giles' trust in Elzinger, forged through years rising together in the ranks and bolstered by the man's sheer size, nearly 7 feet of packed muscle, with a broad, battered face set on a neck as thick as a dock piling. Seeing Big Bolliger beside Kaz was a relief. At least he could meet Elzinger eye to eye. Jesper's presence as a second was expected. Restless and brilliant with his revolvers, he thrived in conflict and was fiercely loyal. Kaz's insistence on Big Bolliger had given her pause. The man was ideal for tossing drunks from the Crow Club, but too slow-footed for a real scrap. Yet his size had its purpose tonight. It was Ooman, the other second, who unsettled her. He lacked Elzinger's obvious physical threat. Instead, Ooman resembled a scarecrow, not frail, but oddly assembled, as if his bones met at strange, unsettling angles beneath his clothes. A sudden memory flashed of a similar figure she'd once seen lurking in a shadowed alley near the Zelva district. A moment that had made her skin prickle then, as it did now. Rumour had it he'd once shattered a man's skull with nothing but his bare hands, then casually wiped his palms on his shirt and returned to his drink. Inedge fought to steady, the anxious churn in her stomach, listening as Kaz and Giles exchanged pleasantries in the square while their seconds frisked them for hidden weapons.
Naughty boy, Jesper chided, plucking a slender blade from Elzinger's sleeve and tossing it aside with a clatter. He's clean, Big Bolliger announced, finishing with Giles and moving to Ooman. Kaz and Giles chatted idly about the unseasonable chill, the disappointing quality of the drinks at the Cooperom since the rent increase, carefully avoiding the true purpose of their meeting.
In a perfect world, they'd talk, offer apologies, agree to honour the boundaries of Fifth Harbour, and then all head out for a friendly drink together. At least, that's what Per Haskell kept insisting would happen. But what does Per Haskell actually know? Inedge wondered, her eyes scanning the dark roofline for the shapes of patrolling guards. Haskell still led the dregs, but nowadays he was more content to stay in his warm room, sipping tepid beer, assembling miniature ships, and retelling his glory days to anyone who would humour him. He seemed to believe territory disputes could still be settled the old way, a quick tussle and a congenial handshake. Every instinct in Edge's body screamed that tonight would be different. Her father would have said the shadows themselves were restless. Something terrible was about to unfold. Kaz stood calmly, both gloved hands resting on the carved crow's head of his cane. He looked utterly relaxed, his sharp features shadowed by his hat's brim, while most gang members in the barrel adored flashy displays. Gaudy waistcoats, jewelled watch fobs, wildly patterned trousers. Kaz was the stark exception. His style was one of severe restraint, dark, impeccably tailored vests and trousers, cut with clean, sharp lines. She used to think it was just his preference, but she'd since realized it was a private joke on the respectable merchants. He delighted in looking like one of them. "I'm a businessman," he'd told her once, his tone flat. "Nothing more, nothing less. You're a thief, Kaz. Didn't I just say that?" Now he looked like some solemn young priest who'd wandered into a den of circus performers. A very young priest, she noted, with another twist of worry. Kaz had dismissed Giles as old and washed up, but the Black Tip's lieutenant didn't appear that way tonight. The wrinkles at the corners of Giles' eyes and the beginnings of jowls beneath his sideburns spoke of experience, not decay. He stood with a veteran's confidence next to him. Kaz looked. Well, he looked 17. "Let's be reasonable, yes?" Giles said, tapping one of the mirrored buttons on his garish lime-green waistcoat. "All we're asking for is a little more scrub."
It isn't right for you to pluck every free-spending tourist who wanders off a pleasure boat at Fifth Harbour. Fifth Harbour is ours, Giles, Kaz replied, his voice cool. The dregs get first pick of the pigeons coming to town looking for fun. Giles shook his head, a patronising laugh escaping him. You're still young, Brecker. Maybe you don't quite grasp how this works. The harbours belong to the city. We've all got a right to make a living here. On paper, he was correct.
But Fifth Harbour had been a neglected, silted-up mess when Kaz claimed it. He'd funded the dredging, rebuilt the docks and quay, even mortgaged the Crow Club to do it. Per Haskell had ranted and called him a fool for the gamble, but eventually gave in. According to Kaz, the old man's blessing had been, take all that rope and hang yourself. The investment paid for itself in under a year. Now, Fifth Harbour hosted merchant vessels and tourist boats from across the globe, all bringing visitors eager to spend their money on Ketterdam's famed delights. The dregs had first crack at every new arrival, guiding them and their money straight into the gang's network of brothels, taverns and gambling halls. Fifth Harbour had turned the old man into a wealthy man, establishing the dregs as major contenders in the barrel in a way the Crow Club's success never quite managed. Yet that very success brought problems. Giles and the Black Tips had been a thorn in their side for months, pushing into Fifth Harbour territory and poaching pigeons that didn't belong to them. Fifth Harbour belongs to us, Kaz stated flatly. That's not a topic for debate. You're interfering with our dock traffic, and you seized a Jurda shipment meant for us 2 nights back. Got no idea what you're on about. I know it's your default setting, Giles, but do me a favour and drop the act. Giles moved a step closer. Jesper and Big Bolliger shifted their weight, ready. Enough posturing, kid. Giles sneered. We all know Haskell hasn't got the guts for a real fight. Kaz's chuckle was a dry, brittle sound. But I'm the one across from you, Giles, and I didn't come for a sample. If you're itching for a war, I'll serve you a whole feast. And what if you're not in the picture, Brecker? Everyone knows you're the backbone of Haskell's little empire. Break it and the whole thing falls apart. Jesper let out a derisive snort. First guts, now a backbone. Are we doing anatomy today? Quiet, Ooman growled. The rules of parley meant only the lieutenants should speak once things got started. Jesper mouthed a theatrical, "My bad," and mimed, zipping his lips shut. I believe you're threatening me, Giles, Kaz said, his voice cool.
But I'd like absolute clarity before I choose my response. Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, Brecker? Sure of myself, and that's it. Giles let out a loud laugh, nudging Ooman. Hear this arrogant little punk? Brecker, you don't run these streets. Kids like you are just pests. A fresh batch shows up every few years to bother your betters until a bigger dog decides to scratch. And let me tell you, I'm getting real tired of the itching. He folded his arms, radiating smug satisfaction.
What if I told you there are 2 city guards with rifles aimed at you and your crew right this second? A cold knot tightened in Edge's gut. Was this what Kaz had hinted at when he said Giles might have bought the guards? Kaz glanced upward toward the roof. Paying city guards to do your dirty work? That sounds like a pricey gamble for a gang like the Black Tips. I have my doubts your treasury could handle it.
Inedge swung onto the balcony railing and pushed off into the dark, making for the roof. If they lived through this, she was going to murder Kaz herself. 2 Stadwatch guards were always stationed on the exchange roof. A bit of crooge from both gangs had guaranteed their neutrality during the parley, a standard arrangement. But Giles was suggesting something far worse. Had he actually bribed city guards to act as his personal snipers? If true, the Dreg's chances of seeing sunrise had just shrunk to a sliver. Like most Ketterdam structures, the exchange had a steep, gabled roof to shed the relentless rain. The guards patrolled a narrow walkway overlooking the courtyard. Inedge avoided it. It was the easier path, but it would leave her completely visible. Instead, she hauled herself halfway up the slick tiles and began to crawl. Her body angled precariously, moving with a spider's silent grace as she divided her attention between the walkway above and the tense exchange below. Maybe Giles was lying, or maybe 2 guards were crouched at that railing right now with Kaz or Jesper or Big Bolliger in their crosshairs. It wasn't easy, Giles admitted. We're still building up, and city guards don't come cheap, but it'll be worth it for the prize.
Which is me.
Which is you. I'm touched. The Dregs won't survive a week without you. I'd give them a month on sheer stubbornness alone. The idea clattered around in Inedge's mind, sharp and unsettling. If Kaz were gone, would she remain? Or would she finally run from the weight of her debt? The thought was a treacherous whisper, one she quickly buried beneath the immediate need for silence and speed, risking a confrontation with Per Haskell's crew. If she didn't hurry, she'd soon have her answer. Insolent little gutter snipe. Giles chuckled, the sound devoid of warmth. I'm looking forward to wiping that smirk off your face. Then get on with it, Kaz replied. Inedge dared a glance below. His tone had shifted entirely. Every trace of amusement vanished. Should I order a bullet for that leg of yours, Brecker? Where were the guards? Inedge pushed herself faster, her feet flying across the steep angle of the roof. The exchange was the length of a full city block. Too much ground for one person to secure. Enough talk, Giles. Give the order to fire? Kaz. Jesper's voice held a nervous edge. Go ahead. Find your nerve and say the word. What was Kaz's play here? Had he anticipated this? Did he simply assume she would locate the guards in time? Her eyes flicked downward again. Giles was vibrating with tense expectation. He drew a deep, chest-puffing breath. Inedge's stride hitched, and she nearly lost her footing on the slick tiles. "He's going to do it! I'm about to watch Kaz get killed! Fire!" Giles screamed. A gunshot cracked the night air. Big Bolliger cried out, collapsing to the cobblestones. "Hell!" Jesper shouted, dropping to a knee beside him and pressing a hand to the bleeding wound as the large man groaned. "You stupid fool!" he yelled at Giles. "You just broke the piece of neutral ground." "Nothing says you didn't shoot first," Giles retorted, though his voice had a thin, reedy quality. "And who's going to tell the tale? None of you are leaving here alive." Giles was trying to sound in control, but Inedge could hear the panic thrumming beneath his words, a frantic, fluttering rhythm. Why? He'd been all bravado moments ago. Then she saw Kaz standing utterly still. "You're looking a bit pale, Giles." "I'm perfectly fine," he insisted. But he wasn't. His face was ashen, his hands unsteady, his eyes darted side to side, scouring the shadowed walkway atop the roof. "Are you?" Kaz asked, as if making casual conversation. "Plans not unfolding, quite as you pictured." "Kaz," Jesper interjected. "Bolliger's losing a lot of blood." "Good," said Kaz flatly. "Kaz, he needs a doctor." Kaz afforded the injured man only the briefest look. "What he needs is to quit his whining and be thankful I didn't have Holst put a bullet through his skull, even from her perch." Inedge saw Giles flinch. "That's the guard's name, isn't it?" Kaz pressed. "Willem Holst and Bert Van Dahl, the two city guards on tonight's rotation. The ones you cleaned out the Black Tip's treasury to pay off." Giles remained silent. "Willem Holst," Kaz announced, his voice carrying clearly upward, "has a taste for gambling that rivals even Jesper's, so your coin was tempting. But Holst has far weightier troubles, certain compulsions. I'll spare you the sordid details. A secret isn't like cash. It loses value the more you spend it. You'll have to take my word that this one would churn even your stomach. Isn't that right, Holst?" The answer was another gunshot. It struck the stones near Giles' boots. Giles let out a shocked yelp and leaped backward. This time, Inedge had a clearer line on the shot's origin, somewhere near the building's west side. If Holst was there, then the other guard, Bert Van Dahl, should be covering the east. Had Kaz already dealt with him, or was he still counting on her? She accelerated over the gables. "Just shoot him, Holst!" Giles bellowed, desperation fraying his voice. "Put one in his head!" Kaz made a sound of pure contempt. "You think that secret dies with me? Go on then, Holst," he called out. "Put a bullet in my brain. There will be runners racing to your wife's door and to your watch captain before my body hits the ground." No shot followed. "How?" Giles spat, bitterness thick in his mouth. "How did you even know who'd be on duty tonight? I paid a fortune for that roster. You couldn't have outspent me. Let's just say my currency holds more weight. Money is money." "I deal in information, Giles. The things men do when they believe no one is watching. Shame is a currency far more valuable than gold." Inedge recognized the performance for what it was. Kaz grandstanding, buying her those precious seconds as she moved silently over the slate roof tiles. "Worried about your second man, good old Bert Van Dahl?" Kaz inquired, his voice a low taunt. "Perhaps he's up there right now, debating his options. Shoot me? Shoot Holst? Or maybe I've already gotten to him, and he's preparing to put a bullet in you, Giles." He leaned in, the gesture intimate, as if sharing a delicious secret.
"Why don't you give him the order and see what happens?" Giles' mouth opened and closed, fish-like, before he roared, "Van Dahl." The moment Van Dahl drew breath to respond, Inedge was there, materializing from the shadows behind him, one blade at his throat. She'd had only a heartbeat to spot his silhouette and descend the roof. Saint's Kaz loved to dance on the edge of disaster.
"Quiet now,"
she murmured into Van Dahl's ear, punctuating the command with a subtle press of her second dagger against his kidney. A pitiful sound escaped him. "Please, I do enjoy a man's pleas, she said softly, but this isn't the occasion for them. Below, she watched Giel's chest heave with frantic breaths. Van Dahl! He shouted again, the name a snarl. When he turned his rage back to Kaz, his face was a mask of fury. Always one move ahead, aren't you?
Giels, where you're concerned, I started the race a block back. Yet Giels only offered a thin, tight smile, a victor's smile, Inedge realised with a cold spike of dread. The race isn't finished. Giels reached into his jacket and withdrew a heavy black pistol. Finally, Kaz said, almost bored, the grand unveiling. Now maybe Jesper can stop mourning Bolliger like a heartbroken widow. Jesper stared at the weapon, his expression a storm of shock and fury. Bolliger searched him.
"Oh, Big Bull, you absolute fool!" he groaned. Inedge could scarcely believe it. The guard in her grasp emitted a faint squeak. In her surge of anger, she'd unconsciously tightened her hold. "Easy," she said, loosening her grip, though every saint knew she wanted to drive her knife into something solid. Big Bolliger had been the one to frisk Giels. There was no chance he'd missed that pistol. He had betrayed them.
Was that the real reason Kaz had insisted on bringing Bolliger tonight, to have his treachery witnessed publicly? It certainly explained why he'd allowed Holst to put a bullet in Bolliger's gut, a fine revelation. But what did it matter now? Kaz still had a gun aimed at his heart. Giel's lips curled in a smirk. Kaz Brecker, the great escape artist. How do you plan to talk your way out of this one, leaving the same way I arrived?
Kaz dismissed the pistol, turning his focus to the large man bleeding on the cobblestones. Do you know what your fundamental flaw is, Bolliger? He prodded the wound in Big Bull's abdomen with the tip of his cane. That wasn't a rhetorical question. What is your greatest weakness? Bolliger whimpered, a raw, pained sound. No, take a guess, Kaz hissed. When Big Bull offered only another trembling moan, Kaz continued, Fine, I'll tell you, you're indolent. I know it. Everyone knows it. So I had to wonder, why was my laziest bouncer suddenly rising at dawn twice a week to trek an extra 2 miles to Silla's Fry for breakfast, especially when the eggs at the Cooperum are vastly superior? Big Bowl turns early riser, the black tips begin flexing muscle around Fifth Harbour, and then they intercept our largest Jurda shipment. The dots weren't difficult to connect. He sighed, addressing Giels with disdain.
This is the inevitable result when foolish people hatch ambitious schemes, wouldn't you agree?
Seems irrelevant now, Giels retorted. This turns messy. I'm firing at point-blank range. Maybe your guards get me or my men, but there's no chance you dodge this bullet. Kaz stepped forward, pressing his chest directly against the barrel of the gun.
No chance at all, Giels. You believe I won't pull the trigger? Oh, I believe you'd do it with relish, a cheerful tune in your rotten heart.
But you won't. Not tonight.
Giels' finger twitched against the trigger. Kaz, Jesper said, the single word thick with warning. The whole just shoot me routine is beginning to worry me. Ooman didn't even try to shut Jesper up this time. With one man already on the ground, the sanctity of neutral ground had been shattered. The acrid scent of spent powder lingered, and with it hung a silent, heavy question in the still air, as if Death himself was leaning in, curious, just how red will this cobblestone get before dawn? A siren's mournful cry echoed from somewhere in the city's depths. 19 Berstraat, Kaz stated, his voice flat. Giels, who had been fidgeting nervously, froze completely. That's where your sweetheart lives, isn't it? Giels' throat worked. I don't have a sweetheart.
Oh, but you do, Kaz murmured, a dark melody in his tone. She's lovely too. Lovely enough for a two-bit schemer like you, anyway. She seems the gentle sort. You're in love with her, aren't you? Even from her perch, Inedge could make out the cold sweat glistening on Giel's pallid skin. Naturally you are. A girl that fine should never have glanced twice at barrel trash, but she's different. She finds you compelling.
A clear sign of a deranged mind, in my opinion. But then, love is famously peculiar. Does she like to rest her head against you? Listen to you prattle on about your day? Giels stared at Kaz as if a veil had been torn away. The arrogant, reckless boy he'd been negotiating with was gone. In his place stood the monster, gaze empty and utterly without fear. Kaz Brecker had departed, and Dirty Hands had arrived to oversee the messy business. She resides at 19 Burstraat, Kaz rasped. 3rd floor, geraniums in the window boxes. 2 of my dregs are posted outside her door at this very moment. If I don't stroll out of here intact and in a good mood, they will light that building like a festival bonfire. It'll go up in a heartbeat, burning from both ends, with sweet Elise trapped in the middle. That pretty blonde hair of hers will catch first, just like a candlewick. You're lying, Giles insisted, but the pistol in his hand was trembling. Kaz tilted his head back and took a long, deliberate breath. The night's getting old. You hear that siren? I can smell the harbour on the breeze, salt and fish and cold water. And maybe, is that the first hint of smoke? There was a dark delight in the question. Saints, Kaz, Inedge thought, her heart sinking. What have you set in motion? Giles' finger tightened minutely on the trigger, and Inedge coiled, ready to move. I know, Giles. I understand, Kaz said almost kindly. All that plotting, all that bribing, all for nothing. That's what's going through your head. How it'll feel to slink home knowing everything you've lost. How furious your boss will be when you show up with empty hands and a lighter purse. How very, very good it would feel to put a bullet right here. He tapped his own chest. You could do it. Go ahead. We can all fall together. They can haul our paupers' corpses out to the Reaper's barge for a communal burn, or you can swallow your pride, go back to Burstraat, lay your head in your girl's lap, and fall asleep still breathing. You can dream about revenge tomorrow. Your choice. Giles, do any of us get to go home tonight? Giles searched Kaz's dead-eyed stare, and whatever he found there made all the fight drain from him. His shoulders slumping in defeat, Inedge felt an unexpected twist of sympathy for the man. He'd swaggered in here, a survivor, a player in the Barrel's game. He'd leave as just another name on the long list of Kaz Brecker's conquests. You'll get yours one day, Brecker. Undoubtedly, Kaz agreed. If there's any justice in the world, and we all know the odds of that. Giles' arm fell to his side, the gun now a useless weight. Kaz took a step back, casually brushing his shirt front where the barrel had pressed. Go tell your boss to keep the black tips clear of Fifth Harbour, and we'll be expecting compensation for our lost Gerda shipment, plus an extra 10%, 5 for pulling steel on neutral ground, and 5 more for being such a spectacular collective disappointment. Then, with a movement too swift to follow, Kaz's cane whipped through the air. There was a sickening crunch. Giles shrieked, clutching his shattered wrist as the pistol clattered to the stones. I backed down, he wailed, cradling his ruined hand. I'm backing down.
You point a weapon at me again, and I'll shatter both your wrists. You'll need to pay someone just to help you use the bathroom. Kaz nudged the brim of his hat up with the tip of his cane. Or perhaps the charming Elise would be willing to assist you. Kaz lowered himself beside Bolliger. The large man let out a pitiful sound. Eyes on me, Bolliger. If you manage not to bleed out before morning, you have until tomorrow evening to vanish from Ketterdam.
If I catch a whisper that you're lingering anywhere near the city, they'll pull you out of a barrel at Silla's Fry. His gaze shifted to Giles. If you aid him, or if I discover he's still connected to the black tips, understand that I will hold you accountable. Kaz, please, Bolliger pleaded. You had a place here, Bolliger, and you chose to smash it to pieces. Don't expect any pity from me. Kaz stood, glancing at his pocket watch. This took longer than anticipated. I should be going, or dear Elise might start to feel a bit overheated. Giles shook his head in disbelief. There's something broken in you, Brecker. I can't figure you out. You're not put together right. Kaz tilted his head. You're not from the city proper, are you, Giles? Came here chasing opportunity? He adjusted his jacket with a gloved hand. Well, I'm the kind of problem they only forge in the heart of the barrel. Even with the black tip's firearm lying on the ground nearby, Kaz turned his back on them and made his way across the uneven stones toward the eastern exit, his limp pronounced. Jesper knelt by Bolliger, giving his cheek a soft, almost regretful tap. "Fool," he murmured, then hurried after Kaz. From her perch, Inedge observed as Ooman retrieved Giel's gun, and the remaining black tips exchanged hushed words. "Don't go," Bolliger begged, his voice weak. "Don't leave me here." He clutched desperately at Giel's pant leg, but Giels shook him off. They abandoned him, curled on his side, his blood darkening the cobblestones. Inedge took the rifle from Van Daal's grasp before setting him free. "Go home," she instructed the guard. He shot one fearful look back and then fled down the walkway. Below, Big Bowl had begun a painful, crawling effort to drag himself across the exchange floor. He might have been foolish enough to betray Kaz Brecker, but surviving this long in the barrel required a stubborn will. He might just make it help him. A voice whispered within her. Only a short time ago he had been a comrade. It felt cruel to abandon him now. She could descend, offer a swift end to his suffering, or stay with him. She could even fetch a medic instead. She whispered a brief prayer in her saint's tongue and started the difficult descent down the rough wall. Inedge felt a pang of sorrow for the young man who might die alone with no one to offer comfort in his final moments, or who might survive to live as an outcast. But the night's tasks were unfinished, and the Wraith had no time to spare for betrayals. Cheers erupted as Kaz stepped from the eastern arch, with Jesper following, already, Kaz suspected, sinking into a moody silence.
Dirix, Rotty, and the rest of the crew rushed toward them, yelling and celebrating, waving Jesper's reclaimed revolvers in the air. The crew had only caught fragments of the confrontation with Giels, but they'd heard enough. Now they were chanting, "The Burstrat is burning! The dregs brought the flame! I can't believe he just folded!" Rotty crowed. "He had a loaded gun right there. Tell us what you had on that guard," Dirix pressed. "Had to be something good." "I heard about a fellow over in Sloken who enjoyed covering himself in honey and then having a pair of— I'm not discussing it— Kaz cut in. Holst may still be of use later." The atmosphere was tense and electric, their laughter edged with the sharp relief of a crisis narrowly avoided. Some had been anticipating a brawl and were still restless for action. But Kaz understood the deeper unease. He hadn't failed to notice that no one dared speak Bolliger's name. The betrayal had rattled them deeply, both the fact of it and the severe, unforgiving way Kaz had meted out justice. Beneath the rowdy celebration, a current of fear ran through the crowd. Perfect. Kaz understood his dregs were a collection of killers, thieves, and con artists. His job was to ensure their deceptions were never aimed at him. He sent 2 men to monitor Big Bowl, with orders to escort him out of Ketterdam if he managed to stand. The others were dismissed to the Slat and the Crow Club to drown their nerves in drink, stir up some chaos, and most importantly, gossip. They'd relay the facts of the night, then embellish the gaps, and with each retelling, the legend of Dirty Hands would grow more terrifying. Kaz, however, had other matters to address, starting with a trip to Fifth Harbour. Jesper moved to block his way, voice a low, angry hiss. "You should have tipped me off about Bolliger. Stay out of my affairs, Jess." "You think I'm a traitor too? If I believed you were disloyal, you'd be bleeding out beside Big Bowl right now. So shut it." Jesper shook his head, his hands drifting to the revolvers he'd taken back from Dirix. When he was irritated, he sought the comfort of his weapons like a child clinging to a favourite toy. It would have been simple to mend fences. Kaz could have assured Jesper of his trust, reminded him he'd been chosen as his sole backup in a confrontation that could have turned deadly. But Kaz wasn't in the mood for reassurance. "Move along, Jesper. Your tab is open at the Crow Club. Play until dawn or until your luck abandons you." A scowl twisted Jesper's face, but a greedy light flickered in his eyes. "Another payoff? I find consistency comforting. Lucky for you, so do I?" He paused. "You sure you don't want backup?"
Giel's crew will be furious.
"Let them try," Kaz said, turning onto Nemstrat without a backward glance. "If you couldn't navigate Ketterdam's dark streets alone, you might as well paint a target on your own back." He felt the weight of the dregs' stares as he crossed the bridge. He didn't need to hear their whispers to know they wanted to celebrate with him. to hear him recount how he'd uncovered Bolliger's betrayal or describe the panic in Gil's eyes. They'd never get that satisfaction from Kaz, and if they disliked his silence, they were free to find another gang. Yet they'd stand a bit prouder tonight because of him. That was why they remained, offering their rough version of loyalty. When he'd joined the dregs at 12, the gang was a joke, a ragtag bunch of street kids and failed grifters running cheap scams from a dilapidated house in the Barrel's worst district. He hadn't needed a powerful crew, just one he could build into something formidable, one that needed him as much as he needed it. Now they commanded territory, owned a prosperous gambling den, and that crumbling house was the Slat, a solid refuge offering hot meals and a safe place to heal. Now the dregs inspired fear. Kaz had given them that. He didn't owe them cheerful conversation on top of it. Jesper would handle the morale anyway. After a few drinks and a few winning hands, the sharpshooter's easygoing charm would return. He held a grudge, as poorly as he held his liquor, and had a talent for making Kaz's triumphs feel like shared victories. As Kaz navigated the narrow canal toward Fifth Harbour, a strange sensation crept over him. Saints. It was almost like hope. Perhaps he should visit a medic. The black tips had been a persistent thorn in his side for weeks, and now he'd forced their move. Even his leg, despite the biting cold, was manageable tonight. The usual sharp pain muted to a distant ache. Still, a nagging thought persisted. Was this entire parley a test devised by Per Haskell? The old man had a fondness for theatrical lessons, and Kaz wouldn't put it past him to orchestrate a loyalty check just to watch the pieces fall. Haskell had a remarkable talent for believing he was the mastermind behind the dregs' success, particularly when one of his flatterers was murmuring in his ear. That notion was unsettling. But Kaz decided Per Haskell's delusions could wait until morning. His immediate tasks were to ensure the harbour operations were on track, and then retreat to the Slat for some desperately needed rest. He was aware Inedge was following him. She had been a silent presence since they left the exchange. He didn't acknowledge her. She would reveal herself in her own time. Normally Kaz cherished quiet. In truth, he'd have gladly silenced half the city. Yet Inedge possessed a unique ability to make her silence felt, a palpable tension that frayed your composure. He bore it all the way past the iron railings of Zentsbridge, each bar adorned with knotted bits of rope, sailors' superstitious tokens for a safe voyage. What sentimental nonsense! Finally, he relented. "Just say what's on your mind, Wraith." Her voice emerged from the shadows. "You didn't station anyone on Burstrat. Why would I bother? If Giels fails to arrive in time, there will be no fire at 19 Burstrat. I heard the alarm. A fortunate coincidence. I make use of whatever opportunities present themselves. So it was a bluff. She was never truly at risk." Kaz offered a dismissive shrug, refusing to satisfy her search for a shred of mercy. "When your reputation as a monster precedes you, there's no need to perform every cruel act. Then why agree to the meeting if you knew it was an ambush?" Her voice shifted, coming from his right now, her movement utterly soundless. Others in the gang compared her to a cat, but Kaz imagined felines would sit as humble students at her feet. "I'd consider the evening a victory," he replied. "Wouldn't you? You and Jesper both came close to death. Giels drained the Black Tip's treasury on worthless payoffs. We exposed a traitor, secured our hold on Fifth Harbour, and I haven't a single new scar to show for it. A productive night." "How long were you aware of Big Bolliger's betrayal? For weeks. We'll be short-handed now. Speaking of which, dismiss Rojaki." "Why? He's the best card dealer we have. Plenty of fools can handle a deck. Rojaki is a bit too skilled. He's taking a cut. He's a valuable dealer with a family. You could issue a warning, take a finger, and then his value would vanish, wouldn't it? The standard punishment for a cheating dealer was the loss of a pinky finger, one of those absurd gang traditions that had become law. It disrupted the dealer's balance, forced a relearning of his craft, and served as a permanent warning. It also made him hesitant and clumsy at the tables, his focus shifting from reading players to managing the cards. Kaz couldn't see Inedge's face in the gloom, but he felt her judgment like a physical weight. "Greed is your deity, Kaz." He nearly laughed aloud. "No, Inedge. Greed kneels before me. It is my tool and my pawn. Then what power do you serve, whichever one brings me profit? I doubt the divine operates on those terms. I doubt I give it any thought." She released a frustrated sigh. Despite all the darkness she had witnessed, Inedge still held faith that her Suli saints watched over her. Kaz knew this, and he took a peculiar delight in provoking her. He wished he could see her face. There was something uniquely gratifying about the subtle crease that formed between her brows. "How could you be certain I would reach Vandal in time?" she pressed. "Because you always do. You should have given me more notice. I assumed your saints would enjoy the test of faith." For a long moment there was only the sound of the distant harbour. Then her voice reached him from behind. "Men scorn higher powers until they require a miracle, Kaz." He didn't see her leave, only felt the sudden emptiness where her presence had been. Kaz shook his head in mild annoyance, the city's chill settling around him as he continued his solitary walk home. Trusting Inedge might be pushing the definition, but Kaz could privately acknowledge his dependence on her. Buying out her contract from the menagerie had been an instinctive gamble, one that had drained the Dregs' coffers. It took effort to persuade Per Haskell, yet Inedge had proven to be among Kaz's most profitable ventures. Her uncanny ability to stay hidden made her a peerless spy, unmatched in the barrel. But her talent for self-erasure unnerved him. She didn't even carry a scent. Everyone had a scent that told a tale, the carbolic on a washerwoman's hands, wood smoke caught in hair, the damp wool of a merchant's suit, or gunpowder clinging to a shirt cuff. Inedge had none. She had perfected a kind of vanishing. She was an invaluable tool. So why couldn't she just focus on the work and leave her personal grievances at the door? A sudden cold awareness prickled at his neck. He wasn't alone. He halted, every sense straining. He'd taken a shortcut through a narrow alley bisected by a stagnant canal. No lamps burned here, and the foot traffic was non-existent, leaving only the pale moon and the soft knocking of dinghies against their posts. He'd been careless, his mind wandering. A dark silhouette materialized at the alley's mouth. "State your business," Kaz demanded. The shape surged forward. Kaz swept his cane in a low, calculated arc. It should have met solid resistance, but it cut through empty air. Thrown off balance by the momentum, Kaz staggered, then, impossibly. The man was directly before him, a fist slammed into Kaz's jaw. He shook his head, dispelling the burst of light behind his eyes. He pivoted and swung again. His target was gone. The weighted head of his cane whistled through nothingness and struck the brick wall with a crack. A hand wrenched the cane from his grip from the right. Were there multiple assailants? Then a figure emerged from the solid wall itself. Kaz's mind fractured, logic scrambling to process the sight as a swirl of mist coalesced into a cloak, boots, the pale gleam of a face, ghosts. A childish terror. Yet it arrived with utter conviction. Geordie had finally come to collect. "It's time to settle accounts, Kaz. Nothing in this city comes free." The humiliating, frantic thought was a wave of panic, and then the spectre was on him. He felt the sharp, precise sting of a needle in his neck. A ghost with a syringe? Idiot, he thought. Then darkness. Kaz returned to consciousness with a violent jerk, the acrid stench of ammonia clawing at his senses. An elderly man in university medic robes stood before him, waving a bottle of smelling salts under his nose. The odour was vile. "Get that away from me," Kaz croaked. The medic regarded him with clinical detachment, returning the salts to a leather pouch. Kaz tested his fingers, but that was his only movement. He was shackled to a chair, arms pinned behind his back. Whatever drug they'd used left a thick fog in his mind. The medic stepped aside, and Kaz blinked, trying to clear his vision and comprehend the ludicrous opulence surrounding him. He'd anticipated waking in a Black Tip's hideout, or some rival gang's lair. This was no cheap barrel display. A room appointed like this required serious wealth, mahogany panels carved with cresting waves and leaping fish, shelves of leather-bound books, leaded glass windows, and he was almost certain that was a genuine decapel on the wall, one of those restrained portraits of a lady with an open book in her lap and a docile lamb at her feet. The man studying him from behind a wide, polished desk had the well-fed look of a prosperous merchant. But if this was his home, why were armed officers of the city watch stationed at the door? Hell, Kaz thought. Am I in custody? If that was the case, this merch was in for a rude awakening. Thanks to Inedge, he had compromising details on every magistrate, bailiff, and councilman in Kirch. He'd be out of any cell before the first light of dawn. Kaz Brecker wasn't in a cell. He was chained to a chair, which made the whole situation even more puzzling. The man watching him was in his 40s, with a lean, sharp-featured face and a hairline that had surrendered significant territory. When Kaz locked eyes with him, the man cleared his throat and steepled his fingers. "Mr. Brecker, I trust you're recovering. Get this relic away from me. I'm perfect." The merchant gave a nod to the medic. "You may leave. Forward your invoice to my office. And naturally, I expect your complete discretion regarding this incident." The medic fastened his bag and left the room. As the door clicked shut, the mercer stood and collected a stack of papers from his desk. He wore the impeccably tailored sombre frock coat and vest typical of Kirch merchants, dark, elegant, and purposefully conservative. But the accessories told the real story: a gold pocket watch with a fob of heavy laurel leaves and a tie pin set with a massive, flawless ruby.
"I'm going to pry that gaudy stone from its setting and drive the pin straight through your mercer throat for this," Kaz thought, out loud. He merely said, "Van Eck." The man nodded. No bow, naturally. Merchants didn't bow to barrel trash. "You recognize me then?" Kaz knew the heraldry and favoured gems of every major Kirch merchant house. Van Eck's crest was the red laurel. It didn't require a scholar to connect the dots. "I know of you," Kaz replied.
"You're one of those moralizing merch types forever trying to scrub the barrel clean." Van Eck offered another slight nod. "I endeavour to provide men with legitimate employment." Kaz let out a short, derisive laugh. "What's the real difference between placing a wager at the Crow Club and speculating on the floor of the exchange? One is criminal activity, the other is legitimate business. A man who's lost his fortune might struggle to appreciate the distinction."
The barrel is a cesspool of depravity, corruption, and brutality. How many of the ships you send out from Ketterdam's harbours never come back? That is hardly 1 in 5, Van Eck. 1 of every 5 vessels you dispatch for coffee, jurda, and silk ends up at the bottom of the ocean, smashed on rocks, or taken by pirates. 1 in 5 crews dead their bones in some distant trench, feeding the things that live down there. So, maybe let's not lecture me about violence.
"I did not bring you here to debate morality with a barrel street rat." Kaz hadn't expected him to. He was buying time, testing the cuffs on his wrists, letting his fingers trace the chain as far as they could reach. He was also trying to place his surroundings. While he'd never met Van Eck in person, he'd made a point of learning the blueprints of the man's mansion. This wasn't it. "Since you didn't drag me here for a philosophical chat, state your business." It was the customary opening for any meeting, a greeting between equals, not a plea from a captive. "I have a proposition for you, or rather, the council does." Kaz masked his shock. Does the Merchant Council usually commence negotiations with an ambush and a beating? Consider it a caution and a demonstration of capability. The memory of the figure in the alley flashed in his mind, how it had materialized and vanished like a spectre. Geordie. He gave a mental shake.
Not Geordie, you idiot! Pay attention! They'd grabbed him because he'd been riding high from a win and let his guard down. This was the price, and it was a lesson he wouldn't forget. That still didn't explain the ghost, but he shelved the thought for now. What possible use could the Merchant Council have for someone like me? Van Eck leafed through the papers in his hand. "Your first arrest was at age 10, he recited, scanning a page. Everyone remembers their debut.
Arrested twice more that year. Twice at 11. You were detained when the Stadwatch raided a gambling den when you were 14. But you haven't seen the inside of a jail cell in 3 years. It was true. No one had managed to make a charge stick against Kaz in 3 years. I reformed, Kaz said flatly, found respectable work. I lead a life of diligent labor and quiet contemplation now.
Mind your tongue, Van Eck said, his tone still calm, though a spark of irritation flashed in his eyes. Kaz observed the man before him, a figure of devout belief and substantial wealth. His thoughts catalogued the known facts about Van Eck: successful merchant, deeply religious, a widower who had recently taken a new wife scarcely older than Kaz. And then there was the unresolved question surrounding Van Eck's son. The merch turned another page in the dossier.
You operate a book for boxing matches, horse races, and your own private gambling ventures. For over 2 years, you've managed the floor at the Crow Club. You're the youngest to ever operate a betting establishment, and you've increased its earnings 2-fold in that period. You engage in blackmail. I facilitate the exchange of sensitive information, a swindler. I engineer favourable circumstances, a procurer and a killer. I don't manage brothels, and my killings have purpose. And what purpose is that? The same as yours, merchant. Financial gain? How do you acquire your intelligence, Mr. Brecker? Consider me a specialist in opening things. You must possess remarkable skill. Without a doubt, Kaz allowed himself a slight recline. Every person is a strongbox, a repository of hidden truths and desires. Many choose a crude method of entry, but I favour a more nuanced technique, precise pressure applied at the exact point in time. It's an art form. Do you always communicate through such imagery, Mr. Brecker? Kaz's smile was thin. That wasn't imagery. He was moving before the manacles finished clattering to the floor. He cleared the desk in one fluid motion, his hand closing around a brass letter opener as the other seized the front of Van Eck's tailored shirt. The expensive material wrinkled in his grip as he set the blade's point against the merchant's throat. A wave of lightheadedness washed over Kaz, his muscles protesting after confinement. Yet the weight of the weapon brought a sharp, clarifying focus. The guards had their pistols and blades aimed, a half-circle of imminent violence. He could feel the frantic rhythm of Van Eck's heartbeat through the fine wool. I trust explicit threats are unnecessary, Kaz stated, his voice low. Direct me to the door, or we will be departing together through the window. I believe I can alter your perspective. Kaz shook him slightly. Your identity and the size of your gemstone are irrelevant. You don't remove me from my territory, and you certainly don't attempt to negotiate with me while I'm restrained. Micah, Van Eck called out. Then it occurred again. A young man stepped directly through the solid library wall. His complexion was ghostly, and he wore the embroidered blue coat of a Grisha tidmaker, a red and gold ribbon on the lapel marking his service to House Van Eck. But no Grisha could simply walk through masonry. Drugged Kaz thought, fighting a surge of alarm. I've been poisoned. Or perhaps it was a staged illusion, like those performed in the playhouses near Eaststave, a woman sawn in 2 doves pouring from a kettle. What is this? He snarled. Release me, and I'll listen.
You may listen perfectly well where you stand.
Van Eck exhaled a tremulous breath. What you are witnessing is the effect of Jurda Parem. Jurda is merely a stimulant. The dried flowers were cultivated in Novi Zem and available in shops throughout Ketterdam. In his early days with the dregs, Kaz had chewed them to maintain alertness during long watches, an act that left his teeth tinged orange for days. It's benign, he insisted. Jurda Parem is entirely different, and it is most assuredly not benign. So you did drug me. Not you, Mr. Brecker. Micah. Kaz studied the Grisha's unhealthy pallor, the dark smudges beneath his eyes, the frail and trembling frame of someone who had forgone multiple meals with apparent indifference. The boy's hands shook slightly, a detail not present in the original account, hinting at a deeper consuming dependency. Jurda Parem is derived from the same plant as ordinary Jurda, Van Eck continued, his voice strained against the blade. The exact refining process remains unclear, but a sample was delivered to the Kerch Merchant Council by a shoe scientist named Bo Yul-Bayur. Shoe. Indeed. He sought asylum, sending the sample as proof of his claims about the drug's exceptional properties. Please, Mr. Brecker, this posture is exceedingly uncomfortable.
If you prefer, I can provide a pistol, and we can have this conversation in a more civilized manner. A pistol and my cane. Van Eck signaled to one of his guards, who left and quickly returned with Kaz's walking stick. Kaz was relieved the man actually used the door. The pistol first, Kaz demanded slowly. The guard carefully drew his weapon and passed it to Kaz by the handle.
Kaz seized it, cocking the hammer in one fluid motion, then released Van Eck, dropped the letter opener onto the desk, and took his cane from the guard's grip. While the gun was more immediately practical, holding the cane again brought Kaz a deep, wordless comfort. Van Eck retreated several steps, putting space between himself and the loaded pistol. He didn't appear ready to sit down. Neither was Kaz, so he stayed near the window, poised to run if necessary. Van Eck drew a steadying breath and adjusted his suit. That cane is quite a sophisticated tool, Mr. Brecker. Was it crafted by a fabricator? It was, in fact, the creation of a Grisha fabricator, lead-lined and perfectly balanced for breaking bones. Not your concern. Start talking, Van Eck. The merchant cleared his throat. After Bo-Yul Bayer provided the sample of Jurda Param, we administered it to 3 Grisha, 1 from each order. Willing participants?
Indentured servants, Van Eck admitted. The initial 2 were a fabricator and a healer bound to Councilman Hoody. Mika is a tidmaker. He's under my contract. You've witnessed what he can achieve under the drug's influence. Hoody? Why did that name sound familiar? I'm not sure what I saw, Kaz said, glancing at Mika. The young man's attention was fixed intensely on Van Eck, as if awaiting his next order, or perhaps craving another dose.
A typical tidmaker commands currents, draws water from the air or a nearby source. They regulate the tides in our harbour, but under Jurda Param, a tidmaker can shift his own form from solid to liquid to vapour and back again, and perform the same transformations on other objects, even a solid wall. Kaz wanted to reject the idea, but he had no other explanation for what he'd just witnessed. How is that possible? It's difficult to articulate. You know of the amplifiers some Grisha wear?
I've seen them, Kaz said. Animal bones, teeth, scales. I understand they're rare, extremely, but amplifiers only magnify a Grisha's existing power. Jurda Param changes a Grisha's very perception. So, Grisha manipulate matter at its most basic level. They term it the small science. Under Param's influence, those manipulations become vastly quicker and more exact. In theory, Jurda Param is merely a stimulant like its common relative.
But it appears to sharpen and refine a Grisha's senses. They can make incredible mental connections with astonishing speed. Things become possible that defy ordinary logic. What does it do to ordinary people like you and me? Van Eck seemed to stiffen slightly at being grouped with Kaz, but he replied, "It's fatal. A non-Grisha mind cannot endure Param, even in the smallest amount. You mentioned 3 Grisha. What can the other 2 do?"
Here, Van Eck said, reaching toward a desk drawer. Kaz raised his pistol. Careful, moving with deliberate slowness, Van Eck opened the drawer and retrieved a lump of gold. This began as lead. You expect me to believe that? Van Eck shrugged. I can only report what I observed. The fabricator held a piece of lead, and moments later we had this. How can you be certain it's genuine? Kaz asked. It shares the melting point weight and malleability of gold.
If it isn't identical in every respect, the discrepancy has escaped our detection. Feel free to have it tested. Kaz secured his cane under his arm and accepted the heavy lump from Van Eck's hand, slipping it into his pocket. Whether it was real gold or a clever fake, a chunk that size could purchase a great deal in the barrel. You could have obtained that from anywhere, Kaz noted. I would summon Hoid's fabricator here to demonstrate for you himself, but he is currently unwell. Kaz's eyes moved to Mika's pallid face and damp forehead. The drug evidently demanded a heavy toll. Let's assume this isn't some cheap street corner illusion, Kaz said, his voice flat. What's it got to do with me? Perhaps you've heard the rumours, Van Eck countered. the Shu suddenly paying off their entire Kerch debt with a mysterious flood of gold, the Novia Zem trade ambassador found dead in a washroom, sensitive documents vanishing from a Ravkan military base. So that explained the ambassador's murder. The gold on those 3 Shu ships had to be fabricated. Kaz hadn't caught wind of any Ravkan papers, but he gave a slow nod anyway. We are convinced these are not isolated incidents, Van Eck continued, rubbing his jaw. They are the work of Grisha, directed by Shu Han and under the influence of this drug. Think about it, Mr. Brecker. Men who can pass through solid walls, no vault, no fortress is ever secure again. Individuals who can transform lead into gold, or reshape the very substance of reality. Our entire financial system would unravel, global markets would collapse into utter chaos. How thrilling, Kaz replied, his tone dripping with disinterest. What is it you're actually after? A stolen shipment? The formula itself? Neither. I want you to steal the man. You want me to kidnap Bo Yul-Bayur. Rescue him, Van Eck corrected. We received a plea for asylum from Yul-Bayur a month ago. He was frightened by his government's intentions for Jurda Param, and we arranged to help him defect. We established a rendezvous, but there was an incident at the exchange point. With the Shu. With Fjordens. Kaz's frown deepened. The Fjordens had spies buried deep, then, in either Shu Han or Kerch itself, to have learned of the drug and Yul-Bayur's plans so swiftly. So send your own people to retrieve him. The diplomatic situation is fragile. It is absolutely vital that our government cannot be connected to Yul-Bayur in any conceivable way. You must realize he's likely dead. The Fjordens despise Grisha. They'd never let knowledge of a drug like that escape. Our intelligence suggests he is very much alive, Van Eck said, clearing his throat. And that he is awaiting trial? He let the pause hang in the air. At the ice court, Kaz stared at the merchant, his expression unreadable for a long moment. Then he let out a short, sharp bark of laughter. Well, it's been a genuine delight being knocked out and kidnapped. Van Eck, rest assured, your hospitality won't be forgotten. Now have one of your hired hands show me the door. We are prepared to offer 5 million kruge. Kaz pocketed the pistol. His fear for his life had evaporated, replaced by a simmering annoyance at this waste of his evening. This might shock you, Van Eck, but we rats in the canals value our necks just as much as you do yours. 10 million. A fortune is worthless if you're not breathing to spend it. Where's my hat? Did your tidmaker leave it to rot in that alley? 20. Kaz paused. The room seemed to hold its breath. Even the carved fish on the wall appeared frozen in their wooden leap. 20 million kruge. Van Eck gave a tight, unhappy nod. Kaz would need to convince a crew to march straight into a suicide mission. That demanded a premium, though despite his words to Van Eck, he knew the barrel was full of people with little left to lose. 20 million kruge is hardly a pittance, Van Eck snapped. The ice court has never been breached. That's precisely why we require you, Mr. Brecker. It's possible Yul-Bayur is already dead, or that he's surrendered all his secrets. But we believe we have a narrow window to act before the secret of Jurda Param is fully unleashed. If the Shu already possess the formula, Yul-Bayur claimed he misled his superiors and kept the complete specifics secret. We believe they are operating from whatever limited stockpile he left behind. Greed bows to me. Perhaps he'd been a touch too arrogant on that score. Now, Greed was answering Van Eck's call. The lever was in motion, prying past Kaz's defences, shifting him into position. 20 million kruge. What in the world would a job like that even look like? Kaz Brecker was no expert in political intrigue or government disputes, but he figured stealing Bo Yul-Bayur from the ice court couldn't be that different from cracking a mercher's vault. Granted, this was the most heavily guarded fortress on the planet. He'd need a uniquely skilled crew, one desperate enough to accept they might not return from the job alive. He couldn't just recruit from the dregs. His own gang didn't have the right mix of talents. That meant watching his back even more closely than usual. But if they succeeded, even after Per Haskell took his cut, Kaz's portion of the payout would change everything. It would finally set in motion the plan he'd carried since he dragged himself out of the harbour, revenge smouldering inside him. At last, his debt to Geordie would be settled. There were other advantages too. The Kirch Council would owe him a favour, not to mention the legendary status this heist would bring. To break into the unbreachable ice court and steal a prize from the heart of Fjerdan power? With that kind of reputation and that much scratch in his pocket, he wouldn't need Per Haskell any more. He could build his own empire, yet something felt wrong. Why come to me? Why the dregs? There are crews out there with far more experience. Micah began to cough, and Kaz spotted blood on his sleeve. Sit down, Van Eck said gently, guiding the Grisha into a chair and handing him a handkerchief. He motioned to a guard. Fetch some water. Well? Kaz pressed.
How old are you, Mr. Brecker? 17.
You haven't been arrested since you were 14. Since I know you are neither an honest man, nor were you an honest boy, I can only conclude you possess the quality I value most in a criminal. You don't get caught. Van Eck allowed a faint smile. Then there's the matter of my decaple. I'm afraid I don't follow. 6 months ago, a decaple oil painting worth nearly 100,000 kruge vanished from my home. A terrible loss.
It was. I had been assured my gallery was impenetrable and its locks were foolproof. I believe I read something about that.
Yes, Van Eck admitted with a sigh. Pride is a dangerous thing. I was too eager to show off my new treasure and the extreme measures I'd taken to protect it. Yet, despite all my precautions, despite dogs, alarms, and the most loyal staff in Ketterdam, my painting is gone.
You have my sympathies. It hasn't appeared anywhere on the global market.
Perhaps your thief already had a buyer. A possibility, of course. But I suspect the thief took it for another reason entirely. And what would that be? Simply to prove it could be done. Sounds like an idiotic risk to me. Well, who can truly understand the mind of a thief? Certainly not me. From what I know of the ice court, the person who stole my decaple is precisely the person I need for this job. Then you should hire that person. Or her. Indeed.
But I'll have to make do with you.
Van Eck held Kaz's stare, as if searching for a confession written in his eyes. Finally he asked, Do we have an agreement? Not so fast. What about the healer? Van Eck looked confused. Who? You said you gave the drug to a Grisha from each order? Micah's a tidemaker. Your Ithuriel Nick, the fabricator who forged that gold, was a material Nick. So where's the corporal Nick, the healer? Van Eck flinched almost imperceptibly.
Will you come with me, Mr. Brecker?
Keeping a wary eye on Micah and the guards, Kaz followed Van Eck out of the library and down the hall. The house oozed Mercer luxury, dark wood panelling, clean black and white tiled floors, all tastefully restrained and flawlessly crafted, but it felt hollow, like a tomb. The house felt like a tomb, every room silent and shrouded. Heavy curtains blocked the light, and the shapes of furniture hidden beneath dust cloths reminded Kaz of strange, ghostly islands adrift in a dark sea. Who did? The name finally connected. There had been talk all over the barrel about a lockdown at the Huid mansion on the Geldstraat just days before. The Stadwatch had swarmed the property, and the official story was a firepox scare. But not even the Wraith with all her whispers had uncovered the truth. This is Councilman Hoid's estate, Kaz stated, a cold unease prickling over him. Plague was a thief's worst enemy, far worse than any guard, yet the merchant and his men showed no trace of fear. I was under the impression this place was sealed for quarantine. What occurred here poses no threat to us, and if you perform your task adequately, Mr. Brecker, it never will. Van Eck guided him through a side door into a meticulously kept garden, the air suddenly thick and cloying with the perfume of early spring blooms. The scent was a physical assault, a key turning in a lock he kept tightly shut. For a split second, the manicured hedges and canal water vanished, replaced by the memory of tall, sun-warmed grass and his brother's distant shout, calling him back from some childish adventure. Kaz gritted his teeth, forcing the vision away. What he needed was a pot of sludge-black coffee, or better yet, a solid right hook to clear his head. Van Eck was heading toward a boathouse overlooking the water, slivers of light escaping through its shuttered windows to paint the path with stripes of gold. A lone city guard stood rigidly by the door as the merchant produced a key and worked the heavy lock. The moment the door swung inward, a foul odour washed over them, a mix of human waste and decay, so much for the sweet smell of flowers. Inside, the space was illuminated by 2 wall lanterns. A cluster of guards, some in Stadwatch purple, and others in Hoodie House green, stood motionless, facing a large iron box. Shattered glass glittered on the floorboards at their feet. Through what was clearly a broken observation window, Kaz could see another guard in the adjoining room, standing at attention before an empty table and 2 toppled chairs. Like the others, the man was utterly still, arms slack, eyes vacant, staring at nothing at all. Van Eck adjusted a lantern, brightening the gloom, and Kaz saw the body. It was a young Stadwatch guard in a rumpled purple uniform, collapsed on the floor with his eyes shut. With a weary sigh, Van Eck knelt and rolled the boy over. The lad couldn't have been more than 18, with the pathetic shadow of a moustache on his lip. "Another one gone?" Van Eck murmured. He gestured to the guard at the door, and with the aid of one of his own men, they hoisted the corpse and carried it out. The remaining guards did not stir. Among their blank faces, Kaz spotted a familiar one, Henrik Dahlman, the captain of the Stadwatch. "Dahlman?" Kaz tried. The man gave no indication he'd heard. Kaz passed a hand before the captain's unblinking eyes, then delivered a sharp, stinging flick to his earlobe. Nothing, not even a flinch, just a sluggish, indifferent blink. Kaz drew his pistol, levelled it directly between the captain's brows, and cocked it. The captain's expression remained a placid mask, his pupils fixed and wide. "He's already dead in every way that matters," Van Eck said flatly. "Go on, pull the trigger, he won't object, and his companions won't so much as blink." Kaz lowered the weapon, a profound cold seeping into his marrow. "What is this? What did this to them?" The subject was a corporal Nick, a healer completing her indenture in Hoey's household. The councilman believed that using a healer instead of a heartrender was the prudent choice for testing the param. It sounded logical on the surface. Kaz was intimately familiar with the horrors a heartrender could inflict without ever touching you, snapping the strings of your heart, collapsing your lungs, or dropping your pulse into oblivion. The mere idea of one empowered by Jurda Parem was a nightmare. So the Murchers had picked the safer option, experimenting on a healer. It was almost amusing, in a grim way, how spectacularly their clever plan had blown up in their faces. They'd sought a controlled test, and instead created this gallery of living statues. "You administered the substance, and she turned on her employer?" Kaz asked, his tone flat. "Not in so straightforward a manner," Van Eck replied, clearing his throat. "They had her secured in an observation room. Mere moments after ingesting the Jurda Param, she dominated the guards stationed inside. By what means? The specifics elude us. Whatever her method, it enabled her to overpower these additional guards as well. That defies belief." "Does it?" Van Eck countered. "The mind is merely another organ, a network of cells and electrical signals. Why should a Grisha, amplified by this drug, be incapable of directing those signals?" Kaz's skepticism was plain on his face. "Observe them," Van Eck pressed, gesturing to the motionless figures. "She instructed them to wait, and that is precisely and solely what they have done ever since." Looking closer, Kaz saw it. Their eyes weren't vacant. They were focused with a terrible patience. Their bodies were poised, not slack. A cold ripple traced his spine. He'd witnessed the bizarre and the miraculous, but this silent vigil was something entirely new. "And Hoed's fate?" She compelled him to unlock the door, and once he complied, she ordered him to sever his own thumb. "We have the account from a terrified kitchen boy she left unharmed. He swears Hoed performed the act himself, wearing a smile throughout." The notion of a Grisha tinkering with the very wiring of a person's thoughts was deeply unsettling. though, Kaz mused, if half the rumours about Huid's treatment of indentured Grisha refugees were true, perhaps his comeuppance was fitting.
The merchant is deceased?
Councilman Huid suffered significant blood loss, but he exists in the same suspended state as these men. He and his entire household have been relocated to his country estate.
Did the Grisha healer attempt to return to Ravka?
Kaz inquired. Van Eck ushered him out of the oppressive boathouse, securing the door.
She may have tried,
he said as they walked back through the night-damp garden. We know she procured a skiff, likely aiming for Ravkan waters, but her body was recovered near Third Harbour 2 days later. We believe she drowned attempting a return to the city. Why would she come back here? For another dose of Jurda Parem. Kaz recalled Mika's fever-bright eyes and skeletal frame. The addiction is that immediate. A single exposure appears sufficient. Once the drug's effects fade, it leaves the Grisha physically depleted and consumed by an overwhelming craving.
The decline is precipitous. Precipitous was a diplomat's word for a horrifying collapse. The Council of Tides commanded the harbour approaches. A weakened Grisha in a flimsy boat at night stood little chance. Mika's hollowed cheeks and loose clothing painted a vivid picture of the cost. The man had been riding the drugs high and already desperate for the next, even as he teetered on the edge of physical ruin. How many doses could a body endure before it gave out?
A fascinating if academic question. They had reached the front gate. Time for business. 30 million kruge, Kaz stated. We agreed on 20. Van Eck spluttered. You proposed 20. It's evident your need is urgent. Kaz cast a glance back toward the boathouse, that chamber of living statues. Now I understand the depth of that urgency. The Merchant Council will have me drawn and quartered.
They'll commission a statue in your honour once Bo Yul Bayor is securely tucked away in your chosen hiding place. Novi Zem.
Kaz gave a dismissive shrug. You could stash him in a tea kettle for all I care. Van Eck's eyes held his with sudden intensity. You have witnessed this drug's potential. I assure you, this is merely a glimpse. If Jurda Parem spreads, conflict is certain. Our trade routes will shatter. Our markets will implode. Kirch will not endure it.
Our hopes, Mr. Brecker, reside with you. Should you fail, the consequences will ripple across the globe.
Kaz's smile was a thin, cold line.
You misunderstand the stakes, Van Eck. It's far more dire than that. If I don't succeed, I don't see a single coin.
The merchant's expression of pure contempt was worthy of its own masterpiece, a portrait of disdain painted in oils.
Try not to look so heartbroken.
Imagine how much worse you'd feel if you found out this canal-dwelling scoundrel actually had a noble bone in his body. You might have been forced to smooth out that permanent sneer and offer me a shred of genuine regard. You have my gratitude for sparing me such a trial, Van Eck replied, his voice dripping with scorn. He moved to the door but hesitated, glancing back. I often ponder what a mind like yours could have achieved in another life. Kaz felt a familiar sharp ache. Ask Geordie. But he only offered a careless shrug. I'd probably just be fleecing a richer, more polished class of fool, 30 million kruge. Van Eck gave a single firm nod. 30. An agreement is an agreement. An agreement is an agreement. An agreement is an agreement, Kaz echoed. Their hands met in a brief binding clasp. As the merchant's well-kept fingers closed around Kaz's gloved grip, Van Eck's eyes narrowed with curiosity. Why the gloves, Mr. Brecker? Kaz lifted an eyebrow. I assume you've listened to the tales? Each one more horrifying than the previous. Kaz was well acquainted with them. They said Brecker's hands were permanently stained with gore, that they were a map of vicious scars. Some claimed he had claws instead of fingers, a sign of demonic blood. Others whispered that his bare touch seared like hellfire, that a mere graze of his skin could make flesh decay.
Take your pick, Kaz said, already melting into the shadows, his mind racing ahead to the fortune and the team required to claim it. They're all close enough to the truth. I Neej. Inedge felt the shift in the atmosphere the instant Kaz returned to the slat. His arrival sent a subtle current through the warren of narrow rooms and slanted hallways, a ripple of alertness that touched every hustler, pickpocket and grifter within. The boss's right hand was back.
The slat itself was nothing special. Just another cramped 3-story structure crammed into the filthiest part of the barrel, topped with a sagging attic and a slanted roof. Like most buildings in that district, it had been thrown up hastily on the unstable marshy ground, the canals dug without any real plan. The houses slumped together like drunks propping each other up in a tavern, each at its own peculiar sleepy angle. Inedge had been inside plenty of them on dregs business, and the interiors were rarely better, chilly and damp, with crumbling plaster and window frames so gapped they invited in every draught and flurry. But Kaz had paid from his own pocket to seal the worst of the draughts and add insulation to the walls. The place was still a cramped, ugly mess, but the slat was blessedly dry. Her own room was a slender slice on the 3rd floor, just enough space for a narrow bed and a storage chest, but it had a window overlooking the chaotic skyline of jagged roofs and clustered chimneys. On rare days when the wind swept the constant coal haze from the city, she could even catch a glimpse of a distant, bright slice of the harbour. Though dawn was not far off, the slat was fully alive. The building only ever found quiet in the lazy stretch of afternoon. Tonight, the air was buzzing with talk of the showdown at the Exchange, Big Bolliger's grim end, and now the dismissal of poor Rojoki. Inez had gone directly from her talk with Kaz to find the card dealer at the Crow Club. He'd been in the middle of a 3-man bramble hand for Jesper and a pair of wide-eyed Ravkan visitors. When the round finished, Inedge had tried to lead him to a private room to avoid the humiliation of a public firing, but Rojak refused the courtesy. "It ain't right," he'd shouted, when she delivered Kaz's verdict. "I never cheated. Take your issue to Kaz." Inedge had responded, her voice low. "Maybe lower the volume," Jesper suggested, eyeing the tourists and dock workers at nearby tables. Brawls were standard barrel fare, but not on the main floor of the Crow Club. If you had a problem, you took it outside, where you wouldn't interfere with the sacred ritual of relieving fools of their cash. "Where is Brecker?" Rojaki snarled, his face flushed with anger and a sudden desperate fear that he was truly finished here. "I'm not sure. You always have an answer for everything," Rojaki scoffed, leaning in close enough for her to smell the stale beer and onions on his breath. "Isn't that what Dirty Hands keeps you around for? I don't know his location or his schedule, but I do know you won't enjoy being here when he returns. Just give me my money. I earned it from my last shift. Brecker doesn't owe you a thing. He's too scared to face me himself, sends a kid to do his firing. Maybe I'll just collect my payment from you instead." His hand shot out to grab her collar, but she sidestepped him with ease. He stumbled, trying again. From her periphery, Inedge noticed Jesper start to stand, but she gestured for him to stay put. Her fingers found the brass knuckles in her right pocket. She delivered a sharp, efficient blow to Rojaki's left cheek. His hand flew to his face. "Hey now," he mumbled. "I wasn't going to hurt you. It was just talk eyes were on them now, so she hit him once more. Club rules could wait. This mattered more." Kaz's warning echoed in her memory from her first day at the slat. He wouldn't be her protector. She'd have to fight her own battles. And she had. Looking away from insults or shrugging off suggestive comments was the easy path. But that road led to groping hands and being pinned against walls, so she let nothing slide. She always made the first move, and she made it count. Sometimes she left a mark or two. It was exhausting work, but in a city where commerce was the only true religion, she had learned to make the cost of disrespecting her far outweigh any fleeting reward. Rojaki probed the blossoming bruise on his cheek, his expression a mix of shock and hurt. "I thought we were friends," he said, and the pathetic truth was, they sort of were. Inedge did like him. But in this moment, he was just a scared man, trying to feel powerful by pushing someone smaller around. "Rojaki," she said, her voice low. "I've watched you handle a deck. You can find work in any gambling den in the city. Walk away now and be thankful Kaz isn't taking what you owe him out of your skin, understand?" He left unsteady on his feet, cradling his cheek like a child with a scraped knee. Jesper ambled over. "He's not wrong, you know. Kaz shouldn't be making you handle his messy business. All the business here is messy."
But we show up for it anyway.
Jesper sighed, leaning against a scarred table. You look dead on your feet. Planning to get any rest tonight? Jesper just offered a tired grin. Not while the dice are rolling. Stay for a hand. Kaz will front you the cash.
Honestly, Jesper,
She said, pulling her hood up.
if I want to watch fools shovel their own graves, I'll take a stroll through a graveyard.
Oh, come on, Inedge, he called as she pushed through the heavy doors to the street.
You're my good luck charm. Saints, she thought. If he actually believes that, he's in worse shape than I imagined. She'd left any luck she had back in a Suli wagon camp near the western coast of Ravka. She doubted she'd ever find either again. Now, leaving her cramped room in the slat, Inedge descended via the banisters. There was no need for stealth here, but quiet was second nature, and the stairs groaned like courting rodents. Pausing on the second-floor landing, she observed the crowd gathered below. Kaz had been away longer than anticipated, and the moment he'd stepped into the dim foyer, he was swarmed well-wishers, praising his handling of Giels, others demanding updates on the black tips. Word is, Giels is already rounding up a crew to come at us, Anika said. Let him try, Dirks growled. I've got a nice piece of wood waiting with his name on it.
Giels won't make a move anytime soon, Kaz replied, continuing down the hall. He lacks the bodies for a street fight, and his treasury is too thin to hire more. Shouldn't you both be at the Crow Club by now? A single sharp glance from Kaz was all it took to send Annika hurrying off, Dirks following behind. Still, others approached, offering congratulations or muttering promises of vengeance against their rivals. No one dared to pat Kaz on the back. That was a quick way to lose a hand.
Inedge was aware Kaz would pause to speak with Per Haskell, so rather than taking the last flight of stairs down, she slipped into the hallway. A cluttered closet stood nearby, filled with mismatched junk, chairs with shattered frames, paint-splattered canvas tarps. Inedge shifted a bucket of cleaning supplies she'd stashed there intentionally, knowing no one else in the slat would ever bother it. Beneath it, a ventilation grate provided a clear line of sight into Per Haskell's office. She felt a twinge of guilt for spying on Kaz, but he was the one who had moulded her into a spy. You couldn't teach a hawk to hunt, and then be surprised when it watched the field. Through the grate, she caught Kaz's knock and the old man's greeting. Back in one piece? Haskell asked. She could just make him out in his favourite chair, toying with a model ship he'd been assembling for nearly a year, a pint of beer always within reach. Fifth Harbour won't trouble us again. Haskell grunted and turned his attention back to the tiny vessel. Shut the door. The click of the latch muted the hallway noise. Inedge saw the crown of Kaz's head. His dark hair was wet. It must have begun to rain outside. You should have cleared it with me before handling Bolliger, Haskell said. If we'd spoken first, rumours could have spread. Do you think I'd allow that? Kaz's shoulders rose slightly. This place is like the rest of Ketterdam. It has cracks. Inedge could have sworn his gaze flicked toward the vent as he spoke. I don't appreciate it, boy. Big Bolliger answered to me, not you. Naturally, Kaz replied, though both knew it wasn't true. Haskell's dregs were relics from another era, con artists and thieves past their prime. Bolliger had belonged to Kaz's own crew, the new blood, young and bold. Perhaps too bold. You're clever, Brecker, but you need to learn to wait. Yes, sir. The old man let out a sharp laugh. Yes, sir.
No, sir,
he mimicked. I know you're plotting something when you turn polite. What scheme are you cooking up now? A job, Kaz said. I might be away for a while. Big payout, substantial. Big danger, that too. But you'll still get your 20%. You don't make any major plays without my approval. Clear? Kaz must have nodded, because Per Haskell leaned back and took a swallow of beer. Are we going to be rolling in coin? Rich as saints wearing crowns of gold. The old man snorted. Long as I don't have to live like one. I'll speak with Pym, Kaz said. He can manage things while I'm gone. Inedge frowned. Where exactly was Kaz heading? He hadn't breathed a word about any major job to her. And why Pym? The question brought a flush of shame. She could almost hear her father's chiding tone, so eager to rule the thieves in Edge. It was one thing to perform her duties well, it was another to crave success in this shadowy world. She didn't want a lasting spot among the dregs. Her goal was to settle her debts and leave Ketterdam behind for good. So why should it matter if Kaz picked Pym to oversee the gang? Because I'm sharper than Pym. Because Kaz relies on me more. But perhaps he didn't trust the crew to follow a girl like her, only 2 years out of the brothels, not yet 17. She kept her sleeves long, and the sheath of her knife mostly concealed the scar on her left forearm where the menagerie tattoo had been, but everyone knew it was there. Kaz left Haskell's room, and Inedge abandoned her hiding spot to meet him as he climbed the stairs with his uneven gait. "Rojeki?" he asked, passing her and starting up the next flight. "Gone," she said, falling into step behind him. "Did he give you much trouble?" "Nothing. I couldn't manage. That isn't what I asked." He was furious. He might return looking for a fight. Never a shortage of that to offer, Kaz remarked as they reached the top floor. The attic space had been turned into his office and sleeping quarters. She was well aware that the long climb up the stairs was agony for his injured leg, yet he appeared to relish the privacy of having the entire floor. Stepping into the office, he didn't bother to glance back at her before issuing the command. "Close the door." The space was dominated by a makeshift desk. An old warehouse door balanced precariously on stacks of wooden fruit crates buried under mounds of paper. While some of the other floor bosses had begun using clattering adding machines, crowded with stiff brass buttons and spools of tape, Kaz handled all the Crow Club's tallies in his head. He kept ledgers, but primarily for the old man's benefit and to have something concrete to point to when accusing someone of cheating or when courting new investors. This was one of the major innovations Kaz had introduced to the gang. He'd offered ordinary shopkeepers and legitimate businessmen the opportunity to purchase shares in the Crow Club. Initially, they'd been deeply skeptical, certain it was some elaborate con, but he'd drawn them in with small, manageable stakes. He'd managed to amass enough capital to buy the crumbling old building, renovate it, and get the operation running. The early investors, so the tale went, had been richly rewarded. Inedge could never be certain which stories about Kaz were factual and which were carefully cultivated rumours he'd planted to serve his own purposes. For all she knew, he'd swindled some poor, honest merchant out of his entire life savings just to make the Crow Club flourish.
"I have a job for you," Kaz announced, flipping through the previous day's figures. Each sheet was committed to his memory with barely a glance. "What would you say to 4 million Kruge? That kind of money is more a burden than a blessing. My little Suli idealist," he said, the mockery plain in his gravelly voice. "Is a full stomach and an open road all you require? And a heart at peace, Kaz." That was the truly difficult part.
Now he laughed outright, a short, sharp sound as he moved toward the door to his cramped bedroom. "No chance of that. I'll take the cash. So do you want the money or not? You don't make a habit of handing out gifts. What's the task? An impossible job. Near certain death. Terrible odds. But if we somehow pull it off." He paused, his fingers resting on the buttons of his waistcoat, his gaze turning distant, almost wistful. It was rare to hear such raw excitement in his rough voice. "If we pull it off," she prompted. He grinned at her then, a smile that was sudden and startling as a crack of lightning, his eyes the deep, near black of strong coffee.
"We'll be royalty, Inedge. Kings and queens."
She replied, non-committally, pretending to inspect the edge of one of her knives, determined to ignore that disarming grin. Kaz was not some exuberant boy smiling and making grand plans with her. He was a dangerous player, always working an angle.
"Always," she reminded herself sternly. Keeping her eyes down, she busied herself straightening a stack of papers on the desk as Kaz shed his vest and shirt. She wasn't sure whether to be flattered or insulted that her presence seemed to warrant no second thought from him. "How long will we be away?" she asked, allowing herself a fleeting glance through the open doorway.
His frame was all corded muscle and old scars, adorned with only 2 tattoos, the dreg's crow and cup on his forearm, and above it a stark black R on his bicep. She'd never inquired about its meaning. It was his hands that captured her attention as he peeled off his leather gloves and dipped a cloth into the wash basin. He only ever removed them in these private rooms, and as far as she knew, only in her presence. Whatever infirmity he might be concealing, she could detect no visible sign of it, only slender, clever fingers suited for lock-picking, and a shiny rope of scar tissue from some forgotten street brawl. "A few weeks, perhaps a month," he answered, running the damp cloth under his arms and over the hard planes of his chest, water-tracing paths down his torso. For saint's sake, Inedge thought, feeling her cheeks grow warm. She'd shed most of her modesty during her time at the menagerie, but honestly, there were limits. What would Kaz say if she suddenly decided to undress and wash herself right in front of him? He'd likely just tell me not to drip on the desk, she thought, with an inward scowl. "A full month?" she said aloud. "Are you certain it's wise to go out while the black tips are this agitated? It's the necessary risk. On that note, find Jesper and Muzzin. I need them here before sunrise. And make sure Wylan is at the Crow Club tomorrow evening." "Wylan? If this is about a major score, just handle it." Inedge folded her arms. One moment he could make her flush with warmth. The next he stirred a cold fury in her veins. "Do you plan to explain any of this? When everyone is together?" He pulled on a clean shirt, pausing as he fastened the collar. "This isn't an order, Inedge. It's a job you can accept or refuse." A warning stirred within her. She risked her life daily in the twisting lanes of the barrel. She had killed for the dregs, stolen, brought down men both wicked and decent, and Kaz had never suggested any task was anything less than an obligation. That was the bargain she'd made when Per Haskell bought her indenture and freed her from the menagerie. So why did this feel different? Kaz finished with his buttons, shrugged into a charcoal waistcoat, and tossed something her way. It gleamed in the air, and she caught it deftly. Uncurling her fingers, she saw an enormous ruby tie pin, encircled by golden laurel leaves. "Sell it," Kaz said. "Who does it belong to? It belongs to us now. Who did it belong to?" Kaz remained silent. He took up his coat, brushing away dried mud. "Someone who should have known better than to set an ambush for me." "An ambush? You heard correctly? Someone actually caught you off guard." He met her eyes and gave a single nod. A thread of unease wound through her, tightening into a restless knot. No one outmaneuvered Kaz. He was the most formidable presence in the barrel's shadowy alleys. She depended on that. So did he. "It won't occur again," he stated. Kaz tugged on a fresh pair of gloves, took up his walking stick, and moved toward the door. "I'll return in a few hours. Move the decapple we took from Van Eck's estate into the vault. I believe it's rolled beneath my bed. Also, place an order for a new hat."
Please.
Kaz released a weary sigh as he prepared for the agonizing descent down 3 flights. Glancing back, he said, "Please, my dearest Inedge, jewel of my soul, would you grant me the favor of procuring a new hat?" Inedge gave a pointed look to his cane. "Enjoy the long walk down," she replied, then sprang onto the banister, sliding from one floor to the next, smooth as oil in a skillet. Kaz made his way along East Stave toward the harbour, moving through the opening stretch of the Barrel's gambling quarter. The notorious maze of cramped streets and narrow canals known as the Barrel was framed by 2 major waterways, East Stave and West Stave, each serving a distinct crowd. The buildings here stood apart from the rest of Ketterdam, larger, broader, daubed in every garish hue, clamouring for the attention of anyone passing by. The treasure chest, the Golden Bend, Weddell's riverboat. The finest betting halls lay farther north, in the prized district called the Lid, the segment of the canal nearest the docks, perfectly positioned to draw tourists and sailors fresh off the ships. But not the Crow Club, Kaz reflected, lifting his gaze to its black and crimson front. It had required considerable effort to draw tourists and thrill-seeking murchers this far south for amusement. Now the hour neared 4 bells, and crowds still milled thickly outside the establishment. Kaz observed the flow of people passing the portico's black columns, beneath the gaze of the tarnished silver crow with wings spread above the entrance. Bless the pigeons, he thought, bless every generous soul eager to lighten their purses into the Dreg's treasury and call it a night well spent. He spotted barkers out front, calling to potential patrons, offering free drinks, steaming coffee, and the most honest odds in all of Ketterdam. He acknowledged them with a tilt of his head and continued northward. Only one other establishment on the stave held any real significance for him, the Emerald Palace, Pekka Rollin's crowning achievement. The structure was painted a garish shade of green, adorned with plastic trees dripping with imitation gold and silver coins. It was a gaudy monument to Rollin's Kalish roots and his gang, the Dime Lions. Even the women dealing cards and managing chips were draped in shimmering emerald silk, their hair dyed a deep, unconvincing crimson to copy the style of women from the Wandering Isle. As Kaz walked by the emerald, he lifted his gaze to those counterfeit coins, allowing the fury to wash over him. He required that anger tonight, a stark reminder of what had been taken from him and what he aimed to reclaim. He needed it to steel himself for the audacious plan ahead. "Brick by brick," he whispered under his breath. Those 3 words were the sole dam holding back his wrath, stopping him from marching straight through those ostentatious gold-and-green doors, demanding a private word with Rollins and cutting the man's throat. Brick by brick. It was the vow that granted him sleep, the fuel for his daily grind, the charm that held his brother Geordie's ghost at a distance. A swift death was simply too merciful for a man like Pekka Rollins. Kaz observed the stream of patrons flowing in and out of the Emerald's entrance and spotted a pair of his own steerers. People he paid to tempt Pekka's clients further south with promises of better odds, larger payouts, and more attractive company. "Where did you just come from, looking so pleased with yourself?" one asked the other, their voice deliberately carrying. "Just left the Crow Club. Won 100 Kruge off the house in under 2 hours. "Is that so?" "Absolutely. Just came up the stave for a drink and to meet a pal. Why don't you tag along and we can all go together?" The Crow Club, who would have guessed? "Come on, my treat, drinks for everyone." They ambled away, laughing, leaving every eavesdropper around them to ponder if perhaps they should venture a few bridges down the canal to see if fortune might smile more brightly there. Kaz's faithful servant, Greed, leading them south like a pea-eyed piper. He meticulously rotated his steerers, swapping out their faces, so Pekka's hawkers and guards would never catch on, and client by client he bled the Emerald's business dry. It was merely one of the countless subtle methods he'd devised to grow his own strength by weakening Pekka's, diverting his shipments of Jurda, imposing tolls for access to Fifth Harbour, slashing rents to keep his properties vacant, and patiently, relentlessly unravelling the very fabric of the man's life. Despite the falsehoods he'd spun and the boasts he'd made to Giels earlier, Kaz was no street-born bastard. He wasn't even a native of Ketterdam. He'd been 9 years old, and Geordie 13 when they first set foot in the city, the proceeds from their father's farm sale carefully stitched into the lining of Geordie's worn coat. Kaz could still picture his younger self, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, clutching Geordie's hand so as not to be lost in the bustling crowd. He despised those boys. They had been 2 naive, easy marks, just waiting to be fleeced. But those children were gone, and only Pekka Rollins remained to face the reckoning. One day Rollins would kneel before Kaz, pleading for mercy. If Kaz succeeded in this job for Van Eck, that day would arrive far sooner than he'd ever dared to dream. Brick by brick, I will ruin you. Yet, if Kaz harboured any real hope of breaching the ice court, he required the perfect team, and the next hour's work would bring him nearer to securing 2 absolutely crucial pieces of that puzzle. He turned onto a walkway that ran alongside a narrower canal. Tourists and wealthy merchants preferred the brighter, busier avenues, so foot traffic here was lighter, allowing him to move more quickly. Soon the glow and cacophony of West Stave came into view, the waterway jammed with men and women from every walk of life and corner of the world, all in pursuit of a good time, Music drifted from open parlour doors, revealing men and women reclining on couches, dressed in little more than shimmering silk and gaudy jewellery. Above the canal, acrobats hung from cords, their lithe forms adorned only in glitter, while street musicians soared at their fiddles, hoping to earn a coin from the crowd. Vendors called out to the sleek private gondolas of wealthy merchants and the larger, broader boats ferrying tourists and sailors from the Lid. Plenty of those visitors never stepped inside the brothels of West Stave. They came simply to witness the spectacle of the crowd, which was a show all its own. It was common for people to explore this part of the barrel in disguise, concealed behind veils, masks, or heavy capes that revealed only a glint of their eyes. They purchased these costumes in specialty shops, tucked away from the main canals, sometimes vanishing from their companions for a day, a week, or, as long as their money lasted, they dressed as Mr. Crimson or the Lost Bride, or wore the grotesque, goggle-eyed mask of the madman, all figures from the comedy brute. Then there were the jackals, a boisterous band of men and boys who roamed the barrel wearing the red lacquered masks of Suli fortune-tellers. Kaz recalled the first time Inedge had spotted those jackal masks in a shop window. She couldn't hide her disdain. Genuine Suli fortune-tellers are uncommon. They are holy people. These masks, passed around like party favours, are sacred symbols. I've seen Suli tellers working their trade in caravans and on pleasure ships, Inedge. They didn't appear particularly holy to me. They are impostors, making themselves into clowns for you and your kind. My kind? Kaz had laughed. She waved a hand in disgust. Shivrati, she'd said. No nothings. They're laughing at you behind those masks, not at me, Inedge. I'd never waste good coin to have my future told by anyone, fraud or holy man. Fate has designs for us all, Kaz. Was it fate that tore you from your family and placed you in a pleasure house in Ketterdam?
Or was it just wretched luck?
I'm not certain yet, she'd replied coldly. In moments like that, he believed she might truly despise him. Kaz moved through the throng, a dark figure amid a riot of colour. Each major pleasure house had its specialty, some more overt than others. He passed the Blue Iris, the Bandicat, bearded men scowling from the windows of the Forge, the Obscura, the Willow Switch, the dewy-eyed blondes at the House of Snow, and, of course, the Menagerie, also called the House of Exotics, where Inedge had been made to wear counterfeit Suli silks. He saw Tante Helen in her peacock feathers and famed diamond choker holding court in the gilded parlour. She operated the menagerie, acquired the girls, ensured their compliance. When her eyes met Kaz's, her lips tightened into a sour line, and she raised her glass in a gesture that felt more like a threat than a toast. He disregarded her and continued on. The House of the White Rose stood as one of the more opulent establishments on West Stave. It boasted its own dock, and its gleaming white stone facade resembled a merchant's mansion more than a pleasure house. Its window boxes perpetually overflowed with climbing white roses, their dense, sweet scent clinging to this stretch of the canal. Inside the parlour, the perfume was even cloying. Massive alabaster vases, spilled over with more white roses, and men and women, some masked or veiled, others with faces exposed, waited on ivory couches, sipping pale wine and nibbling small vanilla cakes soaked in almond liqueur. The boy at the desk wore a creamy velvet suit with a white rose in his buttonhole. He had white hair and colourless eyes. Aside from the eyes, he looked like an albino, but Kaz happened to know he'd been tailored by a certain Grisha on the payroll to match the house's decor. Mr. Brecker, the boy said. Nina is with a client. Kaz gave a nod and slipped down a hallway behind a potted rose tree, fighting the urge to bury his nose in his collar to escape the overwhelming sweetness. Uncle Felix, proprietor of the White Rose, often boasted that the women in his establishment were as delightful as his flowers. The irony, of course, was lost on his patrons, the specific white rose cultivated there. The sole variety tough enough to endure Ketterdam's damp climate possessed no inherent fragrance. Each bloom was individually scented by hand. Kaz let his fingers drift over the wooden panels concealed behind a potted ficus, finding the hidden catch with his thumb. A section of the wall gave way, and he ascended a tight, spiralling staircase reserved for employees. Nina's quarters were on the 3rd floor. Finding the adjacent bedroom empty and its door ajar, Kaz slipped inside. He shifted a framed still life painting and leaned close to the wall. Such peepholes were a standard fixture in houses of this kind, serving as both a security measure for management and a source of cheap titillation for certain clients. Having witnessed too many desperate souls finding fleeting comfort in grimy alleyways, Kaz felt no such thrill anyway. Anyone hoping for a salacious show from this particular vantage point would be thoroughly bored. A small, bald man sat fully dressed at a round table covered in ivory, felt his hands resting quietly beside a pristine silver coffee set. Nina Zennick stood behind him, draped in the red silk kefta that proclaimed her a Grisha heartrender. One palm was pressed to his forehead, the other to the nape of his neck. She was statuesque, with a bold, generous shape. The pair were utterly still and silent, as if captured in a painting. The room contained no bed, only a narrow sofa where Nina slept each night. When Kaz had once questioned this arrangement, she'd shrugged and replied, "I don't want anyone getting ideas." "A man doesn't need a bed to get ideas, Nina." She'd batted her eyelashes dramatically.
"And what would you know about it, Kaz? Take those gloves off and we'll see what ideas come to mind." He'd merely fixed her with a flat stare until she looked away. He had no interest in trading barbs with Nina Zennick, and he was well aware the feeling was entirely mutual. Nina flirted on principle. He'd once seen her gaze longingly at a pair of boots in a shop window. Now, she and the bald man sat in profound silence as the minutes crawled by.
When the clock finally chimed the hour, the man stood and gently kissed her hand. "Go now," Nina intoned with grave solemnity. "Be at peace." Tears welled in the man's eyes as he kissed her hand once more. "Thank you." The moment the client's footsteps faded down the hall, Kaz emerged and rapped on Nina's door. She opened it a crack, the security chain engaged. "Oh," she said, her tone flat upon seeing him, "it's you." Her lack of enthusiasm was predictable. A visit from Kazbrecker was seldom a cause for celebration. She slid the chain free and let him enter as she shrugged off the red kefta, revealing a flimsy satin chemise. "Saints, I despise this thing," she grumbled, kicking the garment aside and pulling a worn dressing gown from a drawer. "What's the issue with it?" Kaz inquired. "The cut is all wrong, and the fabric itches." The kefta was a Kirch imitation, not a genuine Ravkan uniform, a mere costume. Kaz knew Nina never wore it in public. It was too dangerous for a Grisha. While her affiliation with the dregs offered some protection, that would mean little if she were ever shackled on a slaver ship bound for some unknown hell. Nina collapsed into a chair at the table, kicking off her beaded slippers and burying her toes in the thick white rug. "That's more like it," she sighed with deep relief. She snatched a petit four from the coffee tray and stuffed it into her mouth.
"What do you want, Kaz?"
She mumbled around the pastry.
"You have crumbs on your chest." "Don't care," she declared, taking another enormous bite. "I'm starving." Kaz shook his head, both amused and grudgingly admiring of how instantly Nina shed the persona of the mystical Grisha healer. She truly missed her calling in the theatre. Kaz inquired, "That was Van Oxter, the merchant, wasn't it?" Nina confirmed it was. His wife passed away a month back, and his affairs have been in disarray ever since. Now that he's seeking your services, should we anticipate an improvement? Nina didn't require a medical practice because her expertise lay in emotions. She traded in feelings of joy, tranquility, and self-assurance. While most Grisha corporalki concentrated on the physical, either to harm or to heal, Nina had sought employment that would allow her to remain in Ketterdam and avoid drawing unwanted attention. So rather than taking dangerous, high-paying work as a mercenary, she specialized in soothing techniques, slowing heart rates, easing breaths, relaxing tense muscles. She maintained a profitable side venture as a tailor, attending to the wrinkles and sagging skin of wealthy Kirch citizens, but her primary income derived from adjusting moods. Clients arrived feeling isolated, mourning, or inexplicably melancholy, and departed feeling uplifted, their worries temporarily softened. The results weren't permanent, but sometimes the mere semblance of cheer was sufficient to convince them they could endure another day. Nina attributed it to glandular influences.
but Kaz wasn't concerned with the mechanics as long as she appeared when summoned and paid Per Haskell his share promptly. "I suspect you'll notice a difference," Nina remarked. She polished off the final pastry, savouring the last crumbs from her fingers, then placed the tray outside her door and signalled for a maid. Van Arxter began his visits late last week and has returned daily since. Splendid, Kaz mentally noted to invest in some of the undervalued shares of Van Arxter's enterprise. Even if the man's improved disposition was solely Nina's doing, commerce would likely rebound. He paused before adding, "You alleviate his sorrow, lighten his burden, and so forth, but could you influence him to take an action? Perhaps make him forget his wife entirely, rewrite the connections in his mind."
Don't be ridiculous. The brain is merely another organ, Kaz stated, echoing Van Eck. True, but it's an exceptionally intricate one, directing or changing another person's thoughts. Well, it isn't like adjusting a heartbeat or releasing a compound to enhance someone's mood. There are far too many factors involved. No Grisha can accomplish such a thing. Not yet, Kaz thought to himself. So you address the symptom, not the root cause. She gave a slight shrug.
He's evading the grief, not confronting it. If I become his crutch, he'll never truly move past her death.
"Will you dismiss him then? Suggest he find a new spouse and cease haunting your doorway?" She drew a brush through her light brown hair and caught his gaze in the mirror. "Does Per Haskell have any intention of forgiving my debt? Absolutely none. Then Van Arxter must be permitted to mourn in his own fashion. I have another appointment in 30 minutes, Kaz. What do you need?"
Your client can wait. What have you heard about Jurda Param?
Nina shrugged again. "There are whispers, but they sound like pure fantasy to me. Aside from the elusive Council of Tides, the handful of Grisha operating in Ketterdam all knew one another and shared information freely. Most were fugitives from something, keen to avoid the notice of slavers or the Revkan authorities. They aren't just whispers, squalors achieving true flight, tide makers dissolving into mist, fabricators transmuting lead into gold." He retrieved the yellow lump from his pocket and tossed it to her. "It's genuine. Fabricators work with textiles. They tinker with metals and fabrics. They can't transform one substance into another." She held the nugget up to the light. "You could have obtained this anywhere," she said, repeating the very argument he had made to Van Eck hours before. Without waiting for an invitation, Kaz settled onto the plush settee and extended his injured leg.
Jurda Param is real, Nina, and if you're still the dutiful little Grisha soldier I believe you are, you'll want to understand what it does to people like us. She turned the gold over in her hands, then tightened her dressing gown around herself and curled up at the opposite end of the settee. Once more Kaz observed the shift in her demeanour. Within these walls she performed the role her clients expected, the composed Grisha exuding serene authority.
Yet in this moment, a flicker of the disciplined soldier he remembered surfaced, her curiosity piqued by the dangerous possibility he presented. Seated with her brow creased and her legs folded beneath her, she appeared exactly as she was, a 17-year-old girl, brought up in the protected opulence of the little palace, a long way from home and merely surviving each day. "Explain it to me," she insisted. Kaz began to speak. He omitted the finer points of Van Eck's offer, but he detailed the story of Bo Yul Bayer, Jurda Param, and the drug's dangerously addictive nature, stressing above all the recent theft of sensitive Ravkan military files. "If this is accurate," Nina stated, "then Bo Yul Bayer must be dealt with permanently. That isn't the assignment, Nina." This goes beyond Kruge, Kaz for Kaz. It was always about the Kruge. Yet he understood a different persuasion was needed. Nina's heart belonged to her homeland and its people. She still clung to faith in Ravka's future and in the Second Army, the Grisha elite force that had almost crumbled in the Civil War. Back in Ravka, Nina's friends believed her dead, lost to Fjerdan witch hunters, and she preferred that lie to remain. But Kaz was aware she dreamed of a return. "Nina, we are going to recover Bo Yul Bayer, and I require a corporalnik to manage it. I want you on the team."
Wherever he's holed up, once you locate him, keeping him alive would be the height of recklessness. My answer is no. He isn't in hiding. The Fjerdans are holding him at the ice court. Nina went still. Then he's already dead. The Merchant Council disagrees. They wouldn't be arranging this operation or posting such a reward if they believed he was neutralized. Van Eck was anxious. I could sense it. The Mercher you met? Correct, he insists. Their intelligence is solid.
If it's wrong, I'll absorb the loss. But if Bo Yul Bayur is alive, someone will attempt to break him out of the ice court. Why shouldn't that someone be us? The ice court, Nina echoed, and Kaz saw the connections forming in her mind. You don't just need a corporal, Nick, do you? No, I need someone with intimate knowledge of the court's layout. She sprang up and started to pace, hands on her hips, her dressing gown swirling. You're a real piece of work, you know that. How many times have I come to you pleading for help to free Matthias, and now that you need something, Haskell doesn't operate a charity. Don't blame the old man. She fired back. If you'd wanted to help me, you know you could have found a way. And what possible reason would I have for that? She spun to face him. Just because. When have I ever done anything without a price, Nina? Her mouth opened, then shut. Do you have any idea how many favors I'd need to cash in? How many bribes I'd have to pay to spring Matthias Helvar from a Fjerden cell? The cost was prohibitive, and now? She got out, her eyes still fiery. Now Helvar's freedom has value to you, it? He raised a hand to stop her. It has value to me. Nina pressed her fingers to her temples. Even if you could reach him, Matthias would never agree to assist you. It's simply a matter of finding the right pressure point, Nina.
You don't know him, don't I?
He's a man like any other, motivated by greed, pride, and suffering. You, of all people, should understand that. Helvar is motivated by honor and nothing else. You can't bribe or threaten that. That might have been the case once, Nina, but it's been a very long year. Helvar is not the same man. You've seen him? Her green eyes widened, full of a desperate hope. There it is, Kaz thought. The barrel hasn't crushed that spirit out of you yet. I have. Nina drew a shaky, deep breath. He wants his revenge, Kaz. That's what he wants, not what he needs, said Kaz. True leverage is knowing the distinction between the two. The queasy sensation in Nina's stomach had nothing to do with the rowboat's motion. She tried to take steady breaths, focusing on the receding lights of Ketterdam's harbour and the rhythmic sound of oars dipping into the dark water. Kaz shifted beside her, adjusting his mask and cloak as Muzzin propelled the rowboat forward with a grim, forceful rhythm. The small vessel cut through the fog, a damp, coiling blanket that clung to the water, carrying them toward the rocky shoals of Terengel and the looming spectre of Hellgate. The air was thick with the industrial scent of tar and machinery wafting from the distant shipyards of Impergem, layered with a far more disturbing odour, the cloying, sickly sweet smell of burning flesh from the reaper's barge. Nina pulled her cloak tighter, a shiver that had little to do with the cold. This city, Ketterdam, had a way of disposing of its poor that turned her stomach. Who would choose this? Muzzin, however, rode on with a cheerful, off-key hum. Nina knew him only vaguely, another enforcer from Kaz's world, a reminder of the dangerous path she was on. She avoided the Slat and the Crow Club precisely to steer clear of men like him, a habit Kaz labelled as snobbery. Let him think what he wants, she mused, her eyes tracing the powerful line of Muzzin's shoulders. Was he here just for the rowing, or was Kaz expecting a fight? Of course he was. They weren't paying a social call to a prison. They had met at the stroke of midnight in Fifth Harbour. Upon boarding, Kaz had thrust a bundle of blue silk into her hands, a cape and a matching veil, the traditional costume of the lost bride, favoured by thrill-seekers in the barrel for their nights of debauchery. Kaz himself was draped in a garish orange cape, a madman's mask resting on his head. Muzzin wore an identical get-up. The whole scene felt like a grotesque parody of a comedy brute farce. Just as Nina was about to demand an explanation for the ridiculous outfits, Kaz nudged her. "Veil down," he ordered, pulling his own mask into place. The long nose and bulging eyes became a monstrous silhouette in the mist. Then she saw them, other boats gliding through the fog, populated by ghostly figures in costumes, more madmen, brides, a Mr. Crimson, a scarab queen. What in the world were they all doing heading for a prison island? Kaz, naturally, had offered no details. When she'd pressed him back in the harbour, his reply had been a curt, "Get in the boat." He knew he held all the cards. Her desperate desire to free Matthias had overridden every shred of caution she possessed. For nearly a year she'd begged Kaz for this very chance. Now he was offering it, but the game had changed, and the stakes felt terrifyingly unknown. The island emerged from the gloom, a few lonely lights punctuating the overwhelming darkness and the roar of the surf. A simple bribe to the warden was beneath you, I suppose? Nina muttered to Kaz, her voice low. "Information is leverage," he replied flatly, his gaze fixed ahead. "I don't need him knowing he has something I want." The boat's hull grated against sand, and 2 men splashed forward to haul them further ashore. Other boats were landing in the same hidden cove, assisted by more rough-looking figures. Through the haze of her veil, Nina could make out the tattoos on their forearms, a feral cat curled into a crown, the mark of the Dime Lions. "Payment," one grunted as they climbed out. Kaz handed over a thick stack of krooge. After a quick count, the Dime Lion gestured them onward. They followed a trail of flickering torches up a rugged path to the prison's leeward side. Tilting her head back, Nina stared up at Hellgate. It was a brutal fist of black stone, punching up from the sea, its high towers lost in the night. She'd seen it from a distance once, when she'd paid a fisherman for a glimpse. When she'd pleaded to go closer, he'd refused, muttering about sharks grown mean and fat on convict blood. The memory sent a fresh chill down her spine. Ahead, a heavy door stood propped open, and another tattooed Dime Lion waved them through into the belly of the fortress. They stepped into a dim kitchen that was unexpectedly tidy, its walls crowded with massive tubs that seemed more fit for washing clothes than preparing meals. The air carried an odd scent, a mix of vinegar and sage. Nina considered that it resembled a merchant's kitchen. The Kirch held the belief that labour was a form of devotion. Perhaps the wives of merchants visited this place to scour the floors, walls and windows, paying homage to Gezen, the deity of toil and trade with soap water and the raw friction of their hands. Nina fought back a wave of nausea. They could scrub until their fingers bled. Underneath that clean fragrance lingered the permanent odour of mould, urine and bodies long unwashed. It would likely require a divine intervention to ever remove it. Moving through a damp entry hall, she assumed they would ascend to the cells, but instead they went through another doorway onto a lofty stone walkway bridging the primary prison to what appeared to be a separate tower. "Where are we headed?" Nina murmured. Kaz remained silent. A gust of wind rose, catching her veil and stinging her cheeks with salty mist as they crossed into the second tower, a shape detached from the shadows, and Nina almost let out a cry.
"Inej,"
she breathed, her voice unsteady. The Suli girl was dressed in the horned headpiece and high-collared tunic of a grey imp, yet Nina knew her instantly. No one else moved with that particular grace, as if the solid world were mere vapour and she was simply drifting through it. "How did you manage to get here?" Nina whispered to her. "I arrived earlier on a supply barge." Nina clenched her jaw. Do people treat Hellgate like some kind of amusement park, coming and going as they please?
"Once a week they do,"
Inej replied, her small imp horns nodding with her head.
"What do you mean, once a—"
"Keep your voice down," Kaz snapped. "Don't you shush me, Brecker," Nina whispered fiercely, "if it's this simple to stroll into Hellgate. The challenge isn't getting in, it's getting out. Now be quiet and stay sharp." Nina forced her anger down. She had to rely on Kaz to manage this scheme. He'd ensured she had no other option. They proceeded into a narrow corridor. This tower had a different feel from the first. Older, its crude stone walls darkened by years of torch smoke. Their Dime Lion escort heaved open a thick iron door and motioned for them to follow him down a sharp staircase. Here the stench of humanity and waste was stronger, sealed in by the damp, sweating moisture of salt water. They descended in a tight spiral, delving deep into the rock's core. Nina kept a hand on the wall. There was no railing, and though the bottom was invisible in the gloom, she was certain a fall would not be forgiving. The descent was brief, but by the time they reached their stop, she was shaking, every muscle coiled tight, less from the physical effort and more from the certain knowledge that Matthias was somewhere in this awful place. He is here. He is under this very roof. "What is this area?" she whispered as they hunched through cramped stone passages, passing dark alcoves sealed with iron bars. "This is the original prison," Kaz said. "When they constructed the new tower, they left this one standing." A low moan echoed from one of the cells. "They still hold prisoners here, only the most dangerous ones." She glanced between the bars of an empty cell. Shackles hung on the wall, stained with rust and what could have been old blood. Then, through the stone, a sound reached Nina's ears, a rhythmic pounding beat. At first she thought it was the sea, but then she recognized it as chanting. They entered a curved tunnel. To her right were more ancient cells, but light flooded the passage from uneven archways on the left, and through them she caught sight of a boisterous, shouting crowd. The dime lion guided them along the tunnel to the third arch, where a prison guard in a blue and grey uniform stood watch, a rifle hanging on his back. "4 more for you," the dime lion yelled over the noise. Then he turned to Kaz. "If you need to exit, the guard will summon an escort. No one goes wandering off without a guide. Clear, absolutely, wouldn't consider otherwise," Kaz said from behind his absurd mask. "Enjoy the show," the dime lion said with a nasty smirk. The prison guard waved them through. Nina passed beneath the arch, and the world shifted into a grotesque dream. They stood on a narrow stone balcony overlooking a rough, circular pit. The old tower had been carved out to form this crude arena, its black walls, the only remnants of the former prison, the roof gone so the cloudy, starless night sky loomed above. It felt like standing inside the rotten core of a giant, long-dead tree, the air vibrating with echoes. All around her, masked figures packed the tiered ledges, stomping their feet in rhythm with the violence below. Torch flames danced along the walls, and the sand of the floor was stained a dark, wet crimson. Before a shadowy tunnel entrance, a thin, bearded man in chains stood beside a large wooden wheel painted with crude images of small creatures. He had the build of someone once powerful, now reduced to sagging skin and wasted muscle. Beside him stood a younger man wearing a mangy lion skin cape, the beast's head forming a hood, a gaudy gold crown fixed between its ears, its eye sockets gleaming with polished silver coins. "Spin it!" the younger man barked. The prisoner raised his manacled hands and shoved the wheel into motion. A red pointer clicked merrily along the edge as it spun, the sound absurdly cheerful before the wheel gradually slowed to a halt. Nina couldn't decipher the symbol, but the crowd roared and the prisoner's posture collapsed as a guard stepped forward to unlock his shackles. He flung the chains into the sand, and a second later Nina heard it, a deep rumbling growl that cut through the crowd's hungry cheers. The man in the lion skin and the guards scrambled onto a rope ladder and were yanked up to a safe ledge as the prisoner snatched a pitifully small blade from a heap of bloody tools in the sand. He retreated until his back was nearly against the far wall. The creature that emerged from the tunnel was unlike anything Nina had ever witnessed. It was a reptile, its bulky form armoured in dull grey-green scales, its head broad and flat with slitted yellow eyes. It moved with a deceptive, sluggish grace, its low body slithering across the ground. A crusted white residue ringed its wide mouth, and when it opened its jaws to emit another roar, a frothy, wet substance dripped from its pointed fangs. "What is that?" Nina whispered, a cold knot forming in her stomach. "A desert lizard," Inedge replied quietly. "Its venom is fatal. It doesn't look very fast." "No," Inedge said. "It doesn't look that way at all." With a desperate shout, the prisoner charged, knife thrust forward. The lizard moved in a blur. One moment it was there, the next it had shifted across the arena. In a heartbeat, it slammed into the man, knocking him to the ground with a force that stole Nina's breath. It pinned him. its poisonous drool spattering his face, each drop sizzling and smoking on contact with his skin. The creature settled its full weight with a horrific cracking sound and began slowly tearing into the man's shoulder as he writhed and screamed. The crowd erupted in jeers and boos. Nina turned her face away, her stomach churning. "What is this place? Welcome to the Hell Show," Kaz said, his voice devoid of warmth. Pekka Rollin's brainchild, sold to a very receptive member of the Merchant Council a few years back. The council knows about this. Obviously, Nina, there's profit in it. His tone was so dismissive, so casually cruel, that Nina's hands clenched into fists, her nails biting half-moons into her palms. She knew Pekka Rollin's name, of course. He was the unofficial monarch of the Barrel, proprietor of multiple gambling dens from the opulent to the squalid, and several upscale brothels. The memory of her own arrival in Ketterdam surfaced, unbidden. A year ago, she had been utterly alone, without a single coin or friend in this ruthless city. The initial week in Ketterdam was consumed by the legal proceedings against Matthias, a blur of courtrooms and testimony. Once her official part was concluded, the authorities deposited her at First Harbour with barely enough coin for a ticket back to Ravka. The pull of home was a physical ache, but abandoning Matthias to rot in Hellgate was unthinkable. Adrift and penniless, she was a target. Word of a new Grisha healer in the city travelled fast, and Pekka Rollins's dime lions found her at the docks, offering shelter and security. They escorted her to the garish opulence of the Emerald Palace, where Pekka himself applied his considerable pressure, urging her to join his gang and set up shop at the sweet shop. Terrified of the slavers prowling the streets, and truly desperate, she was on the verge of accepting. That very night, salvation arrived not through the door, but through the window. Inej Gaffer, a girl barely younger than herself, slipped into Nina's top-floor room with a proposition from Kaz Brecker. The sheer impossibility of the climb, 6 stories of rain-slicked stone, was overshadowed by the terms she carried. The Dregs offer was starkly more reasonable than Pekka's, a contract she could realistically pay off in a couple of years with careful management. Kaz had sent the perfect envoy. Inej was Suli, had Ravkan roots, and spoke of a brutal year indentured at the menagerie with a quiet, simmering fury. "What's Per Haskell like?" Nina had asked her.
"He's typical for the Barrel,"
Inej had replied. "And Kaz Brecker?" "He's a liar and a thief with no conscience to speak of," Inej said without hesitation. "But he honours his deals." The conviction was palpable. "He bought your indenture? There's no true freedom here, only favourable terms. Tante Helen's girls never work off their debts. She ensures it. Kaz persuaded Haskell to pay mine. I would have died there. You could still die with the Dregs," Nina pointed out. Inej's eyes hardened in the dim light. "Perhaps. But it will be on my feet with a blade in my hand." By morning, with Inej's help, Nina vanished from the Emerald Palace. She met Kaz Brecker, and despite his glacial demeanour and those ever-present gloves, she shook hands and joined the Dregs, taking a room at the White Rose. The choice was vindicated almost immediately. Less than 48 hours later, a girl was found strangled in her bed at the sweet shop by a client dressed as Mr. Crimson, who was never caught. Her trust in Inej had been well placed, though at this particular moment, simmering in the filth of the Crow Club, fury at the whole wretched city was her primary emotion. She watched dime lions jab at the sated desert lizard with long poles, herding it back into its tunnel with its grotesque, swaying gait. The crowd's boos rained down as arena guards collected the smoking remains of the prisoner. "Why are they complaining?" Nina spat. "Isn't this the spectacle they paid for? They wanted a show," Kaz said flatly. "They expected him to put up more of a fight. It's vile." Kaz merely shrugged, a gesture of pure amoral calculus. "The only vile part is that I didn't devise it first. These aren't slaves, Kaz. They're inmates. They're murderers, rapists, and thieves and swindlers."
"Your professional colleagues. Nina, darling. They volunteer," he countered, his voice dripping with sarcastic reason. "They queue up for the privilege. The rewards are better rations, private quarters, Liquor, Jurda, visits from the West Stave. It's a perk system. Musen cracked his knuckles beside them. Sounds better than the digs at the slat. Nina's gaze swept over the screaming betting crowd.
The prisoners of Hellgate might volunteer, but the real profits, she knew, flowed directly into Pekka Rollins's coffers. The entire enterprise was a gilded nightmare, and she was now a reluctant resident within it. Nina's voice was tight with dread. "Tell me Helvar isn't fighting down there." "We didn't come for the pleasant atmosphere," Kaz replied, his tone utterly insufferable. Nina shot him a venomous look. "Careful," she warned.
One flick of my wrist and you'll be regretting that attitude in a very personal way. Easy there. I'm fond of these pants, Kaz said, unmoved. And if you tamper with my insides, Matthias Helvar will spend the rest of his days in permanent darkness. Nina exhaled sharply, her anger with no clear target. She felt a gentle touch on her arm. "Nina," Inej began softly. "Don't." Nina cut her off. "Just don't. It will be all right. Let Kaz handle this. It's what he's good at. He's monstrous."
But he gets results. Getting angry at Kaz for being cruel is like getting angry at fire for burning. You know exactly who he is. Nina hugged her arms tightly around herself. "I'm upset with you too, you know. With me. What for? I haven't decided yet, but I am." Inej's fingers briefly closed around Nina's, and after a heartbeat, Nina returned the pressure. The next bouts passed in a blur. She had tried to prepare herself for this moment for seeing him again, here, in this pit of savagery. She was Grisha, a soldier who had witnessed horrors. This should not undo her. But when Matthias stepped from the shadowy tunnel into the arena's harsh light, every lie she'd told herself shattered. She knew him immediately. For a year, his face had been the last thing she pictured before sleep. The arch of his brows, the severe line of his jaw, it was him. Yet Kaz had spoken true. Matthias was transformed. The young man who now scanned the roaring crowd with pure, unadulterated hatred was alien to her. Her mind flashed to their first meeting in a misty Kalish forest under a sliver of moon. His beauty had felt like a personal affront. In some other story, he might have been her rescuer, a radiant figure with hair like wheat and eyes the colour of Arctic ice. But she had recognized the truth in his speech and in the revulsion that twisted his features whenever he looked at her. Matthias Helvar was Driskeller, a Fjerdan witch hunter sworn to capture and kill Grisha. To her, he had always looked like a warrior saint cast in gold. Now he looked precisely like what he was, a killer. His bare chest seemed forged from metal, and he appeared larger, as if his very skeleton had been reforged. His skin, once the colour of honey, was now a sickly pale beneath the dirt and sweat. His hair, that glorious, thick, golden mane worn long in the Fjerdan style, was gone, shaved crudely against his scalp. Even from the stands she could see the nicks and cuts from a careless razor, patches of blonde stubble left behind like a botched harvest, and yet a terrible, undeniable beauty remained. He glared at the spectators, then slammed a hand against the selection wheel, sending it spinning wildly. Tick, 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 snake, tiger, bear, boar, the wheel spun, slowed and settled. No. Nina breathed, seeing where the needle pointed. Could be worse. Musen offered with a shrug. Remember the desert lizard last week? Her hand shot out, gripping Kaz's forearm through his cloak. She felt the coiled tension in his muscles. You have to stop this now. Remove your hand, Nina. His voice was a low, gravelly threat. She let go. Please, you don't understand.
He can't. If he lives, I pull him out of here tonight. But this fight is his to win.
Nina shook her head in furious despair.
You don't see it?
Below, a guard unlocked Matthias's shackles. The chains fell into the sand. The announcer scrambled up a ladder to safety, but Matthias did not move. He stood perfectly still, a statue of defiance, even as the gate crashed open. 3 wolves poured from the tunnel, a snarling, tumbling mass of fur and teeth racing toward him. At the final possible instant, Matthias dropped low, using the first wolf's momentum to hurl it aside. He rolled through the dirt, his hand closing around the hilt of a blood-caked knife left in the sand from the last fight. He surged upright, the blade extended in a defensive stance, yet Nina could feel the hesitation radiating from him. His head tilted slightly, those blue eyes holding a silent, desperate appeal as if he were attempting to communicate with the two wolves pacing around him. Whatever unspoken bargain he was trying to strike, it failed. The wolf to his right charged. Matthias dropped into a crouch, pivoting with a brutal efficiency that drove his knife deep into the animal's underside. A pained yelp cut the air, and Matthias flinched visibly at the sound, a delay that proved costly. The third wolf was already upon him, its weight slamming him onto the gritty sand, teeth piercing his shoulder. They tumbled together in a furious struggle. As the wolf's jaws snapped shut, Matthias caught them with his bare hands. With a raw, straining effort, he forced them apart, the muscles in his arms standing out in sharp relief, his expression a mask of grim determination. Nina couldn't bear to watch and shut her eyes tight. A horrible, wet crack echoed, followed by the crowd's explosive roar when she looked again. Matthias was kneeling over the wolf, its jaw hanging at a sickening angle as it convulsed weakly in the sand. He seized a heavy rock and brought it down once, hard. The creature went limp, and Matthias's own frame seemed to collapse inward with the act. The spectators howled their approval, stamping their feet in a frenzied rhythm. Only Nina understood the true price he was paying, remembering he had once been a Druskel. To his people, wolves were sacred creatures, bred for war alongside their massive horses, loyal companions who fought beside their masters. The first wounded wolf had regained its footing and was now stalking him again. "Move, Matthias, please," she begged silently. He pushed himself up, but his movements were leaden, drained. His heart was clearly not in this brutal contest. These were lean, wild grey wolves, distant kin to the majestic white wolves of the Fjerda North. Disarmed, Matthias held only the blood-smeared rock. The remaining wolf paced between him and the scattered weapons, then lowered its head, baring yellowed fangs. Matthias dove to the left. The wolf followed, its teeth finding purchase in his side. He landed with a heavy grunt, and for one terrifying moment, Nina believed he might just surrender and let the beast end it. Instead, his hand swept frantically through the sand until his fingers closed on the heavy shackles that had bound him. In one fluid, desperate motion, he looped the chain around the wolf's throat and pulled with every ounce of his strength, the tendons in his neck standing out like ropes. His bloodied face was buried in the animal's coarse fur, his eyes squeezed shut, his lips moving rapidly against its pelt. Was it a Driscoll prayer? A final apology? The wolf's hind legs kicked futilely at the ground, its eyes wide with a terror that showed white against its dirty coat. A thin, high whine escaped it, and then it was over. Both lay motionless. Matthias kept his eyes closed, his face still pressed into the fur. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, the ladder clattered down, and the announcer bounded into the pit, hauling Matthias upright and thrusting his arm into the air in victory. After a sharp nudge, Matthias finally lifted his head. Nina's breath caught, tracks of tears cut through the grime on his cheek. The fury that had once burned in him was extinguished, leaving behind something far more chilling. His eyes, usually like the cold North Sea, were now utterly vacant, stripped of all warmth and humanity. This was Helgate's work, and it was her doing. The guards moved in, roughly pulling the chain from the dead wolf's neck and clamping the shackles back onto Matthias's wrists. As he was dragged away, the crowd chanted, dissatisfied, screaming for more. "Where are they taking him now?" Nina asked, her voice unsteady. "To a cell to sleep it off," Kaz replied flatly. "But his wounds, who will tend to them? They have medics. We wait until he's alone." I could heal him, the thought sprang, unbidden, but a darker, mocking voice rose within her. "Don't be an idiot, Nina. No healer can fix what you broke in that boy. You made certain of that." The passing minutes felt like embers scorching her nerves as she waited. The others observed the next match, Muzen with eager intensity, cracking his knuckles and predicting the winner. Inedge, motionless as carved stone, Kaz, as unreadable as ever, his mind churning behind that grotesque mask. Nina focused on steadying her breath, willing her heart to slow, but the chaos in her mind refused to quiet. Eventually, Kaz nudged her shoulder. "Time to go, Nina. Start with the guard." She looked toward the prison guard stationed by the arch.
How down? It was common, barrel slang. How much damage should he take? Shut eye, render him unconscious, but leave him unharmed. They trailed Kaz back to the entry arch. The audience remained fixated on the combat below, paying them no mind. "Require an escort?" The guard inquired as they neared. "I've got a question," Kaz stated. Under her cloak, Nina raised her hands, feeling the rhythm of the guard's blood, the expansion of his lungs. "About whether those stories about your mother are actually true."
Nina sensed the guard's heartbeat spike and exhaled in frustration. "You just can't do things the simple way, can you?" The guard moved forward, raising his weapon. "What was that? I." His eyes grew heavy. "You shouldn't." Nina slowed his pulse, and he slumped forward. Muzen caught him before he hit the ground, as Inedge swiftly wrapped him in the cloak Kaz had worn seconds before. Nina wasn't entirely shocked to see Kaz now dressed in a prison guard's uniform underneath.
Was asking for the time really too boring an option?
Nina muttered. "And how did you get that outfit?" Inedge fitted the madman's mask over the guard's face, and Muzen slung an arm around him, propping him up like a man who'd overindulged. They left him slumped on a bench against the rear wall. Kaz adjusted his uniform sleeves. "Nina, people happily defer to anyone in a sharp uniform. I own Stadwatch gear, harbour patrol attire, and the livery of every merch mansion on the Geldstraat. Move out." They slipped into the passage. Rather than retracing their steps, they moved counterclockwise around the ancient tower, the arena wall to their left thrumming with shouts and stomping feet. Guards posted at each arch gave them only cursory glances, though a few nodded at Cass, who kept his head down, collar high, walking at a determined clip. Nina was so lost in her own worries that she almost didn't notice Kaz raising a hand to halt. They had reached a curve between two archways, shrouded in deep shadow. Up ahead, a medic was exiting, a cell flanked by guards, one holding a lantern. "He'll be out till morning," the medic said. "Get some fluids into him at dawn and check his eyes. The sleeping draught I gave him was strong." As the men moved off the opposite way, Kaz signalled his crew forward. The door set into the rock was heavy iron, featuring only a narrow slot for meal delivery. Kaz worked the lock. Nina stared at the brutal iron door. "This place is downright medieval." "The top fighters usually bunk in the old tower," Kaz answered. "It keeps them separate from the general population." Nina glanced to either side where vivid light poured from the arena entrances. Guards stood in those doorways, perhaps distracted, but all it would take was one turning his head. If they were discovered here, would the guards bother with a Stadwatch trial, or just toss them into the ring to face a tiger?
Or something even more absurd, she thought grimly. A horde of irritated prairie dogs. It took Kaz only a few rapid heartbeats to pick the lock. The door groaned open and they slipped inside. The cell was utterly dark. A moment later, the cool green glow of a bone light shimmered to life beside her. Inedge held the small glass sphere upward. The substance within was made from the dried, powdered bodies of bioluminescent fish from the ocean's depths.
The bone lights were a familiar sight in the barrel, favoured by those who preferred not to be caught unawares in the shadows, but couldn't be troubled with carrying a lantern. As her vision cleared in the dimness, Nina noted the cell was stark and freezing, yet surprisingly free of grime. A stack of horse blankets and 2 buckets sat against the wall, one with a blood-stained rag draped over its edge. This was the prize the inmates of Hellgate fought over, a bit of privacy, a blanket, fresh water, and a waste bucket. Matthias lay with his back to the cold stone, his face already puffing up in the bone light's eerie glow. Someone had slathered a pungent calendula salve on his injuries. Nina started forward, but Kaz's hand closed on her arm, halting her. "Let Inedge evaluate him first," he said. I can handle it, Nina protested. I need you focused on Muzen, Kaz countered. Inedge passed Kaz the crow-headed cane she'd concealed beneath her grey imp disguise and knelt beside Matthias, bonelight in hand. Muzin stepped into the faint glow, shedding his cloak shirt and the madman mask. His head was shaved, and he wore standard prison trousers. Nina glanced from the unconscious Driscoll to Muzin, understanding dawning. They shared a similar height and build, but the resemblance stopped there. You can't be serious about swapping them, she said. He's not here for his wit, Kaz replied flatly. You need to replicate Helvar's injuries. Inedge, what's the list? Bruised knuckles, a chipped tooth, 2 broken ribs, Inedge reported. 3rd and 4th on his left side. His left or yours? Kaz asked. His left, Inedge confirmed. This will never work, Nina argued, frustration edging her voice. I can mimic the physical damage, but I'm not a skilled enough tailor to make Muzin's face resemble his. Just follow the plan, Nina.
I wouldn't trust you to hand me a glass of water without poisoning it, Kaz. She studied Muzin's features. Even with swelling, he won't pass for Matthias. Tonight, Kaz explained, his tone shifting to one of dark, theatrical amusement, Matthias Helvar, or rather our stalwart Muzin here, is going to appear to come down with firepox, the nasty lupin strain.
Tomorrow, when the guards find him so blistered and pustuled, he's a horror show. They'll quarantine him for a month to wait out the fever and the contagion. Meanwhile, the real Matthias will be long gone. Understood? You want me to simulate firepox symptoms? Exactly. And be quick about it. In roughly 10 minutes, this place is going to become exceptionally lively. Nina stared at him, a knot of dread forming in her stomach. What chaos was he orchestrating now? Whatever I do won't hold for a month. I can't induce a real lasting fever. My contact in the infirmary will ensure he remains convincingly ill. We only need him to survive the initial examination. Now, get started. Nina looked Muzin over. This will hurt every bit as much as if you'd been in that brawl yourself, she warned. He clenched his jaw, nodding. I can manage. With a resigned sigh, she raised her hands, focusing her power. A sharp slicing motion of her right hand over her left was followed by the audible crack of Muzin's ribs. He groaned, folding in on himself. There's a brave lad, Kaz said, his voice dripping with a sarcastic praise that felt utterly misplaced in the grim cell, taking it like a true gladiator. Do the knuckles next, then the face niner, meticulously painted bruises and cuts across Muzin's hands and arms, matching Inedge's descriptions.
I've only seen drawings of firepox,
she admitted, recalling textbooks from her anatomy training at the Little Palace. Consider yourself fortunate, Kaz said grimly. Now, speed it up. Drawing from memory, she worked on Muzin's face and chest, swelling the skin, raising angry blisters and weeping pustules until his features were utterly obscured. The large man let out a low moan. Why would you ever agree to this? Nina whispered almost to herself. The distorted flesh of Muzin's face seemed to twitch, and she imagined he was attempting a smile. The pay was right, he mumbled through swollen lips. Nina sighed. Of course. In the barrel, what other reason was there? Ever Kaz rapped his cane sharply against the stone floor. Enough, Nina. Stop stirring the pot. If Helvar plays his part, he and Muzin walk free when this is over. That's the deal. And if he refuses, then Helvar goes right back in his cage. Muzin still collects his coin, and I'll be buying him a very expensive breakfast at the Cooperum to celebrate our continued misery. Can I get waffles? Muzin grunted from the cot. We'll get a tower of waffles, Kaz replied flatly, and a barrel of whiskey. If this plan fails, no one will want to see me without a drink in hand. Are you done, Nina? With a nod from Nina, Inedge stepped forward to begin wrapping Muzin's limbs, transforming him into a convincing double. Good, Kaz said. Now get Helvar up. Nina knelt beside Matthias as Kaz held the eerie bonelight aloft. Even unconscious, his expression was strained, pale eyebrows drawn tight. Her fingers traced the bruised line of his jaw before she pulled them back, fighting the impulse to stay there. Leave the face alone, Nina, Kaz instructed. I need him functional, not handsome. Patch him up just enough to walk. I don't need him lively enough to cause us problems. Pushing the blanket aside, Nina began her work. Just another patient, she told herself firmly. She was used to these midnight summons from Kaz, tending to injured dregs who couldn't risk a real doctor, girls with knife wounds, boys with shattered bones or bullets buried deep, casualties of run-ins with the Stadwatch or rival crews. Pretend it's Mosen, she coached herself, or Big Bolliger.
You don't know this boy at all.
And that was the truth. The boy she remembered might have been the foundation, but something entirely different had been constructed on top of it. She placed a light hand on his shoulder. "Helva," she said. No response. "Matthias." A sudden tightness gripped her throat, tears pressing hot behind her eyes. She leaned down, brushing a kiss against his temple. She was aware of Kaz and the others watching, knew she was making a spectacle of herself. But after all this time he was finally here, and so utterly shattered. "Matthias!" she whispered again, her voice breaking. "Please, wake up." His eyes fluttered open, hazy and that familiar, startling blue. "Nina?" His voice was rough, but still held the warmth she remembered. "Saints, Matthias?" she breathed. His knuckles grazed her cheek, then his calloused hand rose to cradle her face. Tentative and full of wonder. "Nina? Is it really you?" Tears spilled over. "Shh, it's me. We're getting you out of here." In a blur of motion, his hand seized her shoulders and slammed her down onto the cold stone. "Nina," he snarled, his voice thick with fury, then his fingers locked around her throat. Part 2. Servant and lever. 7. Matthias. The dream had him again, her. In every dream he was the hunter. Sometimes the chase wound through spring meadows, but mostly it was across the endless ice, weaving past boulders and deep crevasses, with instinctive grace. He always pursued, and he always caught her. In the righteous dreams, he threw her down and squeezed the life from her, watching vengeance flood his heart as the light left her eyes. Finally, in the wretched dreams, he kissed her. Those were the worst in them. She never fought. She'd laugh, as if the whole chase were a delightful game, as if she'd known he'd capture her all along, as if there was nowhere she'd rather be than pinned beneath him. She was warm and willing in his arms. He would kiss her, bury his face in the sweet curve of her neck. Her curls would tickle his cheeks, and in that moment he felt that if he could just hold on, every pain, every betrayal, every horrible memory would simply dissolve.
"Matthias!"
She would sigh, his name a gentle whisper on her lips. Those dreams were a poison. Waking from them, he despised himself almost as much as he despised her. To know he could betray his vows, betray his country all over again, even in his sleep. To know that some corrupted part of him still yearned for her after everything she had done. It was unbearable. Tonight's dream was particularly vile. She was draped in blue silk, finer than anything he'd ever seen her wear. A sheer veil was tangled in her hair, catching the lamplight like captured drizzle, diesel. She smelled incredible, like wild flowers and salt air, a scent that cut through the prison stench of his reality. It was a cruel, perfect detail his sleeping mind had conjured, making the betrayal feel all the more complete. The damp, mossy chill of the cell remained, but now it was layered with a scent of luxury, expensive roses, and something exotic his untrained nose couldn't place. Nina's soft lips brushed his temple, and he was almost certain he felt the wet warmth of tears. "Matthias." He managed a ragged breath. "Nina." "Oh, saints, Matthias," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please wake up." Then consciousness crashed over him, and he was certain he'd lost his mind. She was here, kneeling beside his cot in this stone box, her hand a gentle weight on his chest. "Matthias, please." That pleading tone, he'd dreamed it. In some dreams she begged for mercy. In others she begged for something else entirely. His hand rose, fingers tracing the impossible softness of her cheek. He'd once laughed at that very softness, calling it the skin of a pampered creature, no real soldier. He'd mocked the lush curves of her, furious at his own body's traitorous response. Now his palm cradled the warm curve, his thumb brushing a stray strand of her hair. So beautiful, so devastatingly real, it was a cruel joke. Then he saw the bloody bandages on his own hands, and the pain arrived in a roaring tide. The ache of cracked ribs, the throbbing in his knuckles, the sharp edge of a chipped tooth he'd been worrying with his tongue. The coppery taste of old blood filled his mouth. The wolves! They'd made him kill wolves. This was reality. Nina. Tears shimmered in her sea-green eyes, and a hot wave of fury drowned his confusion. She had no right to them, no right to pity him. "Shh, Matthias," she soothed.
"We're getting you out." What fresh game was this? What new elaborate cruelty? He'd just learned the brutal rules of survival in this hellhole, and now she arrived to shatter his hard-won peace. With a snarl, he surged forward, flipping her onto the cold stone. His knees pinned her arms, his hands locking around her throat. He knew better than to let Agrisha's hands stay free. "Nina," he gritted out, her fingers scrabbled against his grip. "Which?" he hissed, leaning close.
He watched her eyes widen, her face flush. "Beg me," he demanded, the words a venomous whisper. "Beg me for your worthless life." A sharp click sounded behind his ear. Hands off her. Helvar. The voice was gravelly, and the cold circle of a gun barrel pressed into his neck. Matthias didn't bother to look. "Go ahead and shoot," he spat. He dug his fingers deeper into Nina's throat. Nothing would steal this moment from him. Nothing. Traitor, witch, abomination. The old hatreds chanted in his mind, but softer, weaker voices whispered other words. Beautiful, charmed one, Rode Fettler, little red bird for the colour of her Grisha robes, the colour she adored. He squeezed harder, trying to silence that pathetic, lingering part of himself. "If you've actually lost your mind, this is going to be a lot tougher than I thought," the raspy voice commented. There was a faint whoosh, and then a wrenching, pinpoint agony exploded in his left shoulder as if he'd been struck by a tiny iron fist. His entire arm went numb and useless. He grunted, toppling forward, but a strong hand fisted in the collar of his shirt and hauled him backward. A boy stood before him, dressed in a guard's uniform. His eyes were dark and sharp, a pistol in one hand and a walking stick in the other. The stick's handle was carved into the shape of a crow's head, its beak cruelly pointed. "Get hold of yourself, Helvar. We're breaking you out. I can do to your leg what I did to your arm, and we'll drag you, or you can walk out on your own 2 feet. No one gets out of Hellgate." Matthias growled, cradling his deadened arm. "Tonight they do," the boy stated flatly. Matthias struggled to sit up, his mind reeling. "You can't just walk me out. The guards will recognize me," he snarled.
"I didn't survive the fights, just to be hauled off to Jell knows where with you? You'll be wearing a mask. If they check, they'll be too busy to check," the pale boy said, a faint, grim smile touching his lips. And then, as if on his command, the screaming began. Matthias's head jerked up. From the direction of the arena came a thunderous roar of footsteps, cresting like a violent wave, as a panicked crowd burst into the passage outside his cell.
The clamour of guards shouting was quickly swallowed by the roar of a big cat and the trumpeting of an elephant. "You let them out?" Nina said, her voice trembling with a disbelief that might have been genuine or just another act. He wouldn't look at her. Looking at her would shatter the fragile grip he had left on what was real. Jesper was supposed to wait for the 3rd bell, argued the pale, sharp-faced boy. A small girl with dark hair and rich bronze Suli skin, a bandage-wrapped figure leaning heavily against her shoulder, answered from the corner. "It is 3 bells, Kaz." The boy, Kaz, glanced irritably at his wristwatch. "Since when does Jesper care about being on time? On your feet, Helvar?" A black-gloved hand was thrust toward him. Matthias only stared. This had to be a dream, the most bizarre one he'd ever had, or perhaps the act of killing his own pack tonight had finally broken his mind. He had murdered family. No amount of whispered prayer for their wild souls could ever balance that scale. He looked up at the pale demon, offering his hand. Would this Kaz lead him out of this nightmare, or simply into a different circle of hell? Choose, Helvar. Matthias took the boy's hand. If this was real, and not some fevered illusion, he would find a way to escape whatever snare these creatures had laid. He heard Nina exhale sharply. Was it relief or frustration? He pushed the thought aside. He would reckon with her later. The small, bronze-skinned girl draped a heavy cloak over his shoulders and settled a hideous, beak-nosed mask onto his head. The corridor outside his cell was pure bedlam. A tide of costumed revellers shoved and screamed, fleeing the arena. Guards had their pistols drawn. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed off the stone. Dizziness washed over him, his side throbbing, his left arm a dead weight. Kaz gestured toward a distant archway on the right, signalling they should move against the current of the crowd and back into the arena itself. For a wild moment, Matthias considered doing the opposite, plunging into that mob, forcing his way up the staircase to the docks and onto the first boat he saw. And then what? There was no time for plans. He took a step and was instantly yanked backward. Boys like you weren't meant to get ideas, Helvar, Kaz said, his voice a dry rasp. That staircase is a bottleneck. You think they won't lift that mask to see your face before they let you pass? Scowling, Matthias let Kaz's hand at his back steer him as they pushed through the panicked crowd. If the passage was chaos, the arena was a masterpiece of madness. Hyenas bounded over the viewing ledges. One was already worrying at a body in a crimson cape. An elephant charged the stadium wall in a cloud of dust and a bellow of rage. He spotted a white bear and one of the great spotted jungle cats from the southern colonies crouched in the shadows, lips peeled back from its teeth. He remembered the snakes in their cages and hoped this Jesper had at least possessed the sense to leave those locked. They dashed across the sands where he had fought for scraps of privilege for half a year. But as they neared the tunnel, the massive desert lizard came pounding toward them, more dripping with foaming venom, its thick tail whipping the ground. Before Matthias could even flinch, the bronze girl had vaulted over the creature's back and buried two gleaming daggers deep beneath the armor of its scales. The lizard gave a shuddering groan and collapsed. A strange pang of sorrow struck Matthias. It was a monstrous thing, and he'd never seen a gladiator survive its charge until now he mentally corrected. The girl's daggers were definitely worth noting. He'd assumed they would cross the arena and try to lose themselves in the stands. Maybe make a desperate rush up a different set of stairs, past whatever guards were posted. Instead, Kaz led them down the tunnel, past the rows of now empty cages, the air thick with the smell of hay, fear, and blood. The cages were repurposed prison cells, now housing whatever unfortunate creatures the Hell Show's masters had acquired that week, retired circus animals, sick farm stock in a pinch, wild things snatched from woods and fields. As they hurried past the open doors, Matthias caught the glint of yellow eyes watching from the dark, and then they were gone. He swore at his numb arm and his empty hands. He was nearly helpless. Where was this Kaz taking them? They wound past a wild boar tearing into a fallen guard and a spotted cat that spat and arched its back but kept its distance. Then, cutting through the thick smell of animals and filth, he caught the sharp, clean scent of salt water. He heard the steady crash of waves. His foot slid, and he felt the stones under him were wet. He was farther into the tunnel than he'd ever been allowed. It must lead to the sea. Whatever Nina and her crew planned, they truly were leading him out from the depths of Hellgate. In the greenish glow from the orbs carried by Kaz and the bronze-skinned girl, he saw a small boat tied up ahead. A figure sat in it, but the man raised a hand and waved them on. "You're early, Jesper," Kaz said, pushing Matthias toward the boat. "I was on time. For you, that's early. Next time you want to impress me, send a note. The cages are open, and I secured your boat." This is where a thank you is customary.
"Thank you, Jesper," Nina said. "You're very welcome, lovely. See, Kaz, that's how polite people manage things." Matthias was barely listening. Feeling was prickling back into the fingers of his left hand. He couldn't take them all. not wounded and unarmed, but only Kaz and the boy in the boat. Jesper seemed to have firearms. Unfasten the rope, neutralize Jesper, he'd have a gun and control of the boat.
And Nina can stop your heart before you've even grabbed an oar, he told himself. So shoot her first, put a bullet through her heart, wait long enough to see her fall, and then leave this place forever. He could do it, he was certain. All he required was a moment's diversion. The bronze girl stood just to his right. She barely came up to his shoulder. Even injured, he could shove her into the water without losing his balance, or truly hurting her. Toss the girl, secure the boat.
Disable the shooter. Kill Nina. Kill Nina. Kill Nina. He drew a sharp breath and lunged at the bronze girl. She sidestepped as if she'd expected it, casually catching her heel behind his ankle. Matthias hit the stones with a heavy thud and a pained grunt. "Matthias," Nina said, moving forward. He scrambled back, almost tumbling into the water. If she touched him again, he'd lose all control. Nina stopped the hurt plane on her face. She had no right to it.
"Clumsy, this one," the bronze girl said flatly. "Put him under." "Nina," Kaz ordered. "Don't," Matthias pleaded, panic rising. "You're foolish enough to tip the boat over. Stay away from me, witch." Matthias snarled at Nina. Nina gave a stiff nod, with pleasure. She raised her hands, and Matthias felt his eyelids grow leaden as she pulled him down into blackness. "Kill you," he slurred. "Sleep well." Her voice was a predator, tracking his every step. It pursued him into the dark. Later, in a windowless room hung with black and crimson, Matthias sat silently as the pale, odd boy spoke his strange words. Matthias knew monsters, and one look at Kaz Brecker had told him this was a being who had lingered too long in shadows. He'd brought something back with him when he'd clawed his way into the light. Matthias could feel it, clinging to the air. He knew others mocked Fërdon's superstitions, but he had always trusted his instincts. Or he had, until Nina.
That had been one of the cruelest results of her betrayal, the way it had made him question his own judgment. That doubt had nearly destroyed him in Hellgate, where gut feeling was everything. Matthias had known the name Kaz Brecker from prison, whispers, each one more chilling than the last. They spoke of a criminal prodigy, utterly ruthless and without a moral compass. The nickname Dirty Hands followed him, a testament to the belief that no act was too vile if the price was right.
Now this living legend sat before him, calmly outlining a plan for treason. "No," Matthias corrected himself bitterly. "For me it would be treason again." He kept his gaze locked on Brecker, painfully aware of Nina's presence across the room. The ghost of her rose perfume lingered in his senses, a sharp floral taste on his tongue, as if he had swallowed the memory of her. He'd awakened, bound to a chair, in what appeared to be a disused gambling den. Nina must have roused him from the unnatural sleep she'd forced upon him. She stood there with the bronze-skinned girl, while the lanky boy from the ferry, Jesper, perched in a corner with his knees tucked up. Another boy with coppery curls doodled idly on a scrap of paper atop a round card table, occasionally chewing his thumb. The table was draped in crimson velvet, its surface patterned with repeating black crows. Leaned against a wall of glossy black lacquer was a wheel, reminiscent of the one from the Hell Show arena, but marked with unfamiliar symbols. A nagging suspicion told him Nina had tended to his wounds while he was unconscious, a notion that turned his stomach. He would have preferred the honest ache of a clean injury to any taint of Grisha healing. Then Brecker began to speak, of a substance called Jurda Param, of a king's ransom in reward money, and of the sheer insanity of attempting to breach the ice court. Matthias couldn't discern truth from fabrication, and ultimately it didn't matter. When the demon finished his pitch, Matthias's reply was a single, flat word. "No." "Try to see this from our perspective, Helvar," Brecker said, his tone almost reasonable.
Being knocked out and waking up tied to a chair isn't the most cordial introduction, I'll grant you, but you left us with little choice. Open your mind to the opportunity. You could have approached me on bended knee with flowers in your hair, and my answer would be unchanged. You do realize I can have you back in your Hellgate cell before sundown? Once our friend Musen is comfortably in the infirmary, swapping you back in will be simple. By all means, do it.
I look forward to sharing your fairy tale with the warden. What makes you think you'll be returning with the ability to speak? Kaz, that's enough, Nina interjected. Let him try, Matthias said, his voice cold. He would not betray his homeland a second time. I warned you, Nina murmured. Don't pretend you know a single thing about me. Witch, he snarled, his eyes never leaving Brecker. He refused to even glance in her direction. Jesper unfolded himself from his corner. Outside the grim light of Hellgate, Matthias could see him clearly now, skin the rich brown of Zemini soil, contrasted by startlingly pale grey eyes. He was built with the awkward grace of a wading bird. We need him, Jesper stated plainly. Trying the ice court without a guide is suicide. We'd be walking in blind. A harsh laugh escaped Matthias. You can't break into the ice court, period. It's not just a building.
It's a fortress, Fjerdan's ancient heart, the seat of every king and queen we've ever had. It holds our greatest treasures and our holiest relics. It is impenetrable.
Everyone wants something, Helvar. Brecker pressed, undeterred. Surely a zealot like you can appreciate a righteous cause. Fjerda thinks it's captured a dragon, but it can't control the beast. Once Bo Yul Bayur recreates his formula, Jorda Param will flood the markets.
It's only a matter of time before others learn to make it. It will never reach that point. Yul Bayur will face justice. If he is found guilty, he will be executed. Guilty of what exactly? Nina's question was soft, but it carried a dangerous edge. Crimes against the people, Matthias replied, the old doctrine rising easily to his lips. Which people, she pressed, the anger in her voice a tightly coiled spring. Natural people, he said, the words feeling hollow even as he spoke them. People who live in accordance with the world's true order, not those who warp its laws for their own power. Nina let out a sound of pure, exasperated disbelief. The others merely watched their expressions, a mixture of amusement and pity for the poor, deluded Fjerdan and his antiquated convictions. The silence that followed was thick with the unspoken divide between their worlds, a chasm as vast and cold as the northern seas themselves. Brum had cautioned Matthias that the world teemed with liars, hedonists, and faithless souls. This room felt like a gathering place for the worst of them. You're not seeing the bigger picture, Helvar, Brecker countered. Another crew could reach Yul Bayur before us. The Shu, possibly the Ravkans, each with their own motives. Old grudges and border wars mean nothing to Kirch. The Merchant Council only cares about commerce, and they want to ensure Jorda Parim stays a whispered myth and nothing else. So, smuggling a band of criminals into the heart of Fjerda to abduct a prized prisoner is an act of patriotism. Matthias sneered. I doubt the lure of 4 million Kruge changes your mind, Matthias scoffed. You can drown in your money for all I care. Then a notion struck him, repulsive, savage. But the single idea that might let him return to Hellgate with a settled spirit, even if he lost his voice forever. He strained against his restraints, fixing his gaze on Brecker. I'll propose a trade. I'm listening. I won't join you, but I'll provide you with a layout of the court that should get you past the initial guard post and your price for this helpful information. I don't want your coin. I'll give you the plans for free. The words tasted like ash, but Matthias forced them out. If you let me kill Nina Zenik. The small bronze-skinned girl made a sound of pure revulsion, her disdain palpable, while the boy at the table ceased his sketching, his jaw going slack. Kaz, however, showed no surprise. If anything, he appeared gratified. Matthias felt a cold certainty that this demon had anticipated every move. I can offer you something better, Kaz said. What could possibly be better than vengeance?
There is nothing else I desire. I can make you a Druskel once more. Are you a sorcerer, then? Some wish-granting spirit? I may be superstitious, but I'm not a fool. You can manage to be both, but that's beside the point.
Kaz reached into his dark coat. Here, he said, handing a folded paper to the bronze girl.
Another demon. This one moved with a ghostly quiet, as if she'd wandered in from some other realm and nobody had thought to send her back.
She held the document up for him to read. It was written in both Kirch and Fjerdan. He couldn't decipher the Kirch text. He'd only picked up fragments in prison. But the Fjerdan was unmistakable. As his eyes scanned the page, Matthias's heart began to hammer. In light of new evidence, Matthias Benedict Helvar is granted full and immediate pardon for all charges of slave trafficking. He is released on this day with the apologies of the court and will be provided transport to his homeland or a destination of his choosing with all possible haste, and the sincere apologies of this court and the Kirch government. What new evidence? Kaz reclined in his chair. It seems Nina Zenik has retracted her testimony. She will now face charges for perjury. Now he did look at her. He couldn't help it. The memory of the bruises he'd left on her slender throat surfaced. He told himself to be glad of them. Perjury? What sentence does that carry? Zenik, 2 months, she murmured. 2 months? Now he laughed, a harsh grating sound that shook his frame as if it were a toxin seizing his muscles. The others watched him with wary eyes. Just how unhinged is he? Asked Jesper, fingers tapping restlessly on the pearl handles of his revolvers. Brecker gave a slight shrug. He's not what I'd call stable, but he's our only option. 2 months. She'd likely spend it in some comfortable detention centre, charming every guard into bringing her pastries and plumping her cushions. Or perhaps she'd simply persuade them to let her pay a fine that her wealthy Grisha handlers back in Ravka would cover without a second thought. She's not to be trusted, you realize? He said to Brecker. Whatever secrets you hope to pry from Bo Yul Bayur, she'll hand them straight to Ravka. Let me concern myself with that, Helvar.
You hold up your end, and the secrets of Yul Bayur and Jurda Param will be with the people most capable of ensuring they remain nothing more than whispers. 2 months. Nina would serve her sentence and go back to Ravka 4 million Kruj wealthier, likely forgetting he ever existed. Yet, if this pardon was genuine, then he could also return home. Home. He'd fantasized about breaking out of Hellgate countless times, but he'd never seriously considered what came after.
What kind of life awaited him beyond those walls? Branded a slaver. He could never go back to Ferda. Even if he could stomach the shame, he'd spend every day as a fugitive from the Kirch government, a man with a target on his back. He knew he could scrape by in Novi Zem, but to what end? This was something else entirely. If the demon Brecker was telling the truth, Matthias would get to go home. The ache for it coiled tight in his chest. To hear his native tongue, to see familiar faces again, to taste the sweet almond paste of a semler, to feel the sharp northern wind howling across the ice. To go back and be received without the weight of disgrace. With his name restored, he could resume his life as a Driscoll, and the price would be betrayal. What if Bo Yul Bayur is already dead? He asked Brecker. Van Eck is certain he's not. But how could some Kirch merchant truly grasp Fjerdan ways? If a trial hadn't happened yet, it would, and Matthias knew exactly how it would end. His people would never release a man possessing such dangerous knowledge. But what if he is Brecker? You still get your pardon. Even if their target was already dead, Matthias would have his freedom. But at what cost? He'd made errors before. He'd been foolish enough to trust Nina. He'd shown weakness, a shame he would carry forever. He'd paid for that stupidity in blood and misery, in the relentless stench of Hellgate. And those crimes were minor, the acts of a naive boy. This was far worse, to betray the secrets of the Ice Court, to walk his homeland again. Knowing every step was an act of treason, could he do it? Brum would have laughed in their faces and shredded that pardon. But Kaz Brecker was clever. He clearly had connections. What if Matthias refused, and against all odds, Brecker and his crew still found a way into the Ice Court and stole the shoe scientist? Or what if Brecker was right, and another nation got there first? It sounded like Param was too addictive to be of real use to Grisha. But what if the formula fell into Ravkan hands, and they found a way to refine it? To make Ravka's Grisha, its second army, even more powerful. If he was part of this mission, Matthias could ensure Bo Yul Bayur never drew another free breath outside the Ice Court's walls, or he could arrange for a convenient accident on the journey back to Kirch. Before Nina, Before Hellgate, he never would have entertained the thought. Now he found he could make this compromise. He would join the demon's crew, earn his pardon, and once he was a Driscoll again, Nina Zennick would be his first priority. He'd hunt her in Kerch, in Ravka, in whatever dank corner of the world she believed would hide her. He would track Nina Zennick down and make her pay in every conceivable way. Death would be a mercy. He'd have her locked in the bleakest cell in the ice court, where she'd never know warmth again. He'd play with her as she'd played with him. He'd dangle salvation before her, only to yank it away. He'd offer moments of false affection and petty kindnesses, then withdraw them. He would relish every tear she shed, replacing the memory of her sweet, floral scent with the bitter salt of her sorrow. Even with that dark promise to himself, the words tasted foul when he finally said, "I'll do it." Brecker gave Nina a knowing wink, and Matthias wanted to smash his teeth in. "After I've delivered a lifetime of suffering to Nina, I'll come for you next." He had hunted witches. How much harder could it be to kill a demon? The bronze-skinned girl folded the paper and passed it to Brecker, who tucked it inside his coat. Matthias watched, feeling as if an old companion he never expected to see again was disappearing into a sea of strangers, and he was helpless to stop it. "We're cutting you loose," Brecker announced. "Let's hope prison hasn't stripped you of your wits or your courtesy." Matthias gave a stiff nod, and the girl with the knife began slicing through the ropes.
"You're already acquainted with Nina?"
Brecker went on. "The one freeing you is Inedge, our wraith and the finest spy in the business. Jesper Fahy is our sharpshooter, Zemini by birth, but try to look past that. And this is Wylan, the top demolitions man in the barrel." "Rasky is better," Inedge remarked quietly. The boy glanced up, his reddish gold hair falling across his forehead, and spoke for the first time. "He isn't better. He's careless. He knows his craft." "So do I." "Barely," Jesper cut in. "Wylan's still green," Brecker conceded. "Of course he's green. He looks about 12, Matthias shot back. "I'm 16, Wylan muttered, his tone defensive. Matthias wasn't convinced. 15, more likely. The kid didn't even seem to need a razor. At 18, Matthias guessed he was probably the oldest one here. Brecker's gaze held a weary weight, but he couldn't be older than Matthias himself. For a moment, Matthias truly studied the group surrounding him.
What sort of crew was this for a job so dangerous?
Treason would be the least of their worries if they all wound up dead, and only he understood just how deadly this venture could become.
"We should bring Rasky,"
Jesper insisted. "He stays cool when things get hot."
"I'm not comfortable with this."
Inedge agreed. "I didn't ask for your comfort," Kaz replied. "Besides, Wylan isn't just handy with flash powder. He's our safety net."
"Against what?"
Nina pressed.
"Meet Wylan Van Eck," said Kaz Brecker, as the boy's face flushed a deep scarlet. "Jan Van Eck's son and our collateral for 30 million Kruge." Jesper stared at Willen. "Naturally, you're a merch prince." He let out a loud laugh. That clears up a lot. He knew he ought to be furious with Kaz for withholding yet another crucial detail, but in that moment he was simply enjoying the spectacle of Wylan Van Eck's identity exploding through the room like a startled horse, bolting through a stable.
Wylan was beet-red and humiliated. Nina looked both shocked and annoyed. The Fjerdan just appeared bewildered. Kaz seemed thoroughly satisfied with himself, and predictably Inedge didn't show a flicker of surprise. She collected Kaz's secrets and guarded them closely. Jesper tried to brush aside the sting of envy that thought brought. Wylan's mouth opened and shut, his throat tight. "You knew?" he asked Kaz, voice thick with misery. Kaz leaned back in his chair, one knee bent, his bad leg stretched out before him. "Why do you imagine I've kept you employed? I'm good with explosives. You're adequate with explosives. You're exceptional as a hostage." It was a harsh thing to say, but that was Kaz, and the barrel was a far crueler instructor than Kaz could ever be. At least this explained why Kaz had been funneling jobs to Wylan and handling him with kid gloves. "It doesn't change anything," Jesper said. "We should still take Rusky and leave this little merchling under lock and key in Ketterdam.
I don't trust Rusky. And you trust Wylan Van Eck? Jesper asked, disbelief colouring his words. Wylan doesn't have the connections to do us real harm. Don't I get a vote in this? Wylan protested. I'm sitting right here. Kaz lifted an eyebrow. Ever had your pocket picked, Wylan? Not that I'm aware of. Ever been jumped in an alley? No.
Dangled off a bridge with your head in the canal water?
Wylan blinked. No, but ever been beaten so badly you couldn't stand? No. Why do you think that is? It's been 3 months since you walked out of your father's mansion on the Geldstraat. Why do you suppose your time in the barrel has been so charmed? Lucky, I guess? Wylan offered feebly. Jesper let out a short laugh. Kaz is your luck, Murchling. He's kept you under Dreg's protection, though honestly, until now, none of us could see the point, given how little you seemed to offer. It was confusing, Nina agreed. Kaz never does anything without a reason, Inedge said quietly. Jesper leaned forward. So why leave your father's place? Wylan's reply was clipped. It was time. Are you an idealist? A romantic? Some kind of revolutionary? Or just a fool? Nina offered. Nobody picks the barrel if they've got a real choice.
I'm not without skills, Wylan insisted. Rasky might be the better explosives expert. Inage started. I've been inside the ice court with my father for an embassy function. I can help with the layout. There you go, layers, Kaz said, his gloved fingers drumming the crow's head of his cane. And I'm not leaving our only piece of leverage against Van Eck, sitting pretty in Ketterdam while we head north. Wylan comes.
He's decent with demo, and he's got a steady hand for drawing, all those expensive lessons paid for something. Wylan's cheeks flushed, a deeper red. Jesper shook his head in amusement. Let me guess, you play piano as well? The flute, Wylan replied, a touch defensive. Perfect. And since Wylan has actually laid eyes on the ice court, Kaz went on, he can help verify your story, Helvar. The Fjerdan's expression darkened into a furious scowl, and Wylan looked slightly queasy.
Don't sweat it, Nina said. The glare won't actually kill you. Jesper noticed how Matthias's shoulders tensed every time Nina spoke. Whatever bad blood was between them, he figured they'd tear each other apart long before reaching Fjorda. Rubbing his tired eyes, Jesper felt the weight of lost sleep and the adrenaline crash from the prison break. Now his mind was racing at the thought of 30 million Kruge. Even after Per Haskell took his cut, that was 4 million apiece.
What could he possibly do with that much money? He could almost hear his father's voice. Land yourself in a pile of trouble twice as deep. Saints, he missed him. Kaz's cane tapped sharply on the polished floor. Get out your pen and some decent paper, Wylan. Let's put Helvar to work. Wylan reached into the satchel by his feet, retrieving a slender roll of butcher paper and a polished metal case holding a costly-looking pen and ink set. How fancy, Jesper remarked.
A nib for every possible mood. Start talking, Kaz ordered the Fjerdan. Rent stew? Matthias fixed Kaz with a blazing glare. It was almost entertaining to watch that formidable scowl meet Kaz's cold, predatory stare. Finally, the Fjerdan shut his eyes, drew a long breath, and began, his words slow and strained. The ice court sits on a bluff above Djurholm's harbour. It's built in rings, like the growth rings of a tree. First, the ring wall, then the outer circle.
That circle is split into 3 sectors. Past that is the ice moat, and at the very centre, the White Island. Wylan started to sketch. Jesper peered over his shoulder. Doesn't look much like a tree, looks more like a layered cake. Well, it is a bit like a cake, Wylan said, his tone defensive. The entire structure is built on a rise. Kaz motioned for Matthias to continue. The cliffs can't be climbed, and the northern road is the sole way in or out.
You'll face a guarded checkpoint before you even reach the ring wall. 2 checkpoints, Wylan corrected. When I was there were 2. See, Kaz said to Jesper. Marketable skills. Wylan is keeping you honest, Helvar. Why? 2 checkpoints, Inedge asked. Matthias stared at the dark walnut floorboards. It's harder to bribe 2 separate sets of guards. Security at the court is always built with redundant fail-safes. If you get that far, Helvar.
If we get that far, Kaz corrected. The Fjerdan offered the slightest shrug.
If we get that far, the outer circle is divided into 3 sectors: the prison, the Driscoll compound, and the embassy. Each has its own gate in the ring wall. The prison gate is always operational, but it's under constant armed watch of the 2 remaining gates. Only one is ever active at a time. Jesper wanted to know how they decided which one to use.
The schedule shifts every week, and the guards don't find out their assignments until the night before their shift. Maybe that works in our favour, Jesper suggested. If we can identify which gate is inactive, it might be less protected. Matthias quickly corrected him. There are always at least 4 guards stationed, even at a closed gate. Jesper shrugged that off, confident they could manage 4 guards. But Matthias shook his head, explaining the real problem. The gates themselves weigh thousands of pounds and can only be raised from inside the guardhouses. Even if you could lift one, activating an unscheduled gate would trigger the Black Protocol. The entire ice court would seal itself shut, and their position would be instantly revealed. A quiet tension settled over the group. Jesper shifted in his seat, and judging by the looks on the others' faces, they were all thinking the same thing. What exactly have we signed up for? Only Kaz appeared undisturbed. Put all of that in the notes, Kaz instructed, tapping the paper. Then he turned to Matthias. Helvar, you'll need to explain the alarm system mechanics to Wylan later. Matthias frowned, admitting he didn't understand the specifics, just that it involved a network of cables and bells. Tell him, whatever you do know, Kaz pressed. Now, where are they holding Bo Yulbayo? Reluctantly, Matthias stood and moved toward the plans taking shape under Wylan's pen. He moved as cautiously as if he'd been told to pet a rattlesnake. He pointed to a spot on the paper. Probably here in the prison sector. The maximum security cells are on the top floor. That's where they keep the worst offenders, assassins, terrorists, Grisha. Nina interjected. Exactly, Matthias replied grimly. Jesper couldn't help but comment. You 2 are really going to make this job a delight, aren't you? Most crews take a week to start getting on each other's nerves, but you 2 are already champions. They both shot him identical scowls, to which Jesper just grinned. Kaz, however, kept his focus on the plans. Bo Yulbayor isn't dangerous, at least not in that way, he mused. I doubt they'd keep him mixed in with the general prison population. I think they'd keep him in a grave, Matthias stated flatly. Operate on the assumption he's alive, Kaz countered.
He's a high-value prisoner they won't want snatched before a trial. Where would that be? Matthias studied the blueprint. The outer buildings encircle the ice moat. At the very centre of the moat is the White Island, housing the Treasury and the Royal Palace. It's the most secure location in the entire ice court. Then that's where he'll be, Kaz concluded. A humorless, sharp-toothed grin spread across Matthias's face. A grin Jesper recognised from the inmates of Hellgate.
Then your mission is impossible, Matthias said. There is no way a band of foreigners reaches the White Island. Don't look so smug, Helvar, Kaz replied coolly. If we don't get in, you don't get your pardon. Matthias merely shrugged. I can't alter the truth. The ice moat is monitored from multiple guard towers on the island and from the lookout atop the Elder Clock. It's impassable except via the glass bridge, and you can't set foot on that bridge without proper clearance.
Fringkeller is coming, Nina said quietly. Be silent, Matthias snapped at her. Please don't, Kaz said, a dry edge to his voice. Fringkeller. The day of listening, when new Druskel are initiated on the White Island, Matthias's knuckles turned white. You have no right to speak of such things. They are sacred. They're facts, Kaz stated plainly. The Fyrdan royals host a massive celebration with international guests, and a lot of the entertainment is imported directly from Ketterdam.
What kind of entertainment? Kaz asked. Actors, dancers, a comedy brute troupe, and the top performers from the pleasure houses on West Stave, Nina listed. I thought Fjordans didn't go in for that sort of thing, Jesper remarked. Inedge's lips curved slightly. You've never seen Fjordan soldiers on the staves? I meant when they're at home, Jesper clarified. Nina gave a dismissive wave. It's the one day these people actually remember how to smile. They put the gloom away and let loose.
And honestly, only the Druskel live like they're in a permanent state of penance. A proper celebration doesn't require barrels of wine and indecent displays, Matthias argued, his face flushing. Nina fluttered her dark lashes at him with exaggerated innocence. Darling, you'd miss a party if it walked up, handed you a slice of cake, and put a party hat on your head. She turned her attention back to the schematics spread before them. The embassy gates will be wide open. Perhaps we shouldn't plan a break-in at all. Maybe we just stroll right in with the entertainers. This isn't some carnival sideshow, Kaz stated flatly. It won't be that simple. All visitors are screened for weeks before they ever reach the ice court grounds. Matthias insisted. Every person entering that embassy will have their documents examined, then examined again. The Fjerdans are not careless. Nena arched an eyebrow. Well, not every single one of them?
Leave it be, Nina,
Kaz cut in.
We need him cooperative. When is this festival? It's tied to the seasons, Nina explained. The spring equinox. That's in a fortnight, Inedge observed quietly. Kaz tilted his head, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the room. Scheming face, Jesper whispered to Inedge. She gave a slight nod. Without a doubt. Is the Kirch delegation attending? Kaz asked. Nina shook her head. I haven't heard a whisper about it.
Even if we travel directly to Djurholm, Inage reasoned, the journey will take nearly a week. There isn't enough time to forge papers or build a cover story that would survive real inspection. We aren't using the embassy entrance, Kaz declared. You always strike where the mark isn't paying attention.
Whose mark? Wylan asked, genuinely confused. Jesper let out a loud, delighted laugh.
Saints above, you are a rare treasure.
The mark? The pigeon? The easy target? The fool you're planning to rob? Wayland straightened his shoulders. His pride stung. I may not have had your particular street education, but I'm quite certain I know a great many words that you don't. Also the correct method for folding a linen napkin and the steps to a minuet. Don't forget your flute playing. Truly vital skills. Murchling. Absolutely vital. Nobody dances the minuet anymore, Wylan muttered, crossing his arms. Kaz settled back in his chair. What's the simplest method to take a man's wallet? Hold a blade to his neck, Inedge offered. A pistol to his spine. Jesper suggested. A toxin in his drink, Nina chimed in. You're all dreadful, Matthias sighed. Kaz dismissed them with a glance. The simplest method is to inform him you're after his pocket watch. You seize his focus and point it exactly where you want it. The Hringkella Festival will do that work for us.
The ice court will have to shift its guards to watch the guests and shield the royal family. They can't have eyes on every corner at once. It's the ideal moment to extract Beau Yule Bayur. Kaz's gloved finger tapped the diagram on the prison gate. Recall what I said at Hellgate, Nina. It's difficult to catalogue all your pearls of insight. At a prison, they aren't concerned with who's arriving. Their worry is over who might try to leave. His finger moved to the adjacent sector.
At the embassy, they won't care who's departing, only who's attempting to enter. We go in through the prison and we come out through the embassy. Helvar, does the elder clock work? Matthias nodded. It sounds every 15 minutes. It's also used to raise the alarms. Is it reliable? Naturally. Superior Fjerdan craftsmanship, Nina said, her tone dripping with false sweetness. Kaz paid her no mind. Then we'll use the elder clock to synchronize our movements.
Will we go in dressed as guards? Wylan inquired. Jesper couldn't hide his skepticism. Only Nina and Matthias actually speak Fjerdan. I speak Fjerdan, Wylan objected. Classroom Fjerdan, correct? I'd wager you speak it about as well as I speak to Elk. Speaking to Elk is likely your first language, Wylan mumbled under his breath. We go in as ourselves, Kaz said, as convicts. The prison is our welcoming committee. Let me be sure I understand this, Jesper said, leaning forward. You want us to willingly get ourselves thrown into a Fjerdan cell? Isn't that the exact situation we usually run from? Criminal personas are flexible. It's one of the few benefits of belonging to the disreputable class. At the prison gate, they'll be tallying inmates by name and offence, not inspecting travel documents or verifying diplomatic papers. After all, nobody volunteers for a cell, Jesper remarked. Nina hugged her arms close. The idea of being trapped in a Fjerdan prison makes my skin crawl. Kaz gave his sleeve a flick, and 2 slim metal rods slid into view between his fingers. They rolled across his knuckles before disappearing again. "Lockpicks," Nina guessed. "Leave the cells to me," Kaz replied. Inej considered the thought aloud. "Strike where the mark isn't watching." "Exactly," Kaz said. "And the ice court is just another mark, a big, pale pigeon waiting to be plucked."
"Will Yule Buyer come with us willingly?" Inej asked. Kaz explained that Van Eck had shared the code word the Kirch Council gave Yule Buyer during their initial attempt to extract him from Shuhan, Seshoya. It would signal they were sent by Kirch. Willen tried the word awkwardly. "What's it mean?" Nina kept her eyes on the floorboards. "Heartsick," she said quietly. "This is possible," Kaz stated, "and we're the crew to pull it off."
Jesper felt the atmosphere in the room shift as the idea took root. It was a faint change, but he knew the feeling from the gambling tables that instant when a player realizes a winning hand might be within reach. A restless energy buzzed through him, equal parts dread and thrill. Perhaps Matthias sensed it as well, because he crossed his massive arms and warned, "You have no concept of what you're facing." "But you do, Helvar. I want you studying the ice court layout every waking hour until we depart. No detail is too minor. I'll be checking in." Inej ran a finger over the rough diagram Wylan had drawn, a set of nested circles. "It really does resemble tree rings," she observed. "No," Kaz corrected. "It looks like a target. We're finished here," Kaz announced to the group. "I'll send word once I've secured a ship, but be prepared to sail by tomorrow night." "So soon?" Inej asked. "We don't know what weather we'll face, and it's a long voyage. Ringkala is our best opportunity to reach Bo Yul Bayur. I won't risk missing it." Kaz needed space to think through the scheme taking shape in his head. He could see the broad strokes, their point of entry, their escape route, but the plan he was envisioning meant travelling light, without their usual tools and backups. That introduced more variables and far more opportunities for failure. Keeping Wylan Van Eck along at least ensured they could collect their payday, but it wouldn't be simple. They hadn't even left Ketterdam, and Wylan already seemed utterly overwhelmed. He wasn't much younger than Kaz, yet he appeared almost childlike, soft-featured and wide-eyed, like a silky-eared pup thrown into a pit of battle-hardened hounds. "Keep Wylan out of trouble," Kaz told Jesper as he dismissed them. "Why me?"
"You're unfortunate enough to be standing right here, and I don't want any last-minute father-son reunions before we cast off." "You don't need to worry about that," Wylan said. "I worry about everything, Murchling. It's how I've stayed alive, and you can keep an eye on Jesper too." "On me," Jesper protested. Kaz slid aside a dark wood panel and unlocked the concealed safe behind it. "Yes, you." He counted out 4 neat stacks of Kruge and handed one to Jesper. "That's for bullets, not bets."
Wylan, make sure his feet don't accidentally wander into a gambling hall on the way to buy ammunition. Understood? "I don't need a babysitter," Jesper retorted. "Call it a chaperone. If you want him to wash your diapers and tuck you in at night, that's your affair."
He ignored Jesper's offended look and distributed Kruge to Wylan for explosives and to Nina for supplies for her tailoring kit.
"Only stock up for the journey," he instructed.
"If this goes as I expect, we'll be walking into the ice court with nothing but the clothes on our backs." Kaz saw Inej's expression darken. She would hate being separated from her blades just as much as he disliked parting with his cane. "I need you to find us winter gear," he instructed her. "There's a shop on Windstraat that outfits trappers begin there. Are you planning to come in from the north?" Helvar inquired. Kaz gave a single nod. "The harbour at Djurholm is swarming with customs officials, and I'm certain they'll increase security for your grand celebration." "It is not a celebration." "Sounds festive to me," Jesper remarked. "It is not intended to be festive," Helvar corrected, his tone sulky. Nina gestured toward Matthias. "What's the plan for him?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral, though the act was lost on everyone but Helvar. They had all witnessed her distress at Hellgate. "For now, he remains here at the Crow Club," Kaz decided. "I want you digging through every memory for specifics. Helvar, Wylan and Jesper will assist you later. We'll keep this room sealed. If anyone from the main hall asks, say a private game is in session. Do we have to sleep here? Jesper complained. I've got matters to attend at the slat. You'll survive, Kaz said, though he knew confining Jesper to a gambling den without letting him place a wager was its own form of torment. He addressed the rest. Not a word to anyone. No one can know you're leaving Kirch. You're simply assisting me with a job at a country estate outside the city. That's the story. Will you be sharing any other details of this miraculous scheme? Nina pressed. On the boat, the less you know, the less you can reveal. And you're leaving Helvar unrestrained. Can you follow orders? Kaz asked the Fjordan. Hatrad burned in Matthias's eyes, but he nodded.
We'll lock this room securely and station a guard.
Inedge studied the large Fjordan. Perhaps two. Put Dirix and Rotti on it, but keep the details vague. They'll sail with us, and I can brief them later. And Wylan, Kaz turned to him. You and I need to talk. I want to know everything about your father's trading company. Wylan shrugged. I don't know anything about it. He doesn't involve me in those matters. You're telling me you've never poked around his office? Gone through his papers? No, Wylan said, his jaw setting stubbornly. Kaz, to his own surprise, found he actually believed him. What did I tell you? Jesper said brightly as he moved toward the door. Completely useless. The others began to follow Jesper out. Kaz shut the safe, spinning the tumbler. I need to speak with you, Brecker, Helvar stated. Alone. Inedge shot Kaz a look of caution, which he ignored. Did she really think he couldn't handle a slab of Fjordan muscle like Matthias Helvar? He slid the wall panel shut and shifted his weight off his aching leg. Too many late nights were taking their toll. Go on, Wraith, he said. Close the door on your way out the moment the latch clicked, Matthias lunged. Kaz allowed it. He'd been waiting for this. Matthias clamped a grimy hand over Kaz's mouth. The feel of skin against his own triggered a wave of disgust, but because he'd anticipated the move. Kaz fought back the nausea. Matthias's other hand frantically searched Kaz's coat pockets. Fair Esgier, he growled in Fjordan, then demanded in Kirch, where is it? Kaz gave him another moment of desperate patting before dropping his elbow and driving it upward, breaking Helvar's hold. Kaz slipped free easily. He swung his cane, striking Helvar behind the knee. The big man crumpled. When Helvar tried to push himself up, Kaz kicked him. Stay down, you miserable fool. Helvar surged up again, fast and strengthened by prison hardship. Kaz cracked him hard across the jaw, then delivered two swift, precise jabs with his cane to the pressure points in Helvar's massive shoulders. The Fjordan groaned as his arms fell limp and useless at his sides. Kaz spun the cane in his grip, pressing the carved crow's head firmly against Helvar's throat. Try that again, and I'll break your jaw so thoroughly you'll be sipping soup through a straw for the next decade. The Fjordan froze, his blue eyes burning with fury. Where is the pardon? Helvar snarled. I watched you tuck it into your coat. Kaz knelt beside him and drew the folded paper from a pocket that had appeared empty only seconds before. Looking for this? Helvar strained against his bonds, releasing a guttural snarl as Kaz made the document disappear into thin air. It materialized again between his fingers. Kaz gave it a slow turn, letting the official text flash in the light, then passed his hand over it and revealed a blank page. Demjin Helvar muttered. Kaz didn't speak Fjordan, but he knew that word well enough. Demon. Not even close. He'd picked up every sleight from card sharks and street hustlers along East Stave, practicing for hours in front of a grimy mirror he'd bought with his first week's wages. Kaz tapped the cane lightly against Helvar's jaw. For every con you've spotted, I know 1,000 others. You think a year in Hellgate made you tough, taught you how to brawl. Hellgate would have felt like a holiday to a kid like me. You lumber like a draft horse. You wouldn't survive 2 days where I come from. That was your only warning, Helvar. Don't push me, nod, if you understand. Helvar clenched his jaw, then gave a single stiff nod. Good. We'll be putting shackles on those ankles tonight. Kaz stood, grabbed his new hat from the desk, and delivered one last sharp kick to the Fjordan's side for good measure. Sometimes the big ones just didn't learn when to quit. Over the following day, Inedge watched Kaz start arranging the parts of his scheme like pieces on a chessboard. She'd sat in on his meetings with each member of the crew, yet she knew she was only glimpsing fragments of the whole design. That was Kaz's way, compartmentalized, controlled. If he had any doubts about what they were attempting, he didn't show them, and Inedge wished she could match his certainty. The ice court had been constructed to repel armies, assassins, Grisha, and spies. When she'd pointed that out, Kaz had merely said, "But it wasn't built to keep us out." His confidence unsettled her. "What makes you so sure we can pull this off? There will be other teams out there, trained soldiers, seasoned spies, people with real experience. This isn't a job for soldiers and spies. It's a job for thugs and thieves. Van Eck knows it, and that's why he hired us. You can't spend his money if you're dead. I'll develop expensive tastes in the afterlife. There's a line between confidence and arrogance." He'd turned away then, adjusting each glove with a sharp tug. "And when I want a lecture on that subject, I know exactly who to ask. If you want out, just say the word." Her posture stiffened, pride flaring in response. "Matthias isn't the only one you can't replace, Kaz. You need me. I need your skills, Inedge. That isn't the same thing. You might be the best spider creeping through the barrel. But you're not the only one. Remember that if you want to keep your cut." She hadn't replied, refusing to let him see how much his words stung. But she'd walked out of his office and hadn't spoken to him since. Now, as she made her way toward the harbour, she questioned what held her to this path. She could leave Kerch whenever she chose. She could slip onto a ship bound for Novi Zem. She could return to Rufka and search for her family, hoping they'd been safe in the West when the Civil War erupted, or perhaps taken shelter in Shuhan. The Suli caravans had travelled the same ancient routes for generations, and she had the skills to steal what she needed until she found them. But walking away meant abandoning her debt to the dregs. Per Haskell would blame Kaz. He'd be stuck covering the price of her indenture, and she'd leave him exposed without his wraith to collect secrets. He'd made it clear she was expendable, hadn't he? If this job succeeded, and they returned to Ketterdam with Bo Yule Bayur, her cut would be more than enough to buy her freedom from the dregs. She'd owe Kaz Brecker nothing, and there would be no reason to remain. Dawn was still an hour off, yet the streets were already bustling as she moved from the east stave toward the west. There was an old Suli proverb her father loved: "The heart is an arrow. It must have a target to strike true." He'd say it often during her training on the wire or the swings. Be decisive, he'd tell her. You have to know your destination before you arrive. Her mother would just laugh and shake her head. That isn't the point at all, she'd reply.
You strip all the poetry from it.
But he hadn't. Not really. Her father adored her mother. Inedge remembered how he'd leave tiny bouquets of wild geraniums for her to find, tucked in cupboards, left in cookpots, slipped into the sleeves of her performance costumes. "Shall I tell you the secret of real love?" her father asked her once. "A friend of mine always said women love flowers. He had plenty of sweethearts, but he never married. Do you know why? Because while many women may love flowers, only one woman loves the scent of gardenias in late summer, because it reminds her of her grandmother's porch. Only one woman loves apple blossoms in a blue ceramic cup. Only one woman loves wild geraniums." "That's Mama," Inedge had exclaimed. "Yes," he said, "Mama loves wild geraniums because no other flower has that exact shade of pink, and she swears that when she snaps a stem and tucks it behind her ear, the whole world smells like summer. Plenty of boys will bring you flowers, but one day you'll meet a boy who learns your favorite bloom, your favorite song, your favorite pastry. And even if he hasn't a single krooge to buy you any of them, it won't matter, because he will have taken the time to know you as no one else does. Only that boy earns your heart." It felt like a lifetime ago. Her father had been wrong. There had been no boys bringing flowers, only men with stacks of krooge and purses heavy with coin. Would she ever see her father again? Hear her mother's songs or her uncle's ridiculous tales? I'm not sure I have a heart left to give. Papa, The trouble was, Inej no longer knew what she was aiming for. As a child, it was simple. A smile from her father, the tightrope raised another foot, orange cakes wrapped in white paper. Later, it was escaping Tante Helen and the menagerie. Then surviving each day, growing a little stronger every morning. Now she felt adrift. Just for this moment, I'll settle for an apology, she decided, and I won't step onto that ship without one. Even if Kaz isn't sorry, he can at least pretend he owes me his best attempt at acting like a decent human being. If she hadn't been running behind, she would have taken the long way around West Stave or travelled over the rooftops. That was the Ketterdam she loved, silent and still, high above the crowds, a moonlit terrain of peaked gables and leaning chimneys. But tonight time was short. Kaz had sent her scrambling at the last minute to find 2 blocks of paraffin. He wouldn't even say what they were for, or why they were so urgent, and snow goggles. She'd visited 3 different outfitters to track them down. She was so exhausted, she didn't trust herself to make the climb across the rooftops, not after 2 sleepless nights and a day spent gathering supplies for their mission to the ice court. She supposed she was testing herself too. She never walked West Stave alone. With the dregs beside her, she could pass the menagerie without a glance toward its gilded windows. But tonight her heart hammered against her ribs, and the roar of blood filled her ears as the ornate facade came into view. The menagerie was built to resemble a tiered cage, its first 2 stories open but for the widely spaced golden bars. Known as the House of Exotics, the menagerie was the place to go if you fancied a shoe maiden, a towering fierdan, a fiery-haired girl from the Wandering Isle, or a dark-skinned Zemini. Every girl there was identified by an animal name: leopard, mare, fox, raven, ermine, fawn, snake, while Suli fortune-tellers wore jackal masks to peer into a client's future. What man would want to share a bed with a jackal? So the Suli girl, a permanent fixture at the menagerie, was always called the Lynx. Patrons weren't seeking individuals, just the exotic traits: brown Suli skin, blazing kalish hair, the distinctive slant of golden shoe eyes. The animal identities stayed constant as the girls themselves came and went. Spotting peacock feathers in a lavish floral display in the parlour, Inej felt her heart seize. It was mere decoration. But the panic swelling inside her didn't care, clawing at her breath. The crowd pressed in from all sides, men in masks, women in veils, or perhaps the reverse. The horned mask of the imp, the bulging eyes of the madman, the sorrowful black and gold face of the scarab queen. Artists might romanticize West Stave, painting the brothel workers and pleasure-seekers dressed as characters from the Comédie Brute. But there was no true beauty or joy here. This was a district of transactions, a place for escape or colourful oblivion, a fleeting dream of decadence from which one could simply wake. Forcing herself to look at the menagerie as she passed, Inej tried to view it as Kaz would. Just a building, she told herself. Where are the entrances, the exits? How do the locks function? Which windows aren't barred? How many guards? And which ones are actually paying attention? It was merely a house full of locks to pick, safes to crack, and fools to outwit. She was the hunter now, not Helelin in her peacock plumes or any man prowling these streets. The moment she moved beyond the menagerie's sight, the constriction in her chest and throat began to loosen. She had done it. She had walked alone on West Stave, right past that dreaded house. Whatever awaited her in Ferda, she could face it. A hand clamped around her forearm and jerked her off balance. Inej recovered swiftly, spinning to pull away, but the grip was unyielding. Hello, little lynx. She sucked in a sharp breath and wrenched her arm free. Tante Helene. That was the name her girls used, unless they wanted to feel the back of her hand. To the rest of the barrel, she was the peacock, though Inej always thought she resembled a preening cat more than a bird. Her hair was a thick, luxurious gold, her eyes a feline hazel. Her tall, sinuous frame was draped in vivid blue silk, the plunging neckline adorned with iridescent feathers that brushed against the signature diamond choker at her throat. Inej turned to flee, but her path was blocked by a massive bruiser in a blue velvet coat strained over his broad shoulders. Cobbett, Helen's preferred enforcer. "Oh, no, you don't, little lynx," Inedge's vision swam. Trapped, trapped, trapped again. "That's not my name," she choked out. "Stubborn creature," Helenan hissed, seizing Inedge's tunic. "Move," her mind screamed, but her muscles had frozen. A shrill whine of terror filled her skull. Helenan traced a manicured nail along her cheek.
"Lynx is your only name," Helene crooned. "You're still pretty enough to command a fine price, though your eyes are getting hard. Too much time with that gutter thug-brecker." A humiliating, strangled sound escaped Inedge's throat. "I know exactly what you are, Lynx. I know your worth down to the last cent. Cobbett, perhaps we should escort her home now." Darkness encroached on Inedge's sight. "You wouldn't dare the dregs. I can be patient, little Lynx. You'll wear my silks again, I promise."
With that, she released her. "Have a pleasant evening," she offered with a faint smile, snapping her blue fan open before spinning gracefully into the throng, with Cobbett following in her wake. Inedge remained rooted to the spot, a tremor running through her. Then she plunged into the mass of people, desperate to vanish. The urge to sprint was overwhelming, yet she forced herself to maintain a steady, purposeful stride toward the waterfront. As she walked, her fingers found the releases on her forearm sheaths, and the familiar grips of her daggers settled into her palms. On her right was Sanct Petir, celebrated for his courage. On her left, the slim, bone-handled blade she called Sancta Alina. She silently listed the rest, Sancta Maria and Sancta Anastasia secured at her thighs, Sanct Vladimir concealed in her boot, and Sancta Lisabeta resting at her belt, its steel etched with a rose pattern. "Watch over me. Keep me safe." She needed to trust that her saints witnessed and comprehended the choices she made to stay alive. What was happening to her? She was the Wraith. Tante Helen held no power over her any more. Per Haskell had purchased her contract. He had given her freedom. She was no longer property. She was a respected member of the Dregs, a collector of secrets, the finest in the barrel. She moved swiftly past the lid's glow and clamour until the Ketterdam harbours stretched before her, the barrel's din softening as she approached the water. Here there were no jostling crowds, no overpowering scents or bizarre masks. She drew a long, deep breath of the salty air. From this spot she could just make out the peak of one Tidemaker tower, its lights perpetually burning. Those solid black obelisks were constantly staffed by a chosen few Grisha who maintained the tides high over the land bridge that would otherwise link Kerch to Shuhan. Even Kaz had never uncovered the identities of the Council of Tides, their residences, or how their allegiance to Kerch was secured. They monitored the harbours as well, and if a signal came from the harbour master or a dockhand, they could shift the currents to prevent any vessel from leaving. Tonight, however, no signal would fly. The necessary bribes had reached the proper officials, and their ship should be prepared to depart. Inedge began to jog, aiming for the loading docks at Fifth Harbour. She was terribly late. She could already picture Kaz's stern, disapproving look when she finally reached the pier. The quiet of the docks was a relief, yet after the barrel's frenzy, the stillness felt almost unnerving. Here, towering stacks of crates and shipping containers rose on both sides of her, 3 or 4 high, creating a maze-like passage. A chill of sweat gathered at the small of her back. The encounter with Tante Helen had unsettled her deeply, and the solid weight of her daggers did little to calm her frayed nerves. She knew she ought to get accustomed to carrying a pistol, but its bulk disrupted her equilibrium, and firearms could fail at the worst instant. Little Lynx. Her blades were dependable. They made her feel as if she possessed the right kind of claws. A faint mist was lifting from the water, and through it, Inedge spotted Kaz and the others waiting near the pier. They were all dressed in the plain attire of sailors, coarse trousers, boots, heavy wool coats, and caps. Even Kaz had abandoned his perfectly tailored suit for a bulky wool coat. His thick, dark hair was swept back, the sides neatly trimmed as usual. He resembled a dock worker, or perhaps a young man embarking on his first voyage. It was like looking through a lens into a different, simpler world. Behind them, she saw the small schooner Kaz had secured, the name Ferroland painted boldly on its hull. It would fly the purple Kirchfish flag and the vibrant banner of the Hanrot Bay Company. To any observer in Fjerda or on the true sea, they would appear merely as Kerch trappers sailing north for pelts and furs. Inedge quickened her pace, the mist clinging to her coat as she moved. If she hadn't been behind schedule, they likely would have been on the ship already, perhaps even clearing the harbour. The crew was meant to be small, a handful of former sailors who'd found their way into the dregs after various strokes of bad luck. Peering through the fog, she did a fast tally of the figures on the dock. The count was wrong. They'd added 4 more dregs to handle the schooner's rigging, none of them exactly seasoned sailors, but she couldn't spot any of them. Maybe they're already below deck? The hopeful thought vanished as her boot came down on something yielding, and she nearly fell. Looking down in the weak light of the harbour lamps, she saw Dirix, one of the dregs assigned to the voyage. A knife was buried in his stomach, and his stare was empty. "Kaz!" she yelled, but the warning was useless. The schooner erupted, the blast throwing Inedge backward and painting the wharf in fire. For Jesper, everything made more sense when bullets were flying. It wasn't that he was fond of the prospect of getting killed. That particular possibility was a genuine downside, but the immediate need to stay alive left no room in his head for anything else. That sharp, startling crack of gunfire gathered all the scattered, restless, searching parts of his mind and forced them into a single, clear point. It beat waiting for the cards at a gambling table, and it was better than watching the wheel spin at Macca's wheel and hoping his number landed. He'd first realized it during that initial skirmish on the Zemeni frontier. His father had been shaking, drenched in sweat. Fumbling to reload Jesper, however, had felt weirdly, perfectly at home. Now he propped his arms on the crate he was using for cover and let fly with both pistols. His revolvers were Zemeni craftsmanship, capable of 6 quick shots, superior to anything you could find in Ketterdam. He could feel the heat building in their grips. Kaz had said to expect rivals, other crews willing to do anything to claim the prize. But this was awfully early in the game for everything to fall apart so spectacularly. They were pinned down, at least one person dead, a burning vessel behind them. Their ride to Fjerda was gone, and judging by the hail of gunfire, they were seriously outgunned. On the bright side, at least they hadn't been on that boat when it blew up. Jesper ducked to reload and almost laughed at the ridiculous sight before him. There was Wylan Van Eck, curled into a ball on the planks, his pampered merchant's hands clamped over his head. Jesper sighed, fired a few rounds for distraction, and dove from the safety of his crate. He grabbed Wylan by the shirt collar and hauled him back behind cover. He gave him a brisk shake. "Get a grip! Not a child," Wylan muttered, swatting at Jesper's hands. "Fine. You're a venerable elder. Can you handle a gun?" Wylan gave a slow nod. Skeet shooting. Jesper rolled his eyes. He pulled the rifle from his own back and thrust it against Wylan's chest. "Fantastic! It's exactly like shooting clay pigeons, except these ones scream when you hit them." Jesper spun, guns coming up, as movement caught the edge of his sight. But it was only Kaz. "Head east to the next dockboard at berth 22, Kaz said, his voice flat. "What's at berth 22? The actual Ferroland. But the ship, the one that exploded, was a decoy. You knew?" "No. I took precautions. It's what I do, Jesper. You could have told us we were. That would ruin the point of a decoy move." Kaz's gaze flicked to Wylan, who was holding the rifle as if it were a fragile baby. "And make sure he reaches the ship intact." Jesper watched Kaz disappear back into the shadows, cane in one hand, pistol in the other. Even with his bad leg, the man moved with an unsettling, predatory grace. Jesper turned and nudged Wylan again. "Let's move." "Move? Did you not hear Kaz? We need to get to berth 22. Wylan gave a dazed nod. His eyes so wide and vacant, they looked like a pair of shallow cups. "Stay behind me and try not to get shot. You ready?" Wylan shook his head. "No, forget, I asked," Jesper said. guiding Wyland's hand onto the rifle. "Let's move." Jesper fired off another rapid volley, a chaotic pattern meant to mask their position. With one revolver spent, he dove from the crate into the shadows. He half expected Wyland to freeze, but the merchling was right behind him, breath coming in ragged, wheezing gasps as they sprinted for the next cluster of barrels. A bullet hissed past Jesper's face, close enough to singe his skin. They scrambled behind cover. From this angle, he spotted Nina squeezed into a gap between crate stacks. Her arms were raised, and as an attacker stepped into sight, she clenched her fist. The man dropped, clutching his chest, but a heartrender was at a real disadvantage in this labyrinth. She needed a clear line of sight. Matthias Helvar was beside her, back against a crate, hands tied, a sensible precaution, Jesper supposed, though the Fjordan was valuable cargo. He'd just begun to wonder why Kaz would leave him in such a bind when he saw Nina draw a blade from her sleeve and slice through the ropes. She shoved a pistol into Matthias's hands. "Defend yourself," she snarled, turning back to the fight.
Not smart, Jesper thought. Never turn your back on a furious Fjordan. For a second, Matthias looked like he was seriously considering putting a bullet in her. Jesper raised his own weapon, ready to drop the giant. Then, just like that, Matthias was standing shoulder to shoulder with Nina, aiming into the maze of crates. They were fighting together. Had Kaz left him bound beside Nina on purpose? With Kaz, it was impossible to tell what was brilliant calculation and what was just absurd. Blind luck. Jesper let out a sharp whistle. Nina glanced back, her eyes meeting his. He flashed 2 fingers twice. She gave a curt nod. Had she known Berth 22 was the real target? Had Inedge? Typical Kaz, hoarding information, keeping everyone in the dark. Jesper hated the games, but he couldn't deny they still had a path to Fjorda if they lived long enough to board the second ship. He signalled to Wylan, and they began weaving past the moored vessels along the dock, staying low. A shout rang out from behind them. There, they'd been seen. "Damn it," Jesper spat. "Run." They charged down the dock. At berth 22 sat a sleek schooner, the name Ferroland painted on its side. It was unnerving how much it resembled the first boat. No lights shone on deck, but as he and Wylan raced up the ramp, 2 sailors appeared. "You're the first ones here," said Rotty.
"Hope we're not the last. You armed?"
Jesper nodded. Brecker said to stay hidden until— "This is until," Jesper interrupted, pointing at the men now charging toward them on the dock. He took the rifle back from Wylan. "I need the high ground. Keep them busy and off this ship as long as you can, Jesper," Wylan started. "No one gets past you," Jesper cut in. "If they take this schooner, we're finished." These men weren't just trying to stop the dregs from leaving the harbour. They wanted them all dead. Jesper fired at the 2 figures leading the charge. One dropped, the other dove for cover behind a fishing boat's bowsprit. Jesper squeezed off 3 more shots, then scrambled up the mast. Below, more gunfire erupted. 10 feet up, then 20, his boots catching in the rigging. He should have taken them off. He was just 2 feet from the crow's nest when a searing pain tore through his thigh. His foot slipped, and for a terrifying moment he dangled high above the deck, holding on only by his sweat-slicked grip on the ropes. Gritting his teeth, he forced his legs to move, digging his boot toes into the lines for purchase. His right leg was almost useless after the gunshot, forcing him to haul himself the final distance with shaking arms, his heart hammering so loudly he could hear it in his ears. Every sense he possessed felt scorched and raw. Honestly, it beat any lucky night at the card tables. He didn't pause to catch his breath. Securing his injured leg in the rigging and pushing the agony aside, he adjusted the rifle's sight and started targeting anyone within reach. 4 million Krug. He repeated in his head while reloading and lining up another enemy.
The thick mist limited visibility, but this precise aim was the very talent that had let him stay with the dregs long after his debts piled up, and it was obvious Jesper adored gambling far more than fortune adored him.
That 4 million would wipe his slate clean and set him up comfortably for years. He glimpsed Nina and Matthias fighting toward the pier, blocked by at least 10 men. Kaz appeared to be sprinting the other way, and Inedge was invisible, though with the Wraith that meant nothing.
She could be dangling from the rigging right beside him, and he'd likely never notice. Jesper. The yell rose from far below, and it took Jesper a second to recognize Wyland's voice. He tried to block it out, focusing on his next shot. "Jesper! I'm going to strangle that little genius!" "What?" he shouted down. "Close your eyes. You can't exactly propose from down there, Wylan. Just do it! This better be worth it." He squeezed his eyes shut. "Happy?"
"For Saint's sake, yes. There."
A piercing, shrieking wail cut the air, followed by a brilliant flare of light that burned through Jesper's closed eyelids. As it dimmed, he blinked, his eyes open. Below, men stumbled blindly, disoriented by the flash bomb Wylan had triggered. But Jesper's vision was clear, not too shabby for a merch kid. He admitted inwardly, and resumed firing. Long before Inedge ever stepped onto a high wire, or even a practice rope, her father had drilled into her how to fall, to guard her head and go with the momentum to soften the blow. So when the explosion from the harbour threw her into the air, she was already curling into a controlled roll. The landing was brutal, but she was on her feet in moments, pressed against a shipping crate, her ears ringing and her nostrils stinging from the acrid gunpowder haze. Inedge allowed herself one quick look toward Kaz and the others, then did what she did best. She disappeared. She sprang onto the stacks of cargo, climbing them like some agile spider, her rubber-soled shoes finding every tiny grip. The view from the top was unsettling. The dregs were badly outnumbered, with attackers closing in on both flanks. Kaz had been wise to keep their true escape plan hidden from the rest. Someone had talked. Inedge had done her best to watch the team, but another member of the gang could have been eavesdropping. Kaz always said it, everything in Ketterdam leaked. The Slat and the Crow Club included. Gunfire rattled down from the masts of the waiting Ferroland. That likely meant Jesper had reached the schooner. Now she just had to buy the others enough time to get there too. Inedge sped soundlessly across the crate tops, moving down the row, picking her targets below. It was almost too easy. None of them anticipated an attack from above. She dropped down behind 2 men who were firing at Nina, offered a silent prayer, and slit one throat, then the other. As the second man fell, she knelt beside him and pushed up his right sleeve, a tattoo of a hand with the first 2 fingers severed at the knuckle. Black tips. Was this payback for Kaz's earlier clash with Giels, or something bigger? They shouldn't have been able to muster this many fighters. She slipped into the next aisle of crates, tracking the remaining attackers from memory. First, she eliminated a girl struggling with a bulky, awkward rifle, then ran through the man who was meant to be guarding her flank. His tattoo showed 5 birds flying in a wedge. Razorgall's "How many rival crews were swarming the docks tonight?" The upcoming turn offered no view. Should she climb the stacked shipping containers to scout her position, or gamble on what might be waiting in the shadows? Drawing a steadying breath, she dropped into a crouch and lunged around the corner. Luck was with her. 2 men, their attention fixed on the distant gunfire, had their backs turned. 2 silent, precise strikes from her knives, and they fell. 6 lives ended. The weight of that would require its own reckoning later. But for now, the odds had shifted slightly for the dregs. Her objective was clear: reach the schooner. After cleaning her blades on her trousers, she sheathed them and backed up for a running start at the nearest container. As her fingers found purchase on the cold metal rim, a searing agony erupted beneath her arm. She twisted to see Ooman's brutish features contorted in a vicious grin. The intel on the black tips flooded back. Ooman Giels's hulking enforcer, known for crushing bone with his bare hands. He hauled her down, seized her vest, and gave the buried knife a cruel twist. The world swam, but she fought the encroaching darkness. Her hood slipped back. "Saints alive," Ooman crowed. "I've caught Brecker's little ghost. Your aim is poor. Inedge forced out, each word a struggle. You missed everything vital. Death's too easy for you, Wraith, he sneered, his breath foul. You're a prize package. I look forward to unwrapping all the secrets you've collected for Dirty Hands. I do enjoy a juicy tale.
I can give you the ending right now, she whispered, her vision blurring. You won't care for it. Is that so? He slammed her against the crate, and white-hot pain exploded through her side. Her feet barely touched the ground as blood soaked her shirt. His forearm pressed into her collarbone, pinning her. You know how to fight a scorpion, he chuckled. Babbling already? Don't fade on me. I need you in one piece. Inching one foot behind the other, she felt a faint, satisfying click.
The padded knees of her gear were for climbing, yes, but they concealed a sharper purpose, a slender steel blade tucked into each. The secret, she gasped, is to watch the tail. With a surge of effort, she drove her knee upward, embedding the hidden blade deep. A piercing scream tore from his throat as his hands flew to the wound. He released her, stumbling back. Inedge staggered away, leaning against the crates for support. Shouts and sporadic gunfire echoed around the docks. Who was winning?
Had her crew made it aboard?
A dizzy spell washed over her. Her probing fingers came away from her side, slick and red. Too much blood, then. Footsteps, approaching. Climbing was impossible now. A memory surfaced, clear as day, her father's hands steadying her on a rope ladder. Climb, Inedge. The containers here were stacked in a rough pyramid. Just one level up could offer concealment. Just one. The choice was stark. Climb or die where she stood. Forcing her mind to focus, she leaped. Her fingers scrabbling for the container's top edge. Climb, Inedge. She hauled her body onto the corrugated metal roof, the urge to lie still and rest almost overwhelming, but she'd left a crimson trail. One more, and you find cover. Gritting her teeth, she pushed up to her knees and reached for the next crate. The container beneath her shifted violently. Laughter bubbled up from below. Time's up, Wraith. We've got stories to share. Desperation lent her a final burst of strength. As the crate she stood on was yanked away, she gripped the ledge above, her legs swinging in open air. They held their fire. A live captive was their goal. Be sensible, come down. From some hidden reserve, she found the will to pull herself over the top. She collapsed on the new surface, breath coming in ragged gulps. Just one more. She could not move. Pushing herself up was impossible. Reaching out was beyond her. Even rolling over sent waves of agony through her body. Climb, Inedge, the old command echoed uselessly. I can't, Papa, she breathed into the cold air, hating the failure. Move! She ordered her limbs. What a ridiculous spot for an end. Yet a quieter thought whispered that there were far worse fates.
To die here, free, under a sky just beginning to lighten. After a fight that meant something, it was better than expiring, because some man grew bored or demanded what she could not surrender. Far better to fall by her own hand than to be found adorned in paint and cheap silks. A hand closed around her ankle. They had scaled the crates. How had she missed the sound? Was she already so far gone? They had her fingers gripped her shoulder, rolling her onto her back.
Her own dagger was in her hand, drawn from the sheath at her wrist. In the barrel, a blade this keen was called Mercy Steel. It promised an end without prolonged suffering. Better that than whatever the black tips or the razor gulls had planned. May the saints welcome me. She positioned the point below her breast, between the ribs, a direct path to her heart. Then a hand seized her wrist, the grip brutal, forcing her fingers open. The blade clattered away. Not just yet, Inedge.
The grind of stone, her eyes snapped open.
Kaz. He gathered her against him and jumped from the crates, landing hard, his injured leg nearly giving way. A groan escaped her as they impacted the ground. Did we win? I'm here, aren't I? He was running. Each jarring step sent fresh pain radiating through her, her body bouncing against his chest. He couldn't manage his cane and carry her. I don't want to die. I'll see what I can do to schedule a different appointment for you. She let her eyes drift shut. Keep talking, Wraith. Don't you fade out on me. But vanishing is my specialty. His arms tightened. Just make it to the schooner. Open your eyes, Inedge, now. She tried. The world was swimming, but she could see a pale, slick scar on Kaz's neck, just under his jawline. It made her think of the first time she'd laid eyes on him at the menagerie. He paid Tante Helen for secrets, market rumours, political gossip, anything the clients slurred in their bliss-addled states. He never took any of the girls upstairs, though many watched him with a hungry interest. They said he gave them chills, that his gloves hid hands permanently stained, but she'd heard the longing in their whispers, seen how their eyes followed him. One evening, as he passed her in the gilded parlour, she'd done something foolish, something reckless.
"I can help you," she'd murmured. He'd merely glanced her way and continued on, as if she were part of the wallpaper. The next morning, she'd been summoned to Tante Helen's office. Expecting a beating, or worse, she'd found Kaz Brecker instead, leaning on his crow-headed cane, there to alter the course of her life forever. "I can help you," she said to him, now the memory vivid. Help me with what? She couldn't recall. There was something she needed to tell him. It seemed unimportant now.
Talk to me, Wraith. You came back for me. I look after my assets. Assets. I'm delighted I'm ruining your shirt with my blood. I'll add it to your bill. Then she remembered he owed her an apology. Say you're sorry. For what? Just say it. She didn't hear his answer. The darkness had become absolute K-A-Z.
Get us moving.
Kaz barked the moment he stumbled onto the schooner's deck with Inedge held close. The sails were already set, and the vessel began pulling away from the dock, though not with the speed he desperately wanted. He cursed himself for not hunting down a squaller or two for the voyage, but they were notoriously difficult to recruit. The deck was a tumult of shouting crewmen scrambling to reach open water. "Spect!" he roared at the man he'd appointed captain, a sailor handy with a blade whose luck had turned sour, leaving him languishing in the lower ranks of the dregs.
Get this mess under control before I start rearranging faces.
Specht threw up a hasty salute, then appeared to remember himself. Kaz Brecker was no longer in the Navy, and Inedge Gaffer was not his commanding officer. The agony in his leg was excruciating, the most severe flare-up since he'd originally shattered it, tumbling from a Geldstraat bank rooftop. He might have refractured the bone. Inedge's weight across his shoulders wasn't helping, but when Jesper moved to assist, Kaz shouldered past him. "Where's Nina?" he growled. "Below with the wounded. She patched me up already." Kaz vaguely noted the dried blood on Jesper's thigh. Wylan took a hit too. "Just let me move," Kaz ordered, pushing past to descend the ramp below decks. He found Nina in a narrow cabin, her hands hovering over Wylan's arm, mending a superficial bullet graze.
"Out!"
Kaz demanded, and Wylan scrambled off the table. "I'm not done!" Nina started. Then she saw Inedge. "Saints," she breathed. "What happened? Knife." The tight space was lit by swaying lanterns. Clean bandages and a bottle of camphor sat on a shelf. Carefully, Kaz laid Inedge on the bolted table. "That's too much blood," Nina murmured. "Help her. I'm a heartrender, Kaz, not a proper healer. She'll bleed out before we find one. Do something. You're blocking the light." Kaz retreated into the passage. Inedge lay motionless, her usually vibrant skin pale in the lamplight. He was alive because of her. They all were. They'd fought free of a trap, solely because she'd kept them from being surrounded. Kaz knew death intimately. He could sense it on the ship now, a looming shadow, ready to claim his wraith. His clothes were stained with her blood. "Unless you can help, get out," Nina said, not looking up. "You're making me jumpy." He hesitated, then turned and stalked away, snatching a clean shirt from another cabin. He shouldn't be this rattled by a dockside brawl, even a shootout, but he was something inside felt scraped raw. It reminded him of those hollow, desperate days after his brother Geordie died. "Say you're sorry." Those were Inedge's last words to him. Apologize for what? The list was endless. 1,000 offences, 1,000 careless remarks. On deck, he drew a sharp breath of salt air, watching Ketterdam's harbour recede on the horizon. What in hell was that? Jesper asked, leaning on the railing with his rifle. His hair was wild, pupils wide. He had that post-fight glow like he'd just stumbled from a revel. Matthias Helvar was bent over the side, being seasick. So much for being a sailor. They'd need to shackle him again soon. We were ambushed. Whelan offered from the forecastle, gingerly touching the healed spot on his arm. Jesper shot him a disdainful look. Private tutors from the university, and that's your brilliant analysis? We were ambushed. Whelan flushed. Stop calling me kid. We're almost the same age. You won't like the other names I have for you. Obviously, we were ambushed. That doesn't explain how they knew we'd be there. Maybe Big Bolliger wasn't the only black-tip spy in the dregs.
Giels doesn't have the brains or the manpower to strike back this fast or this hard alone, Kaz said, his voice a low rasp. You sure felt like a pretty decisive bite to me. Then we'll ask. Kaz limped to where Rotti had stashed Ooman. I stuck your wraith. Ooman had giggled when Kaz found him curled on the ground. I stuck her good. Kaz had glanced at the blood on Ooman's thigh and replied, looks like she got you too.
But her aim had been off, or Ooman wouldn't have been talking at all. He'd knocked the enforcer unconscious and had Rotti retrieve him while he went to find Inej. The whole encounter left a bitter taste, like the city itself was spitting them out to see Helvar and Jesper hauled Ooman to the rail, his wrists tied tight. Get him on his feet. Kaz ordered with a single powerful motion. The Fjordan yanked Ooman upright. The man offered a defiant grin, his coarse white hair plastered to his broad forehead. Let's talk about why the black tips turned out in such numbers tonight, Kaz pressed. We had a debt to settle. A public shootout with 30 armed men? I doubt that's the whole story. Ooman gave a low chuckle. Giels doesn't take a loss. Well, Giels has the brains of a gnat, and Big Bolliger was his only rat in my crew. Maybe he, Kaz cut him off. Think very carefully, Ooman.
Giels likely believes you're already dead. That means the usual rules don't apply here. I have all the freedom in the world. Ooman spat directly into his face. Kaz calmly retrieved a handkerchief from his coat and wiped his cheek. The memory of Inej, motionless on that table, her fragile weight in his arms flashed through his mind. Keep him steady, he instructed Jesper and Helvar. With a flick of his wrist, a slender oyster knife slid from his sleeve into his palm.
He always had at least 2 blades hidden on his person. This one was almost an afterthought, a nasty, efficient little tool. He made a clean, deliberate slash across Ooman's eye, from brow to cheekbone, and before the man could even gasp, he reversed the motion, carving a near-perfect X. Only then did the screaming start. Kaz cleaned the blade, tucked it away, and then drove his gloved fingers deep into the ruined socket.
Ooman convulsed as Kaz ripped the eyeball free, a bloody tendril trailing behind it. Blood poured down the enforcer's face from the corner of his eye. Kaz saw Whelan turn away, retching. He tossed the eye over the side and stuffed his now spit-soaked handkerchief into the gaping hole. Gripping Ooman's jaw, leaving crimson smears on his chin, Kaz felt a strange detachment.
His movements were fluid and exact, like shuffling a deck or cracking a simple safe. But beneath the calm, a hot, wild fury was unraveling something inside him. Pay attention, he hissed, his face close to Ooman's. You have 2 paths. Tell me what I need to know, and we'll drop you at the next port with enough coin for a medic and a ticket home to Ketterdam. Or I take the other eye, and we have this chat again with a blind man. It was just a job, Ooman babbled.
Giels got 5,000 Kruge to mobilize the black tips. We even brought in some Razor gulls. Then why not bring more? Why not stack the deck? You were supposed to be on the boat when it exploded. We were just clean-up for the stragglers. Who hired you? Ooman hesitated, sucking his lip, mucus dripping from his nose. Don't make me repeat the question, Kaz said, his voice dangerously soft. Whoever it is can't help you now. He'll kill me, and I'll make you beg for death.
Consider your options.
Pekka Rollins, Ooman sobbed. It was Pekka Rollins, even through his own surge of cold shock. Kaz noted how the name hit Jesper and Whelan. Helvar, unfamiliar with Ketterdam's underworld legends, remained stoic. Saints, Jesper groaned. We are monumentally screwed. Is Rollins running the job himself? Kaz demanded. What crew? To Fiada? I don't know about any crew. We were just supposed to stop you from leaving the harbour. I see. I need a medic.
Please, take me to a medic now. Of course, Kaz said, his tone almost courteous. Right this way. He seized Ooman by the lapels and heaved him up, slamming his body against the ship's railing. I told you everything, Ooman shrieked, thrashing. I did what you asked. Despite his awkward frame, Ooman had a deceptive, farm-bred strength, much like Jesper. He'd probably spent his youth in the fields. Kaz leaned in, his voice a whisper for Ooman alone. My wraith would argue for mercy.
But thanks to you, she isn't here to speak for you. Without another word, he pitched Ooman over the side and into the dark sea. No, Wylan shouted, lunging for the rail, his face ashen as he stared at the churning water where Ooman had vanished. The enforcer's desperate cries lingered in the air as his ruined features vanished into the dark water. You promised if he cooperated. Would you like to join him? Kaz's voice was flat. Wylan drew a sharp, shaky breath, gathering his nerve. You won't toss me over. You still require my skills. Why did everyone assume they were indispensable? Perhaps, Kaz allowed, but my patience is currently in short supply. Jesper rested a hand on Wylan's shoulder. Let it be. It's unjust. Wylan, Jesper interjected, giving him a firm nudge. Perhaps your expensive tutors skipped the chapter on not debating a blood-soaked man who keeps a blade hidden in his coat. Wylan's mouth tightened into a pale seam. Kaz couldn't decipher if the boy was terrified or seething, and frankly, it was irrelevant. Helvar remained a silent, watchful statue, his complexion a sickly shade of green beneath his fair beard. Kaz turned to Jesper. Find some shackles for Helvar to encourage his good behaviour, he ordered, moving toward the hatch. And bring me clean clothes and a basin of water. Since, when am I your personal attendant? Man with a knife, Kaz reminded him without looking back. Man with a gun, Jesper shouted after his retreating form. Kaz offered a succinct, one-handed reply over his shoulder before descending below. What he truly wanted was a scalding bath and a full bottle of brandy, but solitude and a temporary escape from the metallic stench of blood would suffice. Pekka Rollins. The name echoed in his skull like a volley of shots. It always circled back to Pekka Rollins, the man who had stolen everything from him. The man now positioned squarely between Kaz and the most audacious score any crew had ever imagined. Would Rollins delegate the task? Or would he lead the charge to capture Bo Yul Bayur personally? Alone in the shadowy confines of his cabin, Kaz breathed the words, brick by brick. The idea of simply killing Pekka Rollins had always been a sweet fantasy, but it was insufficient. Kaz wanted Rollins dismantled. He wanted him to taste the same ashes of loss that Kaz had, that Geordie had, and plucking 30 million Kruge directly from Pekka Rollins' greedy grasp was a profoundly satisfying opening move. Maybe Inedge had a point. Maybe destiny did occasionally glance in the direction of men like him. In the tight, sterile space of the surgeon's quarters, Nina fought to reassemble Inedge, feeling utterly out of her depth. Her Grisha training in Ravka's capital had begun uniformly for all corporalki, shared lectures, collective dissections, but their paths had split. Healers mastered the delicate art of mending. Heartrenders were forged into soldiers, specialists in dealing damage, not repairing it. It was a completely different philosophy applied to the same fundamental power. The living, however, demanded far more than the dead. A killing blow required decisiveness, a singular purpose. Healing was a slow, meticulous dance, a rhythm that asked for careful consideration of every tiny, consequential choice. Her work for Kaz over the past year had provided some grim, practical experience, and in a strange way, so had her time at the White Rose, subtly shifting patrons' moods and refining appearances. But gazing down at Inedge's still form, Nina bitterly wished her formal education hadn't been cut so brutally short. The Ravkon Civil War had exploded while she was still a student at the Little Palace, scattering her class into hiding. When the conflict finally ended, King Nikolai was desperate to deploy the remaining Grisha operatives rushing Nina through a mere 6 months of advanced training before her first assignment. Back then, she'd been exhilarated by the early deployment. Now, she would have traded anything for 1 more week of classroom instruction. Inedge was all lean muscle and delicate bone, an acrobat's physique. The knife had slipped in beneath her left arm, a terrifyingly near miss. A fraction deeper, and it would have pierced her heart. Nina knew sealing the external wound, as she had for Wylan, would be useless if internal bleeding continued, so she had worked painstakingly from the inside out. She believed she'd stabilized the damage, but Inedge had lost a catastrophic amount of blood, and Nina was desperately searching her memory for a solution that simply wasn't there. Nina knew some healers possessed the rare skill of matching one person's blood to another's, but a mistake in that delicate process was a death sentence. Such advanced work was far outside her abilities. After securing the final stitches, she draped a soft wool blanket over Inedge. For now, her only duty was to watch the steady rise and fall of Inedge's chest and feel for the beat of her heart. As she tucked Inedge's arms beneath the cover, her fingers brushed against the rough, scarred skin on the inside of one forearm. She traced the uneven texture with her thumb. This was the ghost of the peacock feather, the mark worn by those who belonged to the menagerie. Someone had done a brutally clumsy job removing it. Puzzled, Nina pushed up the sleeve of Inedge's other arm, finding the skin there perfectly smooth. She bore no crow and cup, the tattoo that declared someone a true member of the dregs in the barrel. Your gang was your only real family, your sole shield against the world. Nina herself wore 2 marks, the faded rose on her left arm for a past life, and the crow drinking from a nearly empty cup on her right, a warning to anyone who might cross her. Inedge had been with the dregs longer, was one of their most vital assets, and Kaz relied on her insofar as a person like Kaz could rely on anyone. Yet her skin told no such story. It was peculiar. Nina remembered the stark expression on Kaz's face when he had laid Inedge on the table. He was the same infuriating, impenetrable bastard of the barrel, but for a fleeting moment she thought she'd glimpsed something raw beneath the fury. Or perhaps she was just a hopeless romantic, a notion that almost made her laugh aloud. Love was the most troublesome of house guests, impossible to evict once you'd foolishly let it in. She smoothed Inedge's dark hair away from her pale face. "You have to be okay," she whispered, hating the fragile tremor in her own voice. It didn't sound like the voice of a Grisha soldier or a seasoned barrel rat. It sounded like a scared child in over her head, which was precisely how she felt. Her training had been rushed, her first mission coming far too soon. Zoya had argued against it, her disapproval sharp and clear, but Nina had pleaded, and the Second Army had needed every hand. Zoya Naziolensky, a squalor of terrifying power, impossibly beautiful, and able to dismantle Nina's confidence with a single elegant lift of her eyebrow. Nina had idolized her, and Zoya had seen only a reckless, distractible girl. "You were right, Zoya. Are you satisfied?" Absolutely thrilled. Jesper's voice came from the doorway. Nina jumped, turning to see him shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Who's Zoya? No one important?" Nina sighed, leaning back in her chair.
"Just a member of the Grisha triumvirate." "Sounds impressive. They're the ones running the show. What's left of it?" Nina said flatly. Ravka's Grisha had been shattered in the war, scattered or slaughtered. She pressed her fingers to her tired eyes. "Do you have any idea how to find Grisha who don't wish to be found?" Japer's hands danced, a scratch at his neck, a tap on his pistol grips, then back again. He was a creature of perpetual motion. "Can't say I've pondered it much."
"I suppose you follow the rumors. Listen for the local ghost stories and fairy tales about witches in the woods. Often, those whispered legends held a kernel of truth about people born with gifts their neighbors feared." Nina had become adept at sifting through such folklore. "My 2 cents. If they're hiding, maybe they deserve their peace." Nina shot him a grim look. "The Driscoll don't believe in peace. They hunt our kind relentlessly. Are they all as delightful as our friend Matthias?"
"Many are worse."
"Speaking of, I'm on a thrilling quest for his leg irons. Kaz truly knows how to spoil me. Want to swap places? Nina asked, exhaustion weighing down her words. The usual vibrant energy surrounding Jesper's tall frame seemed dim for a moment. He froze, a stillness in him that Nina had never witnessed before, and for the first time since stepping into the cramped cabin, his eyes finally settled on Inedge. Nina understood then. He had been deliberately avoiding her, unable to bear the sight. The blankets moved faintly with her weak, shallow breaths. When Jesper finally spoke, his voice was strained, like the strings of a violin wound too tight. "She can't die," he insisted, the words clipped. "Not like this." Nina studied him, confused. "Not like what?" "She just can't," he repeated, his tone brittle. A wave of frustration washed over Nina. Part of her wanted to pull him into a fierce hug, while another part wanted to shout that she was doing everything she could. "Saint Jesper," she said, her own voice tight, "I'm giving this everything I have." He seemed to shake himself then, life returning to his limbs. "Sorry," he muttered, sounding genuinely abashed. He gave her shoulder an awkward pat. "You're doing amazing, really." Nina let out a weary breath. That wasn't convincing. "Why don't you go make yourself useful and find something to chain up that giant blonde?" with a sloppy salute. Jesper ducked out of the cabin. As irritating as he could be, Nina almost called him back the moment he left. His absence left only Zoya's critical voice echoing in her mind, and the cold, heavy reminder that her absolute best might still fall short. Inedge's skin was alarmingly cool under her fingertips. Placing a hand on each of the girl's shoulders, Nina concentrated, gently nudging her blood to move a little faster, coaxing a faint warmth back into her limbs. She hadn't told Jesper the whole truth earlier. The Grisha Triumvirate's missions weren't solely about rescue from persecution. Ravka was rebuilding its military, and they needed soldiers. Expeditions were sent to places like the Wandering Isle and Novi Zem to seek out Grisha living in secrecy, to persuade them to return to Ravka and pledge their service to the crown. Too young to fight in the Civil War, Nina had been desperate to prove herself in the Second Army's restoration. It was her knack for languages: Shu, Kalish, Suli, Fierdan, even a smattering of Zemini that finally wore down Zoya's objections. Reluctantly, Zoya allowed her to join a team of Grisha examiners bound for the Wandering Isle. Against all of Zoya's grim predictions, Nina excelled. Posing as a wandering traveller, she would drift into roadside inns and public houses, listening to local gossip and striking up conversations, then bringing the chatter back to camp. If you're headed to Maroch Glen, travel only by daylight, spirits haunt that land, storms appear from clear skies. The Witch of Fells is no legend. My own cousin went to her with a fever and came back healthier than ever. Don't you dare say he's touched in the head. He's sharper than you'll ever be. Their efforts led them to 2 Grisha families hiding in the so-called fairy caves of Istamir, and they rescued a family of Inferni, a mother, father, and their 2 boys from an angry mob in Fenford. They even intercepted a slaving vessel near the port of Leflin. After processing the refugees, those without confirmed powers were given safe passage home. Those identified as Grisha were offered asylum in Ravka. Only the elderly heartrender known as the Witch of Fells chose to stay behind. "If they crave my blood, they can come and try to take it," she'd cackled. "I'll gladly help myself to some of theirs in exchange." Nina spoke Kalish, as if born to it, and relished the act of becoming someone new in every town they visited. Yet, despite their successes, Zoya remained unimpressed. "A talent for tongues isn't sufficient," she would chastise. "You must learn to be less conspicuous. You're too loud, too emotional, too unforgettable. You take foolish chances." Zoya interjected the examiner travelling with them. A living amplifier. In death, his bones would have been fashioned into a tool to magnify Grisha power, no different from the shark teeth or bear claws others wore. But alive, he was priceless to their mission, trained to sense Grisha ability through touch alone. Zoya was usually fiercely protective of him, but now her vivid blue eyes narrowed to cold slits. My instructors never went easy on me, she snapped. Why should I start now? If she winds up being hunted through the forest by an angry mob, will you be the one to ask them to show mercy? Nina had stormed away, her pride wounded and her cheeks burning with the humiliation of welling tears. Zoya had yelled after her, ordering her not to cross the ridge, but she paid no attention, desperate to put as much distance between herself and the squalor as possible. In her reckless haste, she stumbled directly into a Driscoll encampment. 6 fair-haired young men, all conversing in Fjordon, were gathered on a rocky ledge overlooking the shore. They had no fire and were dressed like simple Kalish farmers, but she recognized their kind instantly. They fell silent, studying her in the cold wash of moonlight. "Oh, thank the saints!" she exclaimed in a melodic Kalish accent, forcing a relieved smile. "I'm travelling with my kin, and I've gotten hopelessly turned around in these woods. Could one of you kindly point me toward the road?" "I believe she's lost," one of them translated to the others in Fjordan. Another stood lifting a lantern. He was taller than the rest, and every instinct in her body screamed to flee as he approached.
They don't know what you are,
she repeated to herself. "You're just a harmless Kalish girl, confused by the forest. Don't panic. Lure him away from the group, then neutralize him." He raised the lantern, its glow illuminating both their faces. His hair was long and the colour of polished gold, his pale blue eyes sharp as chips of glacial ice. He looked like some idealized portrait, she thought, a saint hammered from gold leaf and set upon a cathedral wall, fashioned to carry a blazing sword. "What is your purpose here?" he asked in Fjordan. She pretended not to understand. "I'm sorry," she replied in Kalish, widening her eyes. "I don't speak your language. I'm just lost." He moved with shocking speed. She didn't think she just reacted, her hands coming up instinctively to strike. But he was faster. He dropped the lantern without a second thought, seized her wrists and slammed them together, rendering her powerless. "Drushe," he declared, a note of triumph in his voice. "Which?" His smile was predatory, the grin of a wolf that has cornered its prey. The lunge had been a test. A truly lost girl would have cringed or fumbled for a weapon. She wouldn't have tried to stop a man's heart with her bare hands. Reckless. Impulsive. This was exactly why Zoya hadn't wanted her along. A properly trained Grisha didn't make such blatant errors. Nina had been a fool, but she refused to be a traitor. She continued to babble pleas in Kalish, not Ravkan, and she stifled every cry for help. When they bound her hands, when they levelled threats, when they tossed her into a rowboat like a sack of grain. She wanted to shriek her terror, to bring Zoya running, to beg for salvation, but she would not endanger the others. The Druskel rowed her out to a ship anchored offshore and hurled her into a cage below decks already occupied by other captured Grisha. That was when the true nightmare commenced. In the ship's damp, reeking hold, night and day bled into one. The Grisha prisoners' hands were kept tightly bound to prevent them from summoning their power. Their food was stale bread, infested with weevils just enough to sustain a miserable life, and they hoarded their sips of fresh water, never knowing when more would come. They were given no privy, and the stench of unwashed bodies and waste became a thick, suffocating presence. Sometimes the ship would anchor, and the Driscoll would return with another captive. The Fjordans would stand outside the cages, eating and drinking, jeering at their prisoners' filth and stink. Yet as horrific as their conditions were, the dread of what awaited them was far worse, the inquisitors of the ice court torture, and a certain grim death. Nina dreamed of being consumed by flames on a pyre and would wake screaming. Nightmare, fear, and the dizzying delirium of hunger twisted together until she could no longer distinguish reality from hallucination. Then, one day, the Driscoll filed into the hold wearing crisp, freshly pressed uniforms of black and silver, the white wolf's head gleaming on their sleeves. They formed orderly ranks and stood at rigid attention as their commander entered. Like all of them, he was tall, but he wore a neatly trimmed beard, and his long blonde hair was streaked with silver at the temples. He paced the length of the cargo hold before stopping before the cage. "The Count?" he demanded. "15, sir," answered the young man with the sun-bright hair. the one who had taken her. It was her first glimpse of him down here since the capture. The officer cleared his throat, hands clasped firmly behind him. "I'm Commander Jalbrum." A cold wave of dread washed through Nina, a silent alarm that echoed among the trapped Grisha, a warning they were powerless to act upon. Back at the little palace, Nina had fixated on the Druskel. They had haunted her dreams, their pale wolves, their merciless blades, the war horses bred specifically to hunt her kind. It was the reason she had drilled her Fjerdan to fluency and immersed herself in their customs, a form of mental armor against the inevitable confrontation. And Jarl Brum was their apex. He was a living myth. The shadow in the forest, the Druskel order, was centuries old. But under Brum's command, its numbers had swelled, and its tactics had grown terrifyingly precise. He had overhauled their methods, devised new systems for flushing out Grisha within Fjerda's own borders, penetrated Ravkan territory, and started chasing fugitives across other nations. He even targeted slaver vessels, rescuing Grisha only to shackle them anew for transport to Fjerda and a predetermined fate in her fantasies. She had met Brum as a vengeful soldier or a cunning agent. She had never imagined meeting him like this, starving, bound, and dressed in tatters, locked behind bars. Brum surely knew the weight his name carried. He let the silence stretch, then said in flawless Kalish, "Before you stand the future of the Druskel, the Sacred Brotherhood tasked with safeguarding Fjerda by purging your corruption. They will deliver you to Fjerda for trial, thereby earning their officer's rank. They are the finest of our nation." Just thugs in uniforms, Nina thought bitterly. Upon reaching Fjerda, Brum continued, "You will be questioned and judged for your offences." "Mercy!" pleaded a prisoner, his voice cracking.
"I've harmed no one. I'm just a farmer. You are an affront to Jel," Brum stated coldly. "A corruption upon the land. You speak of innocence, but what of the children you might taint with this demonic power, and their children after them? I reserve my compassion for the innocent souls cut down by Grisha monstrosities." He turned to his men. "Well done," he said, switching to Fjerdan. "We make for Djurholm at once." The young Druskel nearly vibrated with pride.
The moment Brum departed, they were clapping each other's backs, laughing with giddy relief. "Well done is right," one exclaimed. 15 Grisha for the ice court. If this doesn't secure our teeth, it will. Good. I'm tired of daily shaving. I plan to grow a beard to my belt buckle. Then a hand shot through the bars, grabbing a fistful of Nina's hair. I fancy this one still has some meat on her. Maybe we should unlock the cage and give her a proper scrubbing. The boy with the golden hair slapped the hand away. "Have you lost your mind?" he snapped, speaking for the first time since Brum left. The faint spark of gratitude in Nina died instantly as he added, "Would you mate with a barn animal?" "Depends on the animal," the other retorted. Their laughter boomed as they filed out. The golden-haired boy who had compared her to a beast was the last to leave. Just as he moved to exit, Nina spoke up in clear, perfect Fjerdan. "What crimes?" He froze. When he turned back, his blue eyes burned with pure contempt. She held his gaze, unflinching. "How do you know my language? Were you stationed on Ravka's northern front?" "I'm Kalish," she lied smoothly. "I have a gift for tongues. More of your witchery. If by witchery you mean the forgotten art of opening a book. Your commander said we'd be tried for crimes." "I want you to tell me exactly what crime I'm accused of," Nina demanded. "You will face charges of espionage and crimes against the people," the Driscoll replied. A fabricator, too weak to stand from his place on the floor, spoke in broken Fjerdan. "We are not criminals. We are ordinary citizens, farmers, teachers, not me," Nina thought bitterly. "I am a soldier. You will receive a trial," the Driscoll stated. "You will be treated with more fairness than your kind merits." "How many Grisha are ever declared innocent?" Nina challenged. The fabricator moaned softly.
"Do not provoke him. You cannot change his mind."
Yet she gripped the bars with her bound hands.
"How many? How many have you condemned to the fire?" He turned his back on her. "Wait."
He paid her no heed. "Wait, please, just some fresh water." Would you treat your animals this poorly? He paused, his hand on the door. I should not have said that. A dog understands loyalty at least, fidelity to its pack. It is an insult to the animal to name you one. I will feed you to a pack of starving wolves, Nina thought, but aloud she only said, "Water, please." He disappeared into the passage. She heard him climb the ladder, and the hatch closed with a heavy thud. Do not waste your words on him, the fabricator advised. He will offer you no mercy. But a little later, the Driscoll returned with a tin cup and a pail of clean water. He set it inside the cell and slammed the bars shut without speaking. Nina helped the fabricator drink, then gulped down a cup herself. Her hands trembled so violently that half the water spilled down her shirt. The Fierdan looked away, and Nina felt a petty satisfaction at having discomfited him. "I would give anything for a bath," she taunted. "You could wash me. Do not speak to me." He snarled, already striding toward the door. He did not return, and they went without fresh water for the next 3 days. Yet when the storm struck, that tin cup had kept her alive. Nina's chin dropped, and she jolted awake. Had she dozed off? Matthias was standing in the passage, outside the cabin. He filled the doorway, his height making the low ceiling seem oppressive. How long had he been watching her? Swiftly, Nina checked Inej's pulse and breathing, relieved to find her condition stable for the moment. "Was I sleeping?" she asked. "Dozing," he said. She stretched, trying to shake off her weariness.
But not snoring?
He remained silent, just watching her with those cold, pale eyes. "They let you have a razor?" His shackled hands went to his smoothly shaved jaw. Jesper did it. Jesper must have tended to Matthias's hair as well. The uneven tufts of blonde that had grown out raggedly were now neatly trimmed. It was still very short, a bare golden fuzz over skin marked with cuts and bruises from his final brawl in Hellgate. He must be glad to be rid of the beard. Nina considered until a Driscoll completed a solo mission and earned officer status. He was required to remain clean-shaven. If Matthias had delivered Nina to stand trial at the ice court, he would have received that privilege. He would have worn the silver wolf's head that denoted a Driscoll officer. The idea turned her stomach. "Congratulations on your promotion to sanctioned killer." The thought served to remind her precisely who she was dealing with. She straightened her posture, her chin lifting.
"He, Marden? Matthias?" she asked. "Do not," he said.
"You would prefer I spoke Kirch? I do not wish to hear my language from your mouth." His gaze flickered to her lips, and she felt an unwanted heat rise in her cheeks. With spiteful pleasure, she said in Fjerdan, "But you always admired how I spoke your tongue." You said it sounded pristine. It was true. He had adored her accent, the elegant vowels of a noblewoman courtesy of her tutors at the little palace. "Do not test me, Nina," he said. Matthias's Kirch was harsh, brutal, carrying the guttural inflection of the thieves and murderers he'd encountered in prison. "That pardon is a fragile dream, difficult to cling to. The memory of your pulse fading beneath my fingers is far easier to recall." "Try me," she said, her anger igniting. She was tired of his warnings. "My hands are free now, Helvar." She flexed her fingers, and Matthias drew a sharp breath as his pulse began to hammer. "Which?" He choked, pressing a hand to his chest. "You must have 1,000 insults for me by now." "More than that," he managed, perspiration beading on his forehead. She released the tension in her hand, a wave of awkward shame washing over her. What was this? Retribution? A cruel game? He had every reason to despise her. "Leave, Matthias. I need to attend to my patient." She turned her attention to checking Inej's fever. "Will she survive? Do you actually care?" "Of course I care."
"She's a person," she heard the silent conclusion to that statement. "She's a person unlike you." The Fjerdans held that Grisha were not human. They were considered less than beasts, something vile and unholy, a corruption upon the world. Nina gave a slight shrug. "I can't say for certain. I did what I could, but my talents are in a different area." Kaz inquired if the White Rose would send representatives to Hrinkala. "You know of the White Rose.
West Stave is a popular topic of discussion in Hellgate. Nina hesitated, then, silently, she rolled up her sleeve. 2 intertwined roses marked the skin of her inner forearm. She could have clarified her history there, that she had never traded in that particular way, but her past was not his concern. Let him think whatever he wished.
You elected to work there. Elected is a generous term, but yes. Why? Why stay in Kirch at all? She rubbed her tired eyes.
I couldn't abandon you in Hellgate. You're the one who put me there. It was an error, Matthias. Fury flashed in his gaze, the controlled mask slipping. An error? I saved your life, and you branded me a slaver. Yes, Nina admitted, and I've spent most of this past year trying to find a way to make amends. Has a single honest word ever passed your lips? She leaned back exhaustedly in her chair. I have never lied to you. I never will.
The very first words you spoke to me were a lie, in Kalish as I remember it. Spoken just before you seized me and locked me in a cage. Was that the moment for heartfelt truths? I shouldn't expect otherwise. You can't help it. Deceit is in your nature.
He studied her neck. Your bruises have vanished. I healed them. Does that disturb you? Matthias was silent, but she caught a flicker of remorse cross his features. Matthias had always battled his own conscience. To become a Driscoll, he'd had to bury the good within him. Yet the boy he might have been still lingered, and she had glimpsed that truth during their days together after the shipwreck. She wanted to believe that boy remained, locked away despite her betrayal and his ordeal in Hellgate. Staring at him now, she wasn't sure. Perhaps this hardened man was the reality, and the memory she'd clung to all year was just a fantasy. I must tend to an edge, she said, wanting him gone. He didn't move. Instead, he asked, Did you think of me, Nina? Did I haunt your dreams? She shrugged with a feigned casualness. A Corporalnik can sleep whenever she chooses, though she had no power over her dreams. Sleep in Hellgate is a rare luxury. It's a vulnerability. But when I slept, I dreamed of you. Her head jerked up. That's right, he confirmed, every time I closed my eyes. What happened in these dreams, she asked, both desperate and afraid of the answer. Terrible things, the most vicious torments. You drowned me by inches. You carved my heart from my ribs. You took my sight. I was a monster, a maiden, a wraith of the northern ice. You kissed me, whispered tales in my ear. You sang old Fjerdan lullabies and held me as I slept. The sound of your laughter pursued me into wakefulness. You always claimed to hate my laugh. I loved your laugh, Nina, and your fierce, stubborn heart. I might have loved you as well. Might have once. Before her betrayal, the words etched a hollow pain deep within her. She knew she should stay quiet, but the question escaped her. And what did you do, Matthias? What did you dream of doing to me? The ship tilted softly, lanterns swinging. His eyes burned a fierce blue. Everything, he answered, turning away. Absolutely everything. Matthias. Stepping onto the deck, Matthias had to grip the railing immediately. All these canal rats and city dwellers had found their balance with ease, accustomed to leaping between boats on Ketterdam's crowded waterways. Only the soft one, Wylan, appeared to be having a hard time. He looked as miserable as Matthias felt. The open air helped, letting him fix his gaze on the steady line of the horizon. He'd endured sea voyages as a Driscoll, but he'd always preferred solid ground, the certainty of ice. It was a deep humiliation to have these outsiders watch him retch over the side for what felt like the 100th time. At least Nina wasn't present for that particular disgrace. His mind kept returning to her in that cabin, tending to the bronze-skinned girl with such focused care and exhaustion. She had looked utterly drained. A mistake, she'd called it, to have him branded a slaver, dumped on a Kirch vessel, and thrown into a cell. She insisted she'd tried to fix it. But even if that were true, what difference did it make? Her people had no honor. She'd demonstrated that plainly enough. Someone had made coffee, and he watched the crew drink from their lidded copper mugs. The impulse to bring one to Nina flickered in his mind, and he smothered it. He didn't need to look after her or suggest to Brecker that she might need a break. He clenched his fists, studying the scabs on his knuckles. She had planted this frailty in him. Brecker signalled him over to the forecastle where he, Jesper, and a queasy-looking Whelan were gathered, studying the ice court plans away from the crew. The sight of those detailed drawings was a physical blow, the formidable walls, the gates, the patrols. It should have been enough to deter these madmen, but it seemed he was just as foolish as the rest. "Why is nothing labelled?" Brecker asked, tapping the parchment. "I don't read, Fjerdan, and we need the specifics correct," Wylan said, flinching under Matthias's glare. "Helvar should handle it. I'm just doing my job. Stop looking at me like that." "No," Matthias rumbled. "Here," Kaz said, tossing him a small, clear disc that caught the sunlight. The demon was perched on a barrel, leaning against the mast with his bad leg propped on a coil of rope, that infernal cane across his lap. Matthias briefly indulged in a fantasy of snapping it to pieces and making Brecker eat them. "What is this? One of Ruski's newer contraptions?" Wyland's head lifted. "I thought he only did demolition." "He does a bit of everything," Jesper chimed in. "Wedge it between your back teeth," Kaz instructed, distributing the discs. "But don't bite down." Wylan immediately began to choke and cough, fingers scrabbling at his mouth. A transparent film had sealed his lips, puffing out like a frog's throat as he fought for air, his eyes wide with terror. Jesper burst out laughing, and Kaz merely shook his head. "I said not to bite down, Wylan. Breathe through your nose." The boy took several frantic, snorting breaths. "Easy there," Jesper said. "You'll hyperventilate." "What is this for?" Matthias asked, the disc still resting in his palm. Kaz had already slipped his into place, working it between his teeth. "Baleen, I meant to save these, but after that ambush, who knows what we'll face out here. If you go overboard and can't surface, work it loose and bite down. It'll give you about 10 minutes of air. Less if you lose your head," he added, with a pointed glance at Wylan. He handed the boy a replacement. "Try not to waste that one." Then he tapped the plans again. Names, Helvar, all of them. With deep reluctance, Matthias picked up the pen and ink Wylan had set out and began to inscribe the names of the buildings and adjacent streets. Doing it himself, marking the sacred geography of his home for these thieves, felt like the deepest kind of betrayal. A fragment of Matthias wondered if he could simply slip away from the crew once they arrived, betray their position and earn his way back into the good graces of his own people. Would anyone at the ice court even know his face? He was likely listed among the dead, lost in the same shipwreck that had claimed his closest brothers and Commander Brum. He had no papers, no proof. He would be just another stranger with no right to be there, and by the time he convinced anyone to listen— "You're holding out on us," Brecker stated, his dark gaze fixed on Matthias. Matthias ignored the cold tremor that ran through him. Sometimes it felt as if the demon could see straight into a man's thoughts.
"I'm telling you everything I remember. Your guilt is clouding your recall. Remember the bargain we struck, Helvar?"
"Fine," Matthias snapped, his temper flaring. "You want my knowledge? Your scheme is doomed. You haven't even heard the scheme. In, through the prison, out through the embassy. That's your start. It is. It's impossible. The prison sector is a sealed unit, completely cut off from the rest of the ice court. It doesn't connect to the embassy. There's no path from one to the other. It has a roof, doesn't it? You can't reach the roof, Matthias said, a grim satisfaction in his voice. Driscoll spent a quarter of a year training alongside Grisha prisoners and their guards. I've been inside. There is no roof access for that exact reason. If an inmate escapes his cell, we don't want him loose in the court. The prison is a locked box within the outer ring. Once you're in, you don't get out. There's always a crack in the box. Kaz slid the prison blueprint from the pile. 5 levels, correct, intake, and 4 cell blocks. So what's down here in the sublevel? Nothing of use, a laundry, and the incinerator. The incinerator. Yes, where they burn the inmates' garments on arrival. It's a sanitation measure, but the moment the words left his lips, Matthias understood Brecker's intent. By Gel, you intend for us to scale 6 stories up a furnace chimney. When is it operational?
Early morning, if I recall, but even cold we couldn't. He doesn't mean for us to climb it, Nina said, emerging from below deck. Kaz straightened slightly. Who's within edge? Rotty, she replied. I'll return shortly. I needed a breath. And don't pretend worry for Inedge now, when you're plotting to send her up 6 floors of soot and iron with little more than a rope and hope. The Wraith can handle it. The Wraith is a 16-year-old girl currently unconscious on a table.
She might not see morning. She will, said Kaz, and something feral glinted in his eyes. Matthias had no doubt Brecker would carve a path into the afterlife to retrieve her himself if necessary. Jesper lifted his rifle, polishing the barrel with a soft cloth. Why are we debating chimney climbs when we've got a much larger issue? And what's that? Kaz asked, though Matthias was certain he already knew. We have no business chasing Bo Yulbayur if Pekka Rollins is in the game.
Who is Pekka Rollins? Matthias asked,
the name feeling clumsy and undignified in his mouth. Kirch names lacked all gravity. He knew the man was a gang lord who profited from the Hell Show. That was vile enough, but Matthias sensed a deeper history. Wylan flinched, picking at the sticky residue on his lips. Only the most powerful crime boss in all of Ketterdam. He has resources we can't match, connections we don't have, and he's probably miles ahead of us. Jesper nodded. For once, Wylan isn't talking nonsense. If by some saint's miracle we actually snatch Bo Yulbayur out from under Rollins, the second he learns we were the ones who beat him, we're all corpses walking. Pekka Rollins is a barrel kingpin, Kaz said, his voice flat. Nothing more, nothing less. Stop turning him into a myth. There's a deeper history here, Matthias thought, a personal score settled in the shadows of this plan. The air between Kaz and the name Rollins felt charged, like the moment before a storm breaks over the sea. The fierce energy that had driven Brecker earlier, when he'd killed Ooman, had faded, yet a hard intensity remained in his voice. Matthias was certain Kaz Brecker's hatred for Pekka Rollins ran deeper than a sabotaged ship and hired gunmen. This felt personal, like a grudge carved from old scars. Jesper leaned back, his tone sceptical.
You really think Per Haskell will stand by you once he learns you've crossed Rollins? You think the old man wants that kind of war? Kaz shook his head, and Matthias recognised genuine frustration. Pekka Rollins didn't start life in velvet, counting his kruge. You're still thinking small, the way Per Haskell does, the way men like Rollins expect. We pull this job off and split that haul, we become barrel legends, we become the crew that outsmarted Pekka Rollins.
Maybe we should scrap the northern approach, Wylan suggested. If Pekka's crew has a head start, we should sail directly to Djurholm. The harbour will be swarming with security, Kaz countered, not to mention the usual customs inspectors and lawmen. What about the south? Through Ravka? That border is sealed tight, Nina said. It's a long border, Matthias offered, but we have no way of knowing where it's weakest, she replied.
Unless you possess some magical insight into which watchtowers are manned. Besides, entering from Ravka means dealing with both Ravkans and Fjerdans. Her logic was sound, yet it unsettled him. In Fjorda, women did not speak this way, did not discuss military strategy so freely, but Nina had always defied expectation. We stick to the northern approach as planned, Kaz stated. Jesper knocked his head lightly against the hull and looked skyward. Fine.
But if Pekka Rollins gets us all killed, I'm having Wylan's ghost teach mine to play the flute, just so I can annoy your ghost eternally. A faint smile touched Brecker's lips. Then I'll hire Matthias's ghost to kick your ghost's ass. My ghost will refuse to associate with your ghost, Matthias said stiffly, immediately wondering if the salt air was addling his mind. Part 3, heartsick. 16 in AGA. Every part of her ached. Why was the room swaying?
Inage surfaced slowly into consciousness, her memories a tangled blur. She recalled the searing pain of Ooman's knife, scrambling up stacked crates, the shouts as she hung by her fingertips. Come on down, Wraith. But Kaz had come back for her to salvage his investment. They must have reached the Ferroland. She attempted to shift, but the pain was too sharp, so she settled for turning her head. Nina was dozing on a stool wedged in the corner, Inedge's hand resting loosely in hers.
Nina,
she rasped, her throat dry and thick. Nina startled awake. I'm up, she exclaimed, then blinked sleepily at Inedge. You're awake? She straightened, her expression shifting to relief. Oh, saints, you're actually awake. And then, to Inedge's surprise, Nina began to cry. Inedge tried to push herself up, but could barely lift her head. No, don't, Nina said, swiping at her cheeks. Just lie still. Rest. Are you all right? Nina let out a wet laugh. I'm fine.
You're the one who was stabbed. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's easier to end people than to mend them. Inedge blinked, and then they were both laughing weakly. Ow, Inedge groaned. Don't make me laugh. It hurts. Nina winced in sympathy. How do you feel? Sore, but manageable. Thirsty. Nina handed her a tin cup of cool water. It's fresh. We caught rain yesterday. Inedge drank slowly, letting Nina support her head. How long was I out? Nearly 4 days.
Jesper is about to wear a path in the deck. I don't think he's sat still for 2 minutes straight. She stood abruptly. I should tell Kaz you're awake. We were starting to think. Wait, Inedge said, catching Nina's hand. Can we not tell him just yet? Nina sat back down, her expression puzzled. Of course, but why? Just for tonight? Inedge hesitated. Is it night? Yes, just past midnight. Do we know who attacked us at the harbour? Pekka Rollins. He paid the black tips and the Razorgulls to make sure we couldn't leave Fifth Harbour. How did he even know which harbour we were using? We're still figuring that out. I saw Ooman. Ooman's gone. Kaz took care of him. He did. Kaz left a trail of bodies. Rotti watched him tear through the black tips. Who had you pinned on those crates? He said there was so much blood you could have repainted a barn with it. Inedge shut her eyes. So much violence. Death was a constant shadow in the barrel, but this time it had brushed right up against her. He was worried about you. Kaz doesn't worry about anything. You should have seen his expression when he carried you in here. I'm a worthwhile investment. Nina stared, mouth open. Please tell me he didn't actually say that. He did. Well, he left out the worthwhile part. What an idiot. How is Matthias? Also an idiot. Think you can manage some food? Inedge shook her head. The thought of eating made her stomach turn. Try, Nina pressed. You didn't have much to spare to begin with. I just need to rest a little longer. Of course, Nina said softly, moving to dim the lantern. Inedge reached out, her fingers brushing Nina's sleeve. Leave it, I'm not ready to sleep yet. Wish I had a book. There's a heartrender back at the little palace who recites epic poems for hours. You'd be begging for unconsciousness. Inedge laughed, then winced at the pull in her side. Just stay. All right, Nina agreed, settling back. Since you're in a talking mood, start with an easy one. Why don't you have the dregs tattoo, the cup and crow? Starting simple, are we? Nina crossed her legs and propped her chin in her hands. I'm listening. Inedge was silent for a long moment. You saw the scars. Nina nodded. After Kaz convinced Per Haskell to buy out my contract with the menagerie, the very first thing I did was get that peacock feather removed. Whoever did it wasn't exactly gentle. He wasn't a Corporal Nick or even a proper medic. Just one of the back-alley practitioners who serviced the desperate in the barrel. He'd handed her a flask of whiskey, then carved the tattoo away with a blade, leaving her forearm a mess of raised, angry scars. She hadn't minded. The pain felt like freedom. At the House of Exotics, they'd loved to talk about her skin, compared it to coffee with cream, to caramel, to satin. Every slice of the knife was a rejection of their words. Kaz told me all I had to do was make myself useful. Kaz taught her to crack locks, lift wallets, handle a blade. He gave her that first knife, the one she named Sanct Petir, not as lovely as wildflowers, but far more dependable. Maybe I'll use it on you, she'd once teased. He'd just sighed. If only you were that bloodthirsty. She could never tell if he was joking. Now she shifted carefully on the table. The pain was there, but manageable. Given how deep the wound had been, her saints must have been guiding Nina's hands. Kaz said if I proved myself, I could join the dregs when I was ready, and I did, but I never took the tattoo. Nina's eyebrows lifted. I didn't think that was a choice. Technically, it isn't. I know some don't get it, but Kaz told me he said it was my decision that he wouldn't be the one to mark me again. But he had, in his own fashion, no matter how hard she tried to guard against it. Letting herself feel anything for Kaz Brecker was the height of foolishness. She knew that. Still, he'd been the one to pull her out of the dark, to see something in her worth betting on. He'd placed his chips on her, and that meant something, even if his reasons were selfish. He'd even given her the name Wraith. I don't like it, she'd protested. It sounds like a ghost, a phantom, he corrected. Didn't you say you were going to be my spider? Why not keep that? Because there are too many spiders in the barrel. Besides, you want your enemies afraid, not thinking they can crush you under their boot. My enemies? Our enemies? He'd helped her forge a legend to wear like armor, something larger and more intimidating than the girl she'd been. Inedge let out a slow breath. She didn't want to dwell on Kaz any longer. Your turn, she said to Nina. You're practically falling asleep, sitting up. You should get some rest. I can't stand boats. They bring back too much. Same here. Then sing something for me. Nina let out a laugh. Remember when I said I wished you were dead? Trust me, you don't want to hear me sing. Please. All I know are Ravkan folk songs and those rowdy Kirch tavern chants. Give me a tavern song, something loud. Nina shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. Only for you, Wraith. She took a breath and started, her voice rough and off-key. There once was a captain, so bold and so free, a sailor and soldier untouched by the sea. Inedge burst into laughter, wincing as she held her side. You weren't lying. You truly can't carry a tune. I did warn you. Keep going. Nina's singing was genuinely awful, but the noise of it was a welcome anchor, keeping Inedge tethered to the present, to the creak of this boat, and away from the memories that lapped at the edges of her mind. She tried not to think of the last time the sea had held her, but the past was a persistent tide. She'd only been 14. Her family had been spending the summer along the Ravkan coast, performing in a travelling carnival near Oskervo. That morning she was supposed to be helping her father repair the fishing nets. Instead, she'd given in to a lazy impulse, burrowing deeper under her thin blanket in the caravan, lulled by the steady rhythm of the waves when the shadow filled the doorway. She didn't think to run. Still half asleep, she mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes, Papa." Then rough hands seized her ankles and yanked her from the bunk. Her head struck the hard ground with a sickening crack. 4 large men, smelling of salt and sweat, swarmed her. A gag was shoved into her mouth when she tried to scream. They bound her wrists tightly, and one threw her over his shoulder like a sack of grain, carrying her down to a longboat hidden in the cove. She later learned that slavers frequented that stretch of coast, watching for easy targets like their isolated Suli caravan. The hold of the ship was a dark, reeking pit. She was tossed in with other children, some crying, some silent, a mix of boys and girls from different lands. She was the only Suli through whispered Ravkan. She heard their stories, a boy taken from his father's docks, a girl who wandered too far from her friends at the beach, another sold by her own brother to cover his debts. The sailors spoke a guttural tongue she didn't recognize. One of the older children said they were being taken to a remote Kirch island to be auctioned for buyers from Ketterdam and Novi Zem. Inedge had believed slavery was outlawed in Kirch. She was learning how wrong she was. She never made it to the auction block. When the ship finally anchored, she was pulled on deck and presented to a woman of startling beauty tall, with cascading golden hair and cool hazel eyes. The woman raised a lantern, its light harsh as she inspected Inedge like livestock, checking her teeth, her slight frame, even the soles of her feet. She tugged at Inedge's tangled hair. "This will all need to come off." She stepped back, her assessment clinical. "Pretty, scrawny and flat as a board, but the skin is perfect. Then the woman turned away to haggle with the sailors, leaving Inedge standing there on the deck, her blouse hanging open, her skirt twisted, her bound hands pressed to her chest. Moonlight glimmered on the black water below. "Jump!" A voice inside her whispered. "Whatever is down there is better than where she's taking you." But her feet were rooted to the deck by a fear so thick it felt like tar. The Inedge she was now likes to think she would have leaped without hesitation, perhaps dragging one of those men down with her. But that's just a story she tells herself. She'd frozen more recently too, when Tanti Helene had cornered her in West Stave. She was still, at her core, that same terrified girl, paralysed and shamed under a stranger's gaze. Nina was still singing, now a bawdy tune about a sailor who left his love behind for the sea. Inedge asked to learn the chorus, insisting Nina should rest. Nina agreed, teaching her the words. Their voices joined together, stumbling through the verses and hopelessly off-key until the lanterns guttered low. Jesper was so bored he considered throwing himself overboard just for a change of scenery. 6 more days, with favourable winds, 6 more days on this miserable boat until they might see land. The western coast of Ferda was nothing but treacherous rock and sheer cliffs, with safe harbour only at Duurholm and Elling. Security there was too tight, forcing them toward the remote northern whaling ports. He'd secretly hoped for a pirate attack, but their little vessel was too insignificant, carrying no cargo worth stealing. Flying neutral Kirch colours, they slipped unchallenged through the busiest lanes of the true sea and into the frigid northern waters of the Isenvie. Jesper paced the deck, scaled the rigging, pestered the crew for card games, and cleaned his guns. He ached for solid ground, decent food, and a proper lager. He missed the city's constant hum. If he'd wanted all this empty space and silence, he might as well have stayed on the frontier and become the farmer his father always envisioned. With little else to do, he studied the ice court layouts, endured Matthias's grumbling, and bothered Wylan, who was always hunched over, trying to sketch the possible mechanisms of the ringwall gates. Kaz had been impressed with the drawings. "You think like a lockpick?" he'd told him. Wylan had protested. "I do not." Kaz had given him a look bordering on pity. "No, you're a flautist who fell in with bad company." Jesper dropped down beside Wylan. "Just take the compliment." "Kaz doesn't hand those out." "It wasn't a compliment," Wylan insisted. "I'm nothing like him. I don't belong here." "No argument from me," Jesper said. Wylan shot back. "And you don't belong here either. I beg your pardon, Murchling. We don't need a sharpshooter for this plan. So what's your job, other than stalking around making everyone nervous?" Jesper shrugged. "Kaz trusts me." Wylan snorted and picked up his pen. "Are you sure about that?" The question needled him. Of course he wasn't sure. He spent half his time trying to decipher Kaz Brecker's thoughts. Even if he had earned a sliver of Kaz's trust, did he truly deserve it? He tapped his thumbs against his revolvers. "When the bullets start flying, you might be glad I'm around. Those pretty drawings won't keep you alive." "We need these plans," Wylan retorted. "And in case you've forgotten, one of my flash bombs got us out of Ketterdam Harbour." Jesper blew out a breath. Brilliant strategy.
It worked, didn't it? You blinded our crew right along with the black tips. It was a calculated risk. It was crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. Believe me, I know the difference. "So I've heard," Wylan said. Meaning everyone knows you can't resist a fight or a wager no matter how bad the odds." Jesper squinted up at the sails, a familiar defensiveness tightening his chest. "If you aren't born with every advantage, you learn to take your chances."
Wylan set his pen down sharply. "I wasn't. Why do you assume you know everything about me?" "I know plenty," Jesper replied. "How nice for you." Wylan muttered. "I feel like I'll never know enough." "About what?" "About anything," he said, his frustration evident. Against his better judgment, Jesper was intrigued. "Like what?" he pressed. Wylan gestured to the revolvers. "Like those guns, they have an unusual firing mechanism."
"If I could just take one apart, don't even think about it," Jesper cut in.
Wylan shrugged, then tapped the plan of the ice court.
Or what about the ice moat?
Matthias had described it as a slick, wafer-thin layer over freezing water, completely exposed and impossible to cross.
What about it? Jesper asked. Where does all that water come from?
The court is situated on a hill, so where does the water supply come from? Is there an aquifer or an aqueduct to pump it up? Does it matter?
There's a bridge. We don't actually need to cross the frozen moat.
Aren't you even a little curious? Absolutely not. Now, if you had a system for winning at three-man bramble or Macca's wheel, that would pique my interest. Wylan had returned to his work, his disappointment clear. For some reason, Jesper felt a pang of disappointment himself. He made a point of checking on Inedge every morning and evening. The possibility that the dockyard ambush might have been her end had unsettled him deeply. Despite Nina's relentless care, he'd been fairly convinced the wraith wasn't going to last much longer. Then one morning, Jesper arrived to find Inedge sitting upright, dressed in practical breeches, a quilted vest, and a hooded tunic. Nina was crouched down, wrestling with the task of getting the Suli girl's feet into her peculiar rubber-soled shoes. "Inedge!" Jesper exclaimed. "You're alive!"
She offered a faint smile. "No more so than anyone else. If you're already dishing out gloomy Suli proverbs, you must be on the mend." "Don't just hover," Nina complained. "Help me get these on her." "If you would just let me," Inedge started. "Do not bend," Nina interrupted sharply. "Do not leap. Do not make any sudden moves. If you don't swear to take it easy, I'll slow your heart and keep you unconscious until I'm certain you're fully healed."
Nina Zenik, the moment I discover where you've hidden my knives, we are going to have a serious conversation. The first words out of your mouth had better be, "Thank you, magnificent Nina, for dedicating every single waking hour of this dreadful voyage to saving my ungrateful hide." Jesper anticipated a laugh from Inedge and was taken aback when instead she cupped Nina's face gently in her hands.
"Thank you for holding me in this world when everything seemed set on pulling me into the next. I owe you a life debt." Nina flushed a deep red. "I was only joking, Inedge." She hesitated. "I believe we've both had our fill of debts. This is one I am happy to carry." All right. When we're back in Ketterdam, you can buy me waffles." Now Inedge did laugh, releasing her hands as a thoughtful look crossed her face. "Dessert in exchange for a life? I'm not sure that's a fair trade."
"I expect exceptionally good waffles. I know the perfect spot," Jesper chimed in. "They serve this amazing apple syrup. You are not invited," Nina stated flatly. "Now come help me get her on her feet. I can stand by myself," Inedge muttered, sliding off the table and rising. "Indulge me." With a resigned sigh, Inedge took hold of the arm Jesper offered, and they moved slowly out of the cabin and up to the deck, with Nina following. "This is ridiculous," Inedge insisted.
"I'm perfectly fine."
"You are," Jesper agreed, "but I might collapse at any second, so stay alert." Once on deck, Inedge gave his arm a squeeze, signaling him to stop. She tilted her head back, drawing a deep breath. It was a grim, stone-grey day. The sea a bleak expanse of choppy slate broken by whitecaps. The sky layered with thick, rippled clouds. A brisk wind filled the sails, driving the small vessel over the waves. "It feels good to feel this kind of cold," she murmured. "This kind?"
Wind in your hair, sea spray on your skin. The cold that reminds you you're alive.
2 laps around the deck, Nina warned from behind them. Then straight back to bed, she moved to join Wylan near the stern. Jesper noticed she had positioned herself at the part of the ship farthest from Matthias. "Have they been like that the entire time?" Inedge asked, her gaze shifting between Nina and the Fjorden. Jesper nodded. "It's like watching 2 mountain lions circle each other." Inedge made a soft, considering sound. "But what do they intend to do when they finally pounce? Tear each other apart?" Inedge rolled her eyes. "No wonder you have such terrible luck at the gambling tables." Jesper guided her toward the railing, where they could manage a semblance of a walk without obstructing the crew. "I'd threaten to throw you overboard, but Kaz is watching." Inedge nodded. She didn't look up to where Kaz stood beside Specht at the ship's wheel. But Jesper did, offering a cheerful wave. Kaz's expression remained utterly unchanged. Would it physically pain him to smile just once? Jesper wondered aloud. It was entirely possible. The crew called out their greetings and well wishes as they passed, and Jesper could feel Inedge's spirits lift with every shout of, "The Wraith is back!" Even Matthias offered a stiff bow and admitted, "I understand we have you to thank for getting us out of that harbour alive."
I suspect there were several factors at play, Inedge replied.
"I'm a factor," Jesper chimed in helpfully. "Nevertheless," Matthias continued, ignoring him entirely, "thank you." They moved along the deck, and Jesper caught the faint, pleased smile touching Inedge's lips. "Surprised?" he asked. "A little," she admitted. "I spend so much time around Kaz. I suppose it's just unusual to feel genuinely seen." She let out a soft laugh, then winced, pressing a hand to her ribs. "Still hurts."
They're happy you're alive. I'm happy.
"I should hope so. I never quite felt like I belonged with the dregs, you know." "Well, you don't." "Thanks. We're a crew with very specific hobbies, and you don't gamble, swear, or drink yourself stupid. But here's the secret to winning everyone over. Nearly get yourself killed saving your friends from a fiery ambush works every time. As long as no one expects me to start attending social gatherings." When they reached the foredeck, Inedge leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant line where sky met sea. Did he visit me? At all? Jesper knew she meant Kaz. Every single day. Inedge turned her dark eyes on him, then shook her head slowly. "You're a terrible liar, Jesper. You always have been." He sighed, hating the feeling of letting her down. "No," he confessed. "He didn't." She nodded, looking back at the water. "I don't think he handles sickbeds well," Jesper offered.
Who does? I mean, I think it was difficult for him to see you like that. That first day, after you were hurt, he wasn't himself. It cost Jesper something to say it out loud. Would Kaz have lost his composure so completely if it had been Jesper with a blade in his side? Of course he was upset. This is a 6-person job, and he apparently needs me to climb an incinerator shaft. If I die, the whole plan collapses. Jesper didn't argue.
He couldn't pretend to understand Kaz or the strange engine that drove him. Tell me something else. What really happened between Wylan and his father? Inedge shot a quick glance toward where Kaz stood, then looked over her shoulder to ensure no crew members were within earshot. Kaz had been very clear. Any information related to the job stayed between the 6 of them. "I don't know all the details," she said, lowering her voice. 3 months ago, Wylan showed up at a boarding house near the Slat. He was using a different name, but Kaz monitors everyone new to the barrel, so he had me look into it. And Inedge shrugged. "The staff at the Van Eck mansion are paid too well to be easily bribed." What I learned didn't give a clear picture. There were whispers that Wylan had been caught in a compromising situation with one of his tutors. "Seriously," Jesper said, impressed. Hidden depths, indeed. "Just a rumour. And it's not as if Wylan left home to move in with a lover." "So why did his father throw him out?" "I don't think he did. Van Eck writes to Wylan every week. Wylan doesn't even open the letters. What do they say?" Inedge shifted carefully against the rail. "You're assuming I read them?" "You didn't?" "Of course I did." She frowned slightly, recalling. "They all said the same thing over and over. If you're reading this, then you know how much I wish to have you home." Or, "I pray that you read these words and think of all you've left behind." Jesper looked across the deck to where Wylan was talking with Nina. The mysterious Murchling. I wonder what Van Eck did that was bad enough to make Wylan choose to slum it with the likes of us. "Now you tell me something, Jesper," Inedge said, her tone shifting from curious to pointed. "What are you really doing here? You know how dangerous this is. You know the odds of us making it back. I know you love a gamble, but this is a long shot, even for you." Jesper didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the grey, rolling swells of the sea marching toward the horizon in an endless, disciplined formation. He'd never been fond of the sea, that endless expanse of mystery beneath the waves, the lurking possibility of something ravenous and sharp-toothed ready to pull him into the deep. Lately, That same feeling followed him everywhere, even on solid ground.
I'm in over my head, Inedge.
You're always in over your head. Not like this. I borrowed from dangerous people. You remember my father's farm out in Novia Zem? Right, the Western Acres. It finally started turning a profit this season. Jesper, tell me you didn't. I needed the cash. I let him believe it was for my final year at university. She fixed him with a steady look. He thinks you're still studying. That's the story I gave when I left for Ketterdam. My first week in the city, a group of us wandered over to East Stave. I tossed a few krooge on a table. Just a lark. I didn't even know the rules to Marker's wheel, but when that dealer set the wheel spinning, I'd never heard anything so perfect. I kept winning. It was the most alive I'd ever felt. And you've been trying to recapture that feeling ever since. He gave a slow nod. I should have buried myself in books. Instead, I won. Then I lost. Then I lost worse. I needed coin, so I started running odd jobs for the gangs. One night, 2 thugs cornered me in an alley. Kaz handled them, and we've been working together since. He likely paid those boys to jump you, so you'd owe him. He wouldn't. Jesper cut himself off, then chuckled darkly. Of course he would. He stretched his fingers, studying the creases of his palms. Kaz is... I've never met anyone like him. He keeps me guessing. Sure, like discovering a hornet's nest in your sock drawer. Jesper let out a sharp laugh. Exactly like that. So, why are we really out here? Jesper turned toward the water, his face growing warm, hoping for something sweet, I suppose, and trying not to get swarmed. Inedge nudged her shoulder against his. Then we're the same brand of fool. I don't know what your excuse is, Wraith. I'm the one who can't fold a losing hand. She linked her arm through his. That makes you a terrible gambler, Jesper, but a very good friend. You deserve better than him, you know. I know, so do you. Feel like walking. Yes, Inedge said, matching his stride. And then I need you to occupy Nina, so I can slip off and locate my blades. Easy. I'll just mention Helvar. Jesper glanced back toward the ship's wheel as they started along the far side of the deck. Kaz hadn't budged. He was still watching them, gaze unyielding, expression as inscrutable as ever. It took Kaz 2 full days after she left the surgeon's quarters to finally approach Inedge. She was seated alone, legs folded, her back against the ship's hull, quietly drinking tea. Kaz limped over. I have something to show you. I'm recovering well. Thanks for inquiring, she said, glancing up. How are you holding up? His mouth quirked. Absolutely splendid. Awkwardly, he lowered himself beside her and set his cane aside. Is your leg giving you trouble? It's manageable here. He unfolded Wyland's drawing of the prison sector between them. Most of Wyland's schematics depicted the ice court from above, but this elevation was a side view, a cross-section, revealing each stacked floor. I've seen it, Inedge said. She traced a straight line with her finger from the basement up to the roof. 6 stories straight up a chimney shaft. Can you manage it? Her dark brows lifted. Do we have a choice? No? So if I said I couldn't make that climb, would you order Specht to turn this ship around and sail us all back to Ketterdam? I'd find another way, Kaz replied. I don't know how, but I'm not walking away from that prize. You know I can do it, Kaz, and you know I won't back out. So why ask? Because I've been searching for a reason to speak to you for 2 days. I need to be certain you understand what you're facing and that you're committing the layout to memory.
Will there be a quiz?
Yes, said Kaz. Fail it, and we all spend the rest of our days in a Fjerdan cell. She murmured, taking another sip of tea. And I'll be the one who doesn't get a cell. She closed her eyes and let her head rest back against the hull. The single path to the harbour made me uneasy. I don't like having only one exit, I admitted. Kaz leaned back against the ship's side, stretching his leg with a wince. Neither do I, he agreed.
But that's the Fjerdan designed for you. Do you believe Specht will be there? He gave me a sidelong look. Should I have a reason not to? None. But if the Ferroland isn't waiting for us, he'll be there. He owes you then. A short nod. The Navy dismissed him and withheld his pension. He has a sister to look after near Belent. I secured his funds. That was decent of you. Kaz's expression sharpened.
Don't mistake me for a hero from a fairy tale, stealing from the wealthy to hand out coins. It was a profitable transaction with useful intelligence. Specht knows every naval patrol route by heart. Nothing is ever free with you, Kaz, I said, holding his gaze. I understand that, but if that ship is stopped, we're trapped in Jerholm. I'll find us a way out, you know I will. He needed to hear her say it. This venture was unlike any he'd undertaken. Each of her doubts mirrored the anxieties whispering in his own mind. Before they'd sailed from Ketterdam, he'd lashed out, threatening to replace her if she lacked faith. He needed to know she believed he could lead them into the ice court and bring them back whole, as he had with other crews on other jobs. He needed her belief. But instead, she shifted the subject. I heard Pekka Rollins was the one who had men waiting for us at the docks. A flicker of frustration cut through him.
What of it?
I've seen how you fixate on him, Kaz. It's different. He's just another barrel boss, another thug with a title. She shook her head. No, with the other gangs, it's business. With Pekka Rollins, it's something else entirely. Later, he wouldn't know why the words came out. He'd never spoken them aloud. Keeping his eyes on the canvas above, he said, Pekka Rollins killed my brother. He felt the stillness beside him before she spoke. You had a brother.
I had a life once,
he muttered, then instantly regretted the admission. Was he seeking her pity? Kaz, she began, then paused. He braced for a touch, for empty words of comfort. Instead, she said, I will pray for him, for his peace in the next world, since he found none in this one. He turned his head. They were close, shoulders almost brushing. Her hair, usually bound tightly back, fell loose around her shoulders. Her eyes were a deep, dark brown. The proximity should have made his skin prickle. Instead, a treacherous thought surfaced. What if I closed the distance? I don't want your prayers, he said, his voice rough. What do you want, then? The familiar desires rose instantly. Wealth, retribution, silence for the ghost of Geordie's voice in his mind, but a new, fierce, and entirely unwelcome answer roared from within. You, Inedge, just you? He offered a careless shrug and looked away. To be crushed some day by the sheer weight of my own fortune. Inedge released a soft breath. Then I will pray you receive exactly what you ask for. More prayers, he countered. And what is it you want, Wraith? To leave Ketterdam behind forever and never hear that name again? Good, he thought, a bitter edge to the sentiment. He'd need a new spider, but he'd be free of this persistent, unsettling distraction. Your cut of 30 million Kruge can buy that freedom, he said, rising to his feet. So save your prayers for favourable winds and oblivious guards. Keep me out of them. Kaz moved toward the bow, his limp pronounced, irritated with himself and unfairly angry with her. Why had he sought her company? Why had he mentioned Geordie? He'd been distracted and short-tempered for days. He was accustomed to his wraith's presence. The sound of her feeding the crows outside his window, the steady scrape of her knives being honed as he worked. Her quiet corrections voiced through Suli wisdom. He didn't want Inedge. He just wanted the comfortable, predictable rhythm of their partnership restored. Kaz rested his weight against the cold metal of the ship's rail, the salt air doing little to clear his head. He regretted mentioning his brother at all. Even those sparse words had unleashed a tide of memories, each one fighting to be heard. What was it he'd told Giels back at the exchange? That he was the kind of bastard they only forged in the barrel. Just another lie, another brick in the carefully constructed legend of himself. After their father's death, trapped under a plough, his life scattered across the field like wet crimson petals, Geordie had sold the farm. The sale didn't bring much, not after the debts were settled, but it was enough to get them to Ketterdam and keep them comfortable for a time. Kaz was 9, still grieving and terrified to leave the only home he'd ever known. He clung to his big brother's hand as they travelled through miles of gentle, fragrant farmland, eventually reaching a major canal where they boarded a produce barge headed for the city. "What's going to happen when we arrive?" Kaz had asked. Geordie's answer was ready. I'll get work as a runner at the exchange, then move up to clerk. I'll become a stockholder, then a real merchant. That's how I'll build our fortune. What about me? You'll go to school. Why don't you go to school? Geordie had laughed, a short, dismissive sound. I'm past that, and too clever for it besides. Their initial days in Ketterdam lived up to Geordie's promises. They walked the vast curved harbour known as the Lid, then wandered East Stave to gawk at the glittering gambling palaces. They avoided the southern districts, heeding warnings of danger, and took rooms in a neat boarding house near the exchange. They sampled every strange food they saw, making themselves ill on sticky quince candies. Kaz loved the little omelette stalls where you could pick your own fillings. Each morning, Geordie left to search for work at the exchange, ordering Kaz to stay in their room. The city wasn't safe for children alone. There were thieves, pickpockets, and worse, men who would snatch a boy and sell him to the highest bidder. So Kaz stayed inside. He'd drag a chair to the wash basin, climb up, and practice making coins vanish in the mirror, mimicking a magician he'd seen performing outside a gambling hall. Geordie had pulled him away before he could see more, but the trick with the disappearing coin haunted Kaz. How had it been done? It was there, then it wasn't. The whole disaster started, ironically, with a toy. Geordie came home one evening hungry and sour, another day wasted. They claim there are no jobs, but what they mean is there are no jobs for a boy like me. Everyone there is someone's cousin or brother or best friend's son. Kaz wasn't in any state to lift his brother's spirits. He was stir-crazy and bored after another day, imprisoned with only coins and cards for company. He begged to go back to East Stave to find that magician. In the years that followed, Kaz would torment himself with alternatives. If Geordie hadn't given in, if they'd gone to look at ships in the harbour instead, or simply walked on the opposite side of the canal. He wanted to believe a different choice would have changed everything. But as he grew older, that hope felt more and more like a childish fantasy. They passed the garish glow of the Emerald Palace, and right next door, in front of the Gold Strike, a boy was selling little mechanical dogs. The toys waddled on stiff legs, tin ears flapping, when wound with a small bronze key. Kaz crouched to turn all the keys, trying to set the whole pack in motion at once, while the vendor struck up a conversation with Geordie. As luck, or fate, would have it, the boy was from Lige, barely 2 towns over from where they'd grown up. He mentioned he knew a man who needed runners, not at the exchange, but at an office just down the street. He told Geordie to come by the next morning, and they could go talk to the man together. Kaz had secretly wished for a runner's job himself. Walking back to their room, Geordie surprised him by buying 2 hot chocolates instead of making them split one. They sat on a small bridge, legs swinging above the water, the lights from the Stave district shimmering on the surface below. "Our luck is finally turning," Geordie declared, warming his hands on the cup. Kaz stared at their rippling reflections in the bright canal and felt a genuine spark of hope. The boy with the mechanical dogs was Philip, and his contact was a man named Jakob Hertzun, a modest merchant who ran a coffee shop near the exchange. There, he connected small-time investors to shares in Kerch trading voyages. Geordie came home buzzing with excitement that night. "You have to see this place, Kaz," he gushed. "It's packed day and night with regular folks, butchers, bakers, dock workers, all talking deals and trading shares. Mr. Hertzun says any man can get rich. You just need a bit of luck and the right people in your corner." The following week felt like a wonderful waking dream. While Geordie and Philip worked as runners, delivering messages and placing orders, Kaz got to stay at the coffee house. The bartender let him perch on the counter to practice his card tricks and kept his mug filled with hot chocolate. They were even invited to the Hertzun home for dinner, a stately house on Zelverstraat with a bright blue door and crisp white curtains. Mr. Hertzun was a large, cheerful man with bushy grey sideburns. His wife, Margit, pinched Kaz's cheeks and served him a hearty hotspot with smoked sausage. He played games in the kitchen with their 10-year-old daughter, Saskia, who Kaz decided was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. He and Geordie stayed late, singing along as Margit played the piano, their large silver dog thumping its tail happily on the floor. It was the first time since his father's death that Kaz felt truly light. Mr. Hertzun even let Geordie make small stock investments, always advising patience. "Slow and steady, lad," he'd say. "That's the way." Then things got even more promising. Mr. Hertzun's friend, a Kerch ship captain, returned from Novi Yezem with a story. He'd met a sugar farmer in a Zemeni port who was drowning his sorrows. The man's cane fields, along with his neighbours, had been wiped out by floods. Sugar prices were currently low, but once news of the shortage spread, they would skyrocket. The captain planned to buy up as much sugar as possible before the story hit Ketterdam. "Doesn't that seem like cheating?" Kaz whispered to his brother. Geordie just scoffed. "It's not cheating, it's smart business. How else are regular people supposed to get ahead without a little inside help?" To avoid drawing attention to the large purchase, Mr. Hertzun had Geordie and Philip place the orders through 3 different trading offices. When the news of the crop failure finally broke, the boys sat in the coffee house, watching the numbers on the chalkboard climb, struggling to hide their excitement. Once Mr. Hertzun decided the shares had peaked, he sent the boys to sell and collect the profits. They returned to the coffee house, and Mr. Hertzun paid them their earnings directly from his safe. "See?" Geordie said to Kaz as they stepped out into the damp Ketterdam evening. "I told you, luck and good friends." Just a few days later, Mr. Hertzun shared another tip from his captain friend, this time about the upcoming Jurda crop. "The rains are brutal this season," Mr. Hertzun explained, "but this is worse. Not only were the fields ruined, but the storage warehouses down at the docks in Eames were destroyed too. This is a major opportunity, and I plan to invest heavily," the man declared. "Then we should as well," Philip insisted. Mr. Hertzun shook his head, a frown forming. "I'm afraid this particular venture isn't suitable for you two. The minimum investment is far beyond what you could manage. But don't worry, other chances will come." Philip erupted in anger. He shouted at Mr. Hertzun, accusing him of being unfair, comparing him to the greedy merchants at the exchange who kept all the wealth for themselves. He hurled insults that made Kaz wince before storming out, leaving the entire coffee house staring at Mr. Hertzun's flushed, humiliated face. Retreating to his office, Mr. Hertzun sank into his chair. I don't make the rules. The men behind this trade only want substantial investors, people who can shoulder the risk." Geordie and Kaz were left standing awkwardly. "Are you upset with me as well?" Mr. Hertzun asked. They quickly assured him they were not. It was Philip who was being unreasonable. "I understand his frustration," Mr. Hertzun sighed. "Chances like this are rare, but sometimes there's simply nothing to be done." "I have money," Geordie stated. Mr. Hertzun offered a patient smile.
"Geordie, you're a fine young man, and I'm sure you'll be a titan of the exchange one day, but you don't possess the level of capital these investors demand."
Geordie lifted his chin defiantly. "I do. It's from selling my father's farm. And I suspect that's all you and Kaz have to live on. That's not the kind of money you gamble on a trade, no matter how promising it seems. Someone your age really has no business. I'm not a child. If it's a genuine opportunity, I want in." Kaz would forever recall that instant, watching an invisible hand of greed take hold of his brother, a lever being pulled deep within him. Mr. Hertzun required considerable persuasion. They all returned to the house on Zelverstraat and debated late into the night. Kaz eventually dozed off, his head resting against the silver dog figurine, Saskia's red ribbon tight in his fist. Geordie woke him when the candles were guttering, morning light already filtering in. Mr. Hertzun had summoned his business partner to draft a loan agreement due to his age. Geordie would formally loan the money to Mr. Hertzun, who would then execute the trade. Their landlady Margit served them milk tea and warm pancakes with sour cream and jam. Later, they walked to the bank holding the farm proceeds, and Geordie signed the funds over. Mr. Hertzun insisted on walking them back to their boarding house, even hugging them at the door. He pressed the loan agreement into Geordie's hand with a warning to guard it. "Now, Geordie," he said solemnly, "the odds of this trade failing are slim, but risk always exists. If it does go poorly, I'm counting on you not to use that document to demand immediate repayment. We share the risk. I am trusting you." Geordie's face shone with pride. "The deal is the deal," he announced. "The deal is the deal," Mr. Hertzun echoed proudly, and they shook hands like seasoned businessmen. Mr. Hertzun then gave Geordie a thick roll of crouge for a proper celebration dinner. Return to the coffee house 1 week from today, and we'll watch the profits climb together. That week they filled their days playing Ridderspell and Spiker at the arcades on the lid. They bought Geordie a handsome new coat and Kaz a pair of soft leather boots. They indulged in waffles and fried potatoes, and Geordie bought every novel he desired from a bookshop on Winstrot, even picking out a history of sea voyages for Kaz, who spent an afternoon marvelling at the maps. When the week ended, they walked hand in hand to the coffee house, their spirits high. It was deserted. The front door was locked and bolted shut. Pressing their faces to the grimy windows, they saw only emptiness. The tables, chairs, the large copper urns, and the chalkboard listing the day's trades were all gone. "Did we get the corner wrong?" Kaz whispered, but they knew they hadn't. In a tense, silent dread, they walked to the house on Zelverstraat. No one answered their knock on the bright blue door. Geordie told him they had just stepped out for a bit. They lingered on the front steps for what felt like an eternity, watching the sky bleed from blue to orange and finally to a deep purple as the sun vanished. No lights flickered on inside the house. No one approached the door. Eventually, Geordie gathered his nerve and rapped on the neighbour's door. A maid in a crisp white cap answered. "Can I help you?" she asked. Geordie inquired about the family next door, the Hartzuns. The maid's forehead creased in thought.
"I believe they were only visiting from Zeerfort," she said. "That can't be right," Geordie insisted. "They've lived here for years there." But the maid was already shaking her head. That house was vacant for almost a year after the last tenants left. It was only rented again a few weeks back. Before he could protest further, the door shut firmly. Neither Kaz nor Geordie spoke a word on the long walk back to their boarding house, or as they trudged up the narrow stairs to their tiny room.
They sat in the deepening darkness, listening to the distant murmur of voices from the canal below as the city carried on with its evening. "Something must have happened," Geordie said finally, his voice quiet in the gloom. "An accident, or some urgent matter. He'll write. He'll send for us soon." That night Kaz retrieved the red ribbon from beneath his pillow. He carefully wound it into a tight coil, clutching it in his fist. Lying in bed, he attempted to pray, but his mind kept circling back to the magician's coin, there one moment, vanished the next. For Matthias, it was all too overwhelming. He hadn't truly grasped how hard it would be to lay eyes on his homeland again after so many years. He'd had over a week aboard the Farallend to brace himself, but his thoughts had been consumed by the choice he'd made, by Nina, by the brutal magic that had ripped him from his cell and set him on this ship racing north under an endless sky. He remained a prisoner, not just in chains, but to the grim task that lay ahead. The northern coastline came into view late in the day, but Specht decided to wait for dusk to make landfall, hoping the fading light would offer some concealment. Whaling villages dotted the shore, and no one was keen on being seen. Even posing as trappers, the dregs were a noticeable bunch. They spent another night on the ship. At first light, Nina found him sorting through the cold weather gear Jesper and Inedge had handed out. He noted with a touch of admiration how Inedge moved without a hint of stiffness, despite the shadows under her eyes. If she was hurting, she didn't show it. Nina held up a key. "Kaz sent me to take off your shackles."
"Will you be locking me up again tonight?" "That's Kaz's decision, and yours, maybe. Sit down. Just hand over the key." Nina cleared her throat. "He also wants me to tailor you." "What for?" The idea of Nina using her witchcraft to change his face was unbearable. "We're in Fjerde now. He wants you to look a little less recognizable, a precaution. This country is massive, the likelihood that anyone would. The odds shoot up considerably at the ice court."
"And I can't alter your appearance all in one go." "Why not?" "I'm not exactly a master tailor. It's part of basic corporalky training these days, but I've never had a knack for it." Matthias let out a derisive snort. "What?" Nina asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. "I don't think I've ever heard you admit you're bad at something." "Well, the occasion seldom arises," he retorted, the words slipping out with an ease that surprised him. He was appalled to feel the beginnings of a smile, but it died quickly when he remembered what she intended to do. "What exactly does Brecker want you to change? Nothing too drastic. Your eye colour, your hair. What little there is of it. It won't last forever. I don't want this. I don't want you anywhere near me. It won't take long, and it won't hurt. But if you'd rather take it up with Kaz, fine," Matthias said, bracing himself. Arguing with Brecker was futile, especially when the promise of a pardon dangled like a carrot. He upended a bucket and sat on it. "Can I have the key now?" She passed it to him, and he freed his wrists while she rummaged through a small box she'd brought along. The case had a handle and a series of small compartments, each crammed with tiny jars of powders and pigments. Nina selected a pot of something dark from one drawer. "What's this?" "Black antimony." She moved closer, using a fingertip to gently tilt his chin upward. "Relax your jaw, Matthias. You'll wear your teeth to nubs." He folded his arms across his chest. As she began to sprinkle the fine powder over his hair, she let out a soft, dramatic sigh. "Why does the valiant Druskeller Matthias Helvar refuse all meat?" She intoned in a playful storytelling voice while she worked. "A tragic tale, truly." His teeth were whittled away by a most troublesome Grisha, and now the poor man is condemned to a life of pudding. "Enough of that," he muttered. "What? Just keep your head back. What are you doing now? Darkening your eyebrows and eyelashes, like the ladies do before a grand ball." He must have made a face because she laughed aloud. "Your expression is priceless." She leaned in, the soft strands of her brown hair whispering against his skin as she worked the colour into his brows. Her palm cradled his cheek. "Close your eyes," she said softly. Her thumbs brushed over his lashes, and he became aware he was holding his breath. "You don't smell like flowers any more," he blurted, then immediately regretted it. He shouldn't be noticing how she smelled. "I likely smell of ship and sea." No, she smelled wonderfully sweet, like caramel. She glanced away, a guilty flicker in her eyes. Kaz said to pack essentials for the journey. A girl needs sustenance. She fished into a pocket and produced a small paper bag. "Care for one?" He did. "No." She shrugged and slipped a piece into her mouth. Her eyes closed briefly in pleasure. So delicious. It was a mortifying realization, but he knew he could have watched her enjoy that simple treat for hours. This was something he had always admired about Nina. She took genuine delight in everything, be it a piece of candy, fresh water from a creek, or tough strips of dried venison.
"Eyes open now," she said, around the suite, retrieving a small vial from her kit. "You'll need to keep them that way." "What is that?" he asked, apprehension creeping into his voice. "A tint developed by a Grisha named Genya Safin. It's the gentlest method for altering eye color." Once more she bent near. Her cheeks were flushed from the chill, her lips parted slightly. They were mere inches from his own. If he shifted just a bit, they would be kissing.
"You need to look at me,"
she instructed. "I am." He lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Do you remember this coastline, Nina?" He longed to ask, though he was certain she did. "What colour are you turning my eyes?"
"Hush! This requires concentration."
She dabbed the liquid onto her fingertips and brought them close to his eyes. "Why can't you just put the drops in directly? Why can't you stop questioning everything? Do you want me to accidentally blind you?" He fell silent. At last she leaned back, studying his face. "A sort of brown," she announced. Then she gave a quick wink. "Like caramel. What is your plan for Beau Yule Bayor?" She straightened abruptly, her open expression vanishing behind a careful mask. "What do you mean?" He was sorry to see her easy-going manner disappear, but that wasn't important. He glanced over his shoulder to ensure they weren't overheard. You know, precisely what I mean. I don't believe, for a moment, you'll allow these people to simply hand Bo Yulbayer over to the Kirch Merchant Council. She returned the vial to its little drawer. We'll need to repeat this at least twice more before we reach the ice court to set the colour properly. Gather your gear. Kaz wants us prepared to depart within the hour. She shut the case with a definitive click and picked up the shackles. Then she was gone. By the time they said their farewells to the ship's crew, the sky had shifted from a soft pink to a burnished gold. "We'll see you in Jerholm Harbour," Specht called out. "No mourners," he said. "No funerals," came the unified reply. Odd people, Matthias thought. Brecker had been infuriatingly vague about the specifics of how they would locate Bo Yulbayer and then extract both the scientist and themselves from the ice court. But he had been unequivocal about one thing. Once they had their target, the Ferroland was their ticket to freedom. The documents were stamped with the official Kirch seal authorizing agents of the Hanrat Bay Company to move furs and merchandise from Fjerde to the southern Kirch port of Zeerfort. Their journey began with a difficult ascent from the stony beach up the cliff face. Though spring was approaching, the ground remained locked in ice, making the climb a grueling effort. At the cliff's summit, they paused, lungs burning. The Ferroland was still a speck on the distant horizon, its sails taut against the wind that stung their faces. "By all the saints," Inedge breathed, "we're really going through with this. Every single wretched hour on that ship, I dreamed of being off it," Jesper said, a frown creasing his brow. "So why does it feel like I've left something behind?" Wyland stomped his feet, trying to restore feeling. "Probably because our toes are about to turn into ice chips and fall off. When we have our money, you can use Kruge notes to start a fire," Kaz replied flatly. "Move." He had exchanged his distinctive crowhead cane for a plain walking stick left aboard the ship. Jesper had reluctantly swapped his ornate pearl-handled revolvers for a pair of utilitarian pistols, and Inedge had pared down her collection of exquisite blades to only the most essential few sensible precautions. But Matthias understood the quiet power of a familiar talisman. After Jesper checked his compass, they turned south, searching for a route to the main trade road. "I'll hire someone to light that fire for me," Jesper mused. Kaz fell into step beside him. "Why stop there? Pay someone to hire another person to burn it. That's how the serious players operate. You want to know what the true moguls do? They pay a person to pay another person to pay a third." Their banter faded as they trudged onward, with Matthias and the others following, yet each one stole a final, lingering look at the shrinking silhouette of the Ferroland. The schooner was a fragment of Kirch, a last tangible piece of home now receding with every step. Matthias felt a flicker of sympathy, but as the morning trek wore on, he couldn't deny a certain grim satisfaction watching the canal rats shiver and stumble. They believed they understood cold, but the relentless white north had a habit of making outsiders reconsider their definitions. They lurched and slipped, clumsy in their stiff new boots, learning the awkward rhythm of walking on wind-hardened snow. Soon Matthias was at the front, setting a punishing pace, though Jesper diligently monitored their direction. "Cover your—" Matthias halted, gesturing toward Wyland's face. The Kirch words for goggles or even snow were absent from his prison vocabulary. "Keep your eyes shielded, or you risk blinding yourself." This far north, men lost their sight, their lips, their extremities. The land was merciless and austere. That was all most ever saw. But to Matthias, it was breathtaking. The ice carried the living breath of gel. It held subtle colour, intricate form, even a crisp, clean scent for those who knew how to find it. He pressed forward, a rare tranquillity settling over him, as if here gel might finally hear his prayers and soothe his restless spirit. The ice summoned memories of boyhood hunts with his father near Halmhend, farther south. Those Fjerdon winters were not so different from this, a monochrome world of white and grey, interrupted only by stands of dark-branched trees and sudden, jagged rock formations rising like ghost ships from a barren seafloor. The first day's march felt like a purification, Little conversation, just the hushed silence of the north accepting Matthias back without question. He had anticipated more grumbling, but even Wylan simply lowered his head and walked. They're all survivors, Matthias realized. They bend, but they don't break. As the sun dipped, they chewed their dried beef and hardtack and wordlessly retreated into their tents. The quiet, and Matthias's fragile peace shattered with the dawn of the second day. Now that they were on solid ground and free from the ship's crew, Kaz wasted no time diving into the specifics of their scheme.
"If we execute this perfectly," he said, adjusting his pack as they moved south, "we'll be in and out of the ice court so fast the Ferdens won't even notice their top scientist is missing." He explained that upon entering the prison they'd be taken to the holding area below the main cell blocks. According to Matthias, if procedures haven't changed, patrols only check those holding cells 3 times a day for head counts.
Once we're out, we'll have roughly 6 hours to cross to the embassy sector. Find Yul Bayer on the White Island and get him to the harbour before anyone raises an alarm. Matthias interjected, his voice tight. What about the other prisoners in holding? They'll see us. Kaz's reply was dismissive. We have that handled. A familiar frustration settled in Matthias's chest. In those cells, Kaz and the others would be utterly exposed. A single word to the guards could end this entire reckless venture, the choice an honourable man, a man like Brum, would make. He had thought returning to Fjorda would clear his head and strengthen his resolve to abandon this path. Ironically, it had only sharpened the painful ache for his old life, for the brotherhood of the Driscoll. The homeland he remembered now felt like a distant, judging ghost. Once we're clear of the cells, Kaz continued, outlining the roles, Matthias and Jesper will get rope from the stables. Wylan and I will extract Nina and In-Edge from the women's holding area. We rendezvous in the basement at the incinerator. The laundry should be deserted after lockdown. He assigned Nina, Matthias, and Jesper to search the top-level cells, just in case the Ferdens had conveniently stored Bo Yul Bayor in the prison itself. Jesper raised an eyebrow. Nina and Matthias? I don't mean to question anyone's dedication, but is that the best team dynamic? Matthias clenched his jaw, hating the discussion, but acknowledging the truth in it. Kaz cut in, his tone leaving no room for debate. Matthias knows the procedures. Nina can neutralize guards quietly. Your job, Jesper, is to make sure they focus on the mission. Because I'm the group's peacemaker? We don't have a peacemaker. Pay attention, Kaz snapped. The main cell blocks are different. Patrols rotate every 2 hours. We move by the chimes of the elder clock. We're out of holding right after 6 bells. And we're up the incinerator shaft and on the roof by 8 bells. No delays. Wylan, ever practical asked? And once we're on the roof, Kaz explained, they would cross to the embassy sector roof and gain access to the glass bridge from there. We'll be past the checkpoints, Matthias added, a note of reluctant respect in his voice.
The bridge guards will assume our papers were already cleared at the embassy gate.
In prison? Uniforms? Wylan pressed. Phase 2, Jesper said with a grin. The costume change?
Exactly,
Kaz confirmed. In-Edge, Nina, Matthias, and I will acquire suitable attire from one of the delegations, plus a set for Yul Bayor, and walk right across. We find him. Get him back to the embassy. Nina, you'll tailor his appearance if there's time, but among so many shoe guests, one more shouldn't draw attention. Unless, Matthias thought darkly, he found the scientist first. If Yul Bayor were dead when the others arrived, Kaz couldn't blame him. His pardon would still be secured. And if he couldn't get away from the group, well, tragic accidents could happen at sea during the return voyage. The cold logic of it was a bitter comfort, a shadow in the shape of his former convictions.
So what I'm hearing, Jesper said, is that I'm stuck with Wylan.
Unless you've magically become an expert on the White Island, learned to pick any lock, climb impossible walls, or charm state secrets from officials, then yes. Also, I need 2 people building the explosives. Jesper gave his revolvers a sorrowful look. What a tragic waste of talent. Nina folded her arms, assuming this works. What's our exit strategy? We stroll out, Kaz replied. That's the elegance of it.
Remember controlling where the mark looks at the embassy entrance? Every eye is on who's arriving. People leaving the ice court aren't considered a threat. Then why the bombs? Wylan asked.
Insurance, Kaz said. There are 7 miles of road between the court and the harbour. If Beau Yule-Bayur's absence is noticed, we'll need to cover that ground quickly. He used his cane to draw a line in the snow. The main route crosses a deep ravine. We destroy that bridge, and pursuit ends there. Matthias buried his face in his hands, picturing the chaos these criminals were planning for his nation's heart. It's just one prisoner, Helvar, Kaz stated, and a bridge, Wylan added, trying to be useful, plus anything else that needs blowing up along the way, Jesper chimed in. Everyone, be quiet, Matthias snarled. Jesper just shrugged. Typical Fjerdan. I don't like any part of this, Nina declared. Kaz raised an eyebrow. Well, at least you and Helvar have finally found common ground. As they journeyed farther south, leaving the coast behind, the endless ice gave way more frequently to gashes of dark forest, patches of bare soil, and the tracks of animals, signs of a living world, the persistent pulse of gel. The questions from the others were relentless. Remind me? How many watchtowers are on the White Island? Could Yule-Bayur be held in the main palace? There are military barracks on the island.
What if he's there?
Jesper and Wylan argued over what kinds of bombs could be fashioned from prison laundry chemicals and whether they could scavenge gunpowder in the embassy district. Nina attempted to help Inej calculate the speed she'd need to ascend the incinerator shaft, allowing time to secure a rope for the others. They quizzed each other endlessly on the court's blueprints and protocols, the design of the 3 fortified gatehouses in the ring wall, each with its own courtyard.
First checkpoint, 4 guards. Second checkpoint, 8. Ring wall gates when sealed, 4 guards stationed. They were a grating, ceaseless chorus in Matthias's ears, coring the same accusation, traitor. Yellow protocol, Kaz drilled localized disturbance, Inej answered. Red protocol, major sector breach. Black protocol, that's when we're all dead, right? Jesper guessed. Close enough, Matthias muttered, yanking his hood forward and marching ahead.
They'd even made him mimic the different bell patterns, a necessary drill, but he'd felt ridiculous, chanting, "Bing bong! Bing, bing bong! No, wait! Bing, bing bong! Bing, bing! When I'm rich," Jesper announced from behind him. "I'm going somewhere I never have to look at snow again. What about you, Willen?" "I'm not sure. I think you should buy a solid gold piano, flute, and give concerts from a luxury barge. You could moor it right in the canal outside your father's mansion."
Nina could sing,
Inej suggested. "We'll perform a duet," Nina corrected. "Your father would have to relocate." She truly did have an awful singing voice. He hated that he knew that detail, but he couldn't stop himself from glancing back. Nina's hood had slipped, and her full hair tumbled free from her collar. "Why do I keep doing this?" he thought, with a surge of irritation. It happened on the ship, too. He'd order himself to pay her no mind, and then, inevitably, his gaze would find her. But it was pointless to act as if she weren't occupying his thoughts. He and Nina had travelled this same frozen landscape together before, a memory that now felt as sharp and present as the cold air in his lungs. If his reckoning was correct, the sea had spat them out just a few miles from where the Ferroland had last made landfall. It all began with a tempest, and in a sense that squall had never truly ceased. Nina had arrived in his world with the gale and the downpour, upending everything he knew. He'd been reeling ever since. The storm appeared from nothing, hurling their vessel like a child's discarded plaything. The ocean joined in the cruel sport until it grew bored, then pulled their ship down into a chaos of snapping lines, torn canvas, and the cries of drowning men. Matthias recalled the blackness of the water, the bone-deep chill, the eerie quiet of the depths. Then he was choking, salt water burning his throat as he fought for air. An arm was locked around his ribs, dragging him through the waves. The cold was agonizing, yet somehow he was enduring it. "Wake up, you useless heap of brawn." The words were crisp, Fjerdan, aristocratic in tone. He twisted his head and was stunned to see the young witch they'd taken on the wandering isle's southern shore gripping him, murmuring to herself in Ravkan. He'd suspected she wasn't truly Kalish. Somehow she'd slipped her bonds and the cage. Every instinct screamed in panic. And had he been less stunned or frozen, he would have fought her. "Move," she ordered, in Fjerdan, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "By the saints, what do they feed you? You weigh as much as a loaded wagon." She was faltering badly, fighting the sea for them both. She had saved him. Why? He shifted in her grasp, trying to kick and propel them forward. To his astonishment, he heard a choked sob escape her.
"Thank the saints," she whispered. "Swim, you lumbering fool. Where are we?" he managed. "I don't know," she answered, and the raw fear in her voice was unmistakable. He kicked, trying to pull away from her. "Don't," she cried out. "Don't let go." But he pushed hard, breaking her hold. The instant he was free, the cold slammed into him. The pain was immediate and piercing, his limbs turning to lid. She had been using her cursed magic to keep the warmth in him.
He groped blindly in the dark water. "Drusier?" he called, hating the tremor in his own voice. It was the Fjerdan word for witch, but he had no other name for her. "Druskel!" she shouted back, and then his fingers brushed against hers in the blackness. He seized her hand and pulled her to him. Her body didn't feel warm, not exactly, but the moment they connected, the agony in his limbs began to fade. A wave of nauseating gratitude washed over him. "We have to find shore," she gasped.
"I can't swim and keep both our hearts beating at the same time. I'll swim," he said, his voice rough. I'll swim." He clamped her against his chest, his arm hooked under hers and across her body, mirroring how she'd held him moments before, as if she were the one drowning. And she was. They both were, or they would be soon, if the cold didn't claim them first. He kicked steadily, trying to conserve his strength, though they both knew the effort might be hopeless.
They hadn't been far from land when the storm struck, but the world was pitch black. They could be swimming toward the coast or straight out into the open ocean. The only sounds were their laboured breathing, the slap of water and the endless roll of the waves. He kept them moving, for all he knew they were going in circles, and she kept the life from seeping out of them. Which of them would fail first? He couldn't guess. "Why did you save me?" he finally asked. "Stop wasting your breath."
"Don't talk. Why did you do it?"
"Because you're a person," she snapped, anger cutting through her exhaustion. Lies. If they somehow reached land, she'd need a Fjerdan to survive, someone who knew this territory, though she clearly spoke the language. Of course she did. They were all deceivers and spies, trained to hunt people like him, people without their unnatural advantages. They were predators. He kept kicking, but the muscles in his legs were burning with fatigue, and the cold was beginning to seep back into his core. "Giving up already, witch?" He felt her shudder, a visible rallying against her own weariness, and a flush of warmth returned to his fingers and toes. "I'll match your pace, Driskella. Try to keep up. If we die, the weight of it will follow you into whatever comes next," she said. He couldn't help a faint smile. She had grit. That was undeniable. It had been obvious even when she was imprisoned. That was the tenor of their long night, a relentless, weary exchange of barbs whenever one showed a moment of weakness. Their world had shrunk to the sea, the ice, and the unsettling splashes in the dark water that could have been waves or something far more predatory. At dawn, the sky blushed a careless pink. "Look," the witch breathed out. In the distance, he could just discern a jagged ice cape and the beautiful, stark line of a dark gravel beach. Land. There was no time for relief or celebration. She let her head fall back against his shoulder as he pushed forward. Each agonizing inch fought for, the sea seeming to clutch at them, reluctant to let them go. Finally, their feet found purchase, and they half swam, half crawled onto the shore. They separated, and misery washed over Matthias as he hauled himself across the black rocks onto the frozen, lifeless ground. Walking was unthinkable at first. They both moved in jerky, uncoordinated fits, limbs trembling violently with cold. He managed to stand for a moment. He considered just walking away, finding shelter on his own. She was on her hands and knees, head bowed, a wet and snarled curtain of hair hiding her face. He had the clear, certain thought that she was about to lie down and never rise again. He took one step, then another, then he turned back. Whatever her motives, she had saved his life the night before, not just once, but repeatedly. That created a debt. He stumbled back to her and held out his hand. When she lifted her gaze, her face was a stark landscape of exhaustion and resentment. In it, he saw the humiliation that accompanied gratitude, and he understood that in this fleeting instant she reflected him perfectly. She didn't want to be indebted any more than he did. He could make the choice for her. He owed her that. He reached down, gripped her arm, and hauled her upright. Together they limped away from the beach. They moved in what Matthias desperately hoped was a westward direction. This far north, the sun could deceive you, and they had no compass. Dusk was gathering, and a genuine gnawing panic had begun to set in when they finally saw the first whaling camp. It was deserted. These outposts were only used in spring, and little more than a round hut fashioned from bone, sod, and animal hides. But it was shelter. It meant they might live through the night. The door wasn't locked. They nearly fell through it. "Thank you," she groaned, collapsing by the circular hearth. He didn't reply. Finding the camp had been pure luck. If they'd come ashore a few miles farther up the coast, it would have been over. The whalers had left peat and dry kindling. Matthias worked clumsily at the fire, his efforts producing more smoke than flame. He was exhausted, starving. He would have gladly chewed the leather from his boot. A rustling sound made him turn, and he nearly dropped the piece of driftwood he was using to nurse the fledgling flames. "What are you doing?" he snapped. She had glanced over her shoulder, her completely bare shoulder, and said, "Is there a specific task I should be attending to? Put your clothes back on." She rolled her eyes, a gesture of profound annoyance. "I'm not going to freeze for the sake of your delicate sensibilities." She ignored his glower, stripping off the rest of her sodden clothes, tunic, trousers, everything, and wrapped herself in one of the filthy reindeer skins piled near the door. "Good grief, this reeks," she muttered, shuffling over to arrange the few other pelts and blankets into a nest beside the fire. Every shift of her body made the cloak gape open, offering a glimpse of a rounded calf, pale skin, the shadowed curve between her breasts. It was absolutely intentional. He knew it. She was trying to unnerve him. He fixed his attention stubbornly on the struggling fire. He'd come so close to death, and without a fire, that threat still loomed. If only she'd stop all that racket. The driftwood splintered in his grip. Nina let out a snort and settled into the pile of furs, leaning on her elbow. "For goodness sake, what's your problem? I just want to be warm. I swear I won't take advantage of you while you're sleeping. I'm not scared of you," he snapped back. Her smile turned sharp. "Then you're even more foolish than you appear." He remained hunched by the struggling flames. He knew he should lie down beside her. Night had fallen, and the cold was deepening. His teeth threatened to chatter, and they would need shared warmth to survive until morning. It shouldn't have mattered, but he didn't want to be close. "Because she's a murderer," he insisted to himself. "That's all. A murderer and a witch." Gritting his teeth, he stood and moved toward the blankets. But Nina thrust out a hand. "Don't you dare come over here in those wet things. You're drenched. You could use your power to keep our circulation going."
"I'm worn out,"
she shot back. Her voice edged with frustration. "And once I'm asleep, that pathetic fire is all we'll have. I can see you trembling from here. Are all Fairdan men this uptight?" No, possibly. He wasn't entirely sure. The Driscoll were a sacred brotherhood. They were expected to remain pure until marriage to proper Fairdan women who didn't go around shouting at people and stripping off their garments. "Are all Grisha so lacking in decorum?" he retorted.
Boys and girls train together in the armies. There isn't much time for shy, delicate manners. It isn't right for women to be soldiers. It isn't right for someone to have so little sense in such a tall frame. And yet, here you are. Did you really swim all that way just to perish in this shack? It's a hunting lodge, and you don't know how far we swam. Nina released a frustrated sigh and rolled onto her side, curling as near to the fire's heat as she could. "I'm too exhausted to fight."
She shut her eyes. I can't believe your scowling face will be the last thing I see. It felt like a challenge. Matthias stood there, feeling ridiculous and resenting her for it. Turning his back, he swiftly peeled off his soaked clothing, laying the garments out to dry. He shot a quick glance to ensure she wasn't watching, then moved to the blankets and slid in behind her, maintaining a careful gap. "Closer, Driscoll?" she murmured, a taunt in her voice. He flung an arm over her, pulling her back against him. She gave a surprised grunt and shifted. "Be still," he muttered. He'd been near girls before. Not many, admittedly, but none like her. Her form was disconcertingly, indecently soft. "You're cold and damp," she complained with a shudder. "It's like hugging a muscular octopus. You told me to get closer." "Just loosen up a little," she directed, and when he did, she turned over to face him. "What are you doing?" he asked, jerking back in alarm. "Relax. This isn't where I decide to have my fun with you." His blue eyes narrowed. "I despise how you speak." Did he glimpse a flicker of hurt cross her features, as if his words could ever affect a witch? She proved him wrong when she said, "Do you think I care what you prefer?" She placed her hands on his chest, concentrating on his heart. He shouldn't allow this, shouldn't reveal vulnerability. But as his blood began to move and warmth spread through him, the relief was too profound to deny. He relaxed, grudgingly, under her touch. She turned back over and tugged his arm around her once more. "You're welcome, you enormous fool." He had lied. He did like how she talked. He still did. He could hear her chattering to Inej somewhere behind him now, attempting to teach her Fjordan phrases. "No, Hrinkalali."
"You'll have to hold that last sound a little longer."
"Hringala?" Inej attempted. "Better, but here. Think of it like Kirch is a graceful gazelle." Her hands danced through the air as she described it. "Fjordan leaps from word to word," she said, her gestures mimicking the swooping flight of gulls. For a moment her hands were birds riding invisible currents. Then her gaze lifted and found him watching. He cleared his throat, looking away. "Don't eat the snow," he advised, his voice gruff.
"It'll dehydrate you and make you colder."
He pushed ahead, wanting the slope of the next hill between them. But as he crested the rise, he froze. He spun, arms outstretched. "Stop! Don't come any closer." It was already too late. Nina's hands flew to her mouth. Inej traced a protective sign in the frigid air. Jesper looked away, while Wylan retched. Kaz remained utterly still, his face a mask. The pyre had been built on a windswept bluff. Someone had tried to shield the fire within the lee of a rocky outcrop, but the relentless wind had won, leaving the flames dead. 3 stakes were driven into the frozen earth, each holding a charred, smouldering form, their skin blackened and split. "Gezen!" Wylan whispered, horrified. "What is this?" "This is what Fjordans do to Grisha," Nina stated, her face pale, her green eyes wide and unblinking. A cold dread settled in Matthias's gut. "This is the work of criminals," he insisted, the words feeling hollow even to him. "The pyres have been outlawed for." Nina whirled and shoved him hard. "Don't you dare," she hissed, fury blazing around her like a corona. "When was the last prosecution for burning a Grisha? Do you even call it murder when you put down a beast? Listen, is there a special name for it, when you wear a uniform to do the killing?" Then they heard it, a low, agonized moan like wind through a crack. "Saints!" Jesper breathed. "One of them's still alive." The sound came again, a thin, wretched keen from the blackened form on the far right. It was impossible to tell anything about the person, gender, age. Their hair was gone, their clothes melted into blistered skin. In places, charred flesh had peeled away, revealing raw meat beneath. A ragged sob escaped Nina. She raised her trembling hands, but her power wouldn't come, shattered by grief. She turned her tear-streaked face to the others.
"I can't. Please, someone."
Jesper moved. 2 sharp cracks split the silence, and the moaning ceased. He holstered his pistols. "Damn it, Jesper." Kaz snarled, his voice low.
You just told the whole wilderness we're here.
Let them think it's hunters. You should have let Inej handle it.
I didn't want to, Inej said softly.
Thank you, Jesper. Kaz's jaw tightened, but he held his tongue. Thank you, Nina managed through her tears. She turned and plunged forward across the icy ground, following the faint trail through the snow, weeping as she stumbled. Matthias followed. The landscape was a featureless white, disorienting. Nina, you can't wander off. That's the country you're so desperate to return to, Helvar. She spat over her shoulder, her voice raw. That's the justice you want to serve. Does it fill you with pride? I have never sent a Grisha to the pyre.
The law guarantees a fair trial. She rounded on him, her goggles pushed up, tears frozen on her cheeks like tiny scars. Then why has no Grisha ever been found innocent at the end of one of your fair trials? Tell me that. Because your crime is simply being alive, she answered for him, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper. Our crime is what we are. Matthias fell silent, torn between a deep, rising shame and the ingrained conviction that clawed its way to the surface.
The words felt like stones in his mouth. Nina, he said finally, has it ever crossed your mind that perhaps your kind wasn't meant to be? Nina's eyes flashed with emerald fire. She took a step forward, and he could feel the heat of her anger. Maybe it's your kind that shouldn't exist, Helvar, frail and fearful, with your brief, petty lives. You build altars to invisible sprites and silent spirits, but when you see real power walking beside you, all you can think to do is burn it. Do not ridicule what you cannot comprehend. Does my ridicule wound you? My people would prefer your joy over this cruelty. A wave of deep contentment washed over her expression. Ravka is healing. The Second Army is doing the same, and when they are restored, I pray they grant you the justice you have earned. I hope they chain the Driskella and force them to listen as every crime is read aloud, so the entire world knows the full measure of your wickedness. If you wish so badly for Ravka to thrive, why are you not there helping it? I want you to receive your pardon, Helvar. I want you to be right here when the Second Army marches north and claims every last piece of this frozen emptiness. I hope they set your fields ablaze and poison the ground. I hope they condemn everyone you hold dear to the flames. They already have. Zenik, my mother, my father, my little sister, Inferni soldiers, your cherished, victimized Grisha turned our village to ash.
I have nothing left.
Nina's chuckle was sharp and hollow. Perhaps your time in Hellgate was not long enough. Matthias, there is always something more to lose. I can smell them. Nina stumbled forward in the deep snow, swatting at her hair and clothes, fighting the urge to be sick. The images wouldn't leave her, those bodies, the angry crimson flesh, visible beneath charred black shells like embers in a dying fire. She felt covered in their ashes, steeped in the horrific scent of cooked meat. She couldn't draw a clean breath. Being near Matthias made it too simple to forget his true nature, his real opinions of her. She had tailored him again just that morning, putting up with his dark looks and muttered complaints. No, she had enjoyed it, thankful for any reason to be close to him, foolishly delighted each time she coaxed him near a smile. Saints, why does it matter? Why did a single grin from Matthias Helvar feel worth 100 from anyone else? She had felt the quickening beat of his heart when she tilted his head back to work near his eyes. She had thought about kissing him. She had wanted to, and she was almost certain the same idea had crossed his mind, or perhaps he was just thinking about choking the life from me again. She hadn't forgotten his words on the Ferroland when he questioned her plans for Bo Yulbayor, asking if she truly meant to surrender the scientist to the Kirch. If she ruined Kaz's scheme, would it cost Matthias his chance at freedom? She couldn't allow that. No matter what he was, she owed him his liberty. For 3 weeks after the shipwreck, she had journeyed with Matthias. They had no compass, no real destination. They didn't even know where on the northern coast they had washed ashore. They endured endless days trudging through snow, and nights spent freezing in whatever crude shelter they could build, or in the abandoned huts of old whaling camps when they were fortunate enough to find them. Their meals were roasted seaweed and whatever roots or hardy plants they could dig up. Discovering a cache of dried reindeer meat at the bottom of a pack in one camp felt like a divine gift. They chewed it in silent, rapturous bliss, almost intoxicated by the rich flavour. After that first night, they slept in every dry layer and blanket they could find, but always on opposite sides of their small fire. If they had no wood or kindling, they would curl close for warmth, barely touching at first, but by morning they would be pressed together, breathing in sync, wrapped in a drowsy shared slumber like a single shape under the crescent moon. Every morning he would complain that she was impossible to rouse. It's like trying to wake the dead. The dead formally request 5 more minutes. She would mumble and bury her face in the furs. He would stomp around, packing their meagre belongings as noisily as possible, grumbling under his breath. Lazy, absurd, self-centered until she finally dragged herself up to face the day. "What is the very first thing you will do when you are home?" she asked him, during one of their countless days marching through the white wilderness, desperately hoping for a sign of other people. "Sleep," he said.
Bathe. Pray for my lost brothers.
"Ah, yes, the other brutes and murderers. How did you end up as a Driscoll?" she asked. "Your people killed my family in a Grisha attack," he replied, his voice flat and cold. "Commander Brum gave me a home and a purpose." Nina didn't want to accept that, yet she understood it could be true. War brought chaos. Innocents were often caught in the middle. The idea of Brum, that brutal man, acting as any sort of guardian, was unsettling. Arguing felt wrong, and an apology seemed empty, so she spoke the words that rose to her lips. "Ja mole pi unet, eno mergenej affer troem veret. I have been made to protect you. Only in death will I be kept from this oath." Matthias stared at her, stunned. "That's the Driscoll vow to Fjerda? How do you know it? I studied everything I could about your country. Why?" She hesitated. "So I wouldn't be afraid of you. You don't look afraid. Are you afraid of me?" she countered.
"No," he said, and he sounded almost startled. He'd insisted before that he felt no fear toward her. This time she believed him. She tried to tell herself that wasn't a good sign. They walked in silence for a stretch before he spoke again. "What's the first thing you'll do when we get out of this?" "Eat." "Eat what?" "Everything. Stuffed cabbage, potato dumplings, black currant cakes, blinny with lemon zest. I can't wait to see Zoya's face when I stroll back into the little palace."
"Zoya Nazyalensky." Nina halted. "You know who she is. Everyone knows of her. She's a powerful witch." It struck her then. To the Driscoll, Zoya was something like Jarl Brum, ruthless, monstrous, a shadow holding death in her hands. Zoya was this boy's nightmare. The realization left her unsettled. "How did you escape the cages?" Nina blinked. "What? On the ship? You were bound and locked up." The water cup, the handle broke, and the rim underneath was sharp. "We used it to cut through the ropes. Once our hands were free," her words faded awkwardly. Matthias's brow furrowed. "You were planning to attack us. We were going to make our move that night." But the storm hit. Yes, a squaller and a fabricator had torn a hole straight through the deck, and they'd swum free. But had any of them survived the freezing water? Had they reached land? She shivered. If they hadn't found that jagged edge, she would have drowned in a cage.
"What did Driscoll eat?"
she asked, quickening her steps.
"Besides Grisha infants? We don't eat babies."
Dolphin blubber, reindeer hooves. She saw his mouth twitch and wondered if he was queasy or if, just maybe, he was fighting a laugh.
"We eat a lot of fish. Herring, salt cod, and yes, reindeer, but not the hooves. What about cake? What about it? I'm very fond of cake. I'm trying to see if we share any common interests." He shrugged. "Oh, come on, Driscoll," she pressed.
They still hadn't traded names, and she wasn't sure they should. Eventually, if they made it, they'd reach a settlement. She didn't know what would happen then, but the less he knew about her, the better. "I'm not asking for state secrets. I just want to know why you don't like cake." "I do like cake, but we're not allowed sweets." "Everyone? Or just Driscoll?" Driscoll. It's seen as an indulgence like alcohol or girls. His cheeks flushed and he trudged ahead. It was almost too easy to fluster him. If you can't have sugar or alcohol, you'd probably adore Pomdraken. At first he ignored the bait, just kept walking, but finally the silence got to him.
What's Pomdraken?
Dragon Bowl, Nina said, brightening. First you soak raisins in brandy, then you turn off the lights and set them on fire. Why? To make them hard to grab. What do you do once you get them? You eat them. Don't they burn your tongue?
Of course, but then why would you? Because it's fun, you blockhead, you know? Fun. There's a Fjerdan word for it, so you must know the term. I have plenty of fun. Fine, then tell me what you do for fun.
And so they continued, trading barbs, just as they had that first night in the freezing water, each sharp word a lifeline, a stubborn refusal to admit how much weaker they were growing. If they didn't reach a real settlement soon, neither would last much longer. Some days, hunger and the blinding glare off the northern ice had them wandering in circles, retracing their own tracks, stumbling over frozen ground they'd already crossed. They never spoke of being lost, as if saying the word aloud would mean surrender. "Why don't Fjerdans let girls fight?" she asked one evening, as they huddled beneath a makeshift shelter, the cold seeping up through the hides beneath them. "They don't wish to fight. How would you know? Have you ever asked one?"
Fjerdan women are to be honoured, protected. That's probably a smart rule. He'd known her long enough by then to be taken aback. It is? Just imagine how embarrassing it would be when a Fjerdan girl handed you your pride on a platter. He let out a dismissive snort. "I'd pay good money to see you beaten by a girl," she added cheerfully. "Not in this lifetime. Pity. Then I'll have to settle for the moment I knock you flat on your back."
This time he laughed. A real rumbling laugh she could feel through the ground. "Saints, Fjerdan. I didn't think you knew how. Careful now, don't overdo it. I enjoy your arrogance, Drusje." Now she laughed. "That might be the worst compliment I've ever gotten. Do you never doubt yourself?" "Constantly," she murmured, already drifting towards sleep. "I just don't let it show." The next morning, they picked their way across a fractured ice field, veined with treacherous crevasses, sticking to the solid stretches between the gaps and bickering about Nina's fondness for sleeping late. "How can you call yourself a soldier? You'd sleep till noon if I didn't wake you." What's that got to do with anything? Discipline, routine. Do those words mean nothing to you, Jell? I can't wait to have my own bed again. "Right," Nina said lightly. "I can tell how much you hate sleeping beside me. It's written all over you every morning." Matthias flushed scarlet. "Why do you say things like that?" "Because I enjoy watching you turn red. It's vulgar. Must you make everything indecent? If you just loosen up." "I don't want to loosen up." "Why? What are you so afraid will happen? Afraid you might actually start to like me?" He fell silent. Despite her exhaustion, she quickened her pace, moving ahead of him. "That's it, isn't it? You don't want to like a Grisha. You're scared that if you laugh at my jokes or answer my questions, you might start seeing me as a person. Would that really be so awful?" "I do like you." "What was that?" "I do like you," he snapped, anger tightening his voice. She beamed, a warm rush of pleasure spreading through her. "Well then, is that truly so bad?" "Yes," he roared. "Why?" "Because you're impossible. You're loud and shameless and deceitful."
Commander Brum warned us Grisha could be charming. "Ah, I see. I'm the wicked Grisha seductress. I've enchanted you with my Grisha tricks." She poked him in the chest. "Stop that. No. I'm enchanting you. Quit it." She danced around him in the snow, jabbing at his chest, his stomach, his side. "Goodness, you're solid as a wall. This is hard work." He began to laugh despite himself. "It's working. The enchantment has taken hold. The Fjerdan has fallen."
"You are powerless to resist me. You—"
Nina's voice cut off in a scream as the ice shattered beneath her feet. Her hands flew out, grasping blindly for anything to halt her fall, fingers scraping over ice and stone. The Driscolla seized her arm, and she cried out as the force nearly tore it from the socket. She hung there, suspended over a void, his grip the only thing between her and the dark maw of the crevasse. For a heartbeat, staring into his eyes, she was sure he would let go. "Please?" she whispered, tears tracing cold paths down her cheeks. He pulled her up onto the stable ground, and together they crawled from the water's edge. They collapsed onto their backs, breathing hard. "I was terrified," she gasped out. "I thought you might actually drop me." There was a long silence before he replied. The idea crossed my mind, briefly. Nina let out a short, breathless laugh. "It's all right," she finally said. "I probably would have considered it myself." He rose and held out a hand to help her up. "Matthias!" "Nina," she answered, taking it. "A pleasure." The wreck of their ship was over a year past, yet it felt as immediate as yesterday. Part of Nina longed to return to those early days on the ice, when they had simply been Nina and Matthias, not a Grisha and a Driscoll. But the longer she reflected, the more certain she became that no such pure moment had ever existed. Those 3 weeks were a shared fiction, a story they'd constructed just to stay alive. The reality was the pyre. "Nina," Matthias called, catching up to her. "You have to stay with the group. Leave me be." When he grabbed her arm, she spun and clenched her fist, cutting off the air to his throat. An ordinary man would have let go, but Matthias was a trained Driscoll. He seized her other arm, pinning it against her body and pulling her tight against him, so she couldn't use her hands.
"Enough," he said quietly. She fought his grip, glaring up at him. "Let me go. I can't. Not while you're a danger. I will always be a danger to you, Matthias." The corner of his mouth lifted in a grim, almost sorrowful smile. "I know." Slowly, he released her. She stepped back. "What am I going to find at the ice court?" She pressed. "You're scared." "Yes," she admitted, her chin jutting up defiantly. There was no use lying. "Nina, tell me, I have to know. Torture rooms."
A pyre burning on some tower? They don't use pyres at the court anymore? What then? The rack? A firing squad? Does the royal palace have a lovely view of the gallows? I'm done with your accusations, Nina. This ends now. He's right. You can't keep this up. Jesper was standing in the snow with the others. How long had they been listening? Had they seen her lash out at Matthias? "Stay out of it," Nina snapped.
If you two don't stop fighting, you'll get us all killed, and I have a serious losing streak at cards to maintain." "You must find a way to make a truce," Inej said. "At least for now." "This isn't your business," Matthias growled. Kaz stepped forward, his expression turning cold. "It is absolutely our business, and mind how you speak." Matthias threw his hands up. "You've all fallen for her act. This is what she does."
"She makes you believe she's your friend, and then—"
Inej crossed her arms. "And then what? Let it go, Inej." "No, Nina," Matthias said. "Tell them. You claimed you were my friend once, remember?" He turned to the others. "We travelled together for 3 weeks. I saved her life. We saved each other. When we reached Elling, I could have turned her over to the soldiers there at any moment, but I didn't." Matthias began to pace, his voice growing louder, as if the memories were overwhelming him. "I borrowed coin. I found us a place to stay. I was ready to betray everything I stood for to keep her safe. When I took her down to the docks to seek passage, there was a Kerch trader there preparing to sail. He was back on those docks with her. She could see it in his eyes. Ask her what she did then. This noble ally, this girl who judges me and my people."
No one spoke, but they were all watching, waiting. "Tell them, Nina," he insisted. "They should know how you repay a friend." Nina swallowed, then made herself meet their stares. "I told the Kerch crew that he was a slaver who had taken me captive. I threw myself on their mercy and begged for their aid. I had a seal I'd taken from a slaver ship we'd raided near the Wandering Isle. She offered it as evidence, unable to meet their eyes."
Kaz was already aware. She'd been forced to disclose the accusations she'd fabricated and then retracted while pleading for his help. Yet he never pressed for details, never demanded an explanation, never scolded her, in a strange way, confessing to Kaz had been a relief. How could a boy called Dirty Hands possibly judge her? Now, however, the truth was laid bare for all to see. While the people of Kerch privately acknowledged that slaves moved through Ketterdam's ports, with many indentured servants being slaves in all but name, publicly they condemned the practice and were bound to prosecute any slaver. Nina had understood perfectly what would unfold when she branded Matthias with that crime. "I didn't comprehend what was going on," Matthias said, his voice low. "I didn't speak Kerch, but Nina did. They seized me, clamped chains on my wrists, and threw me into the brig. I stayed there in the dark for weeks as we crossed the ocean. The next time I saw sunlight was when they marched me off the ship in Ketterdam." "I had no other option," Nina said, the threat of tears tightening her throat. "You can't possibly. Just answer me, one thing," he interrupted, anger lacing his words, yet beneath it she detected a raw, almost desperate plea. "If you could go back, if you could erase what you did to me, would you?" Nina forced herself to look at them. She had her justifications, but did they even matter? And what right did they have to sit in judgment? She squared her shoulders, lifted her chin. She was a member of the Dregs, an employee of the White Rose, and sometimes a reckless girl. But first and foremost, she was Grisha and a soldier. "No," she declared, her voice ringing clear against the vast frozen silence. "I would do it all again." A deep, shuddering rumble tore through the ground. Nina stumbled, catching sight of Kaz bracing himself with his cane. They shared a look of confusion. "Are there earthquakes this far north?" Wylan asked, voice edged with panic. Matthias frowned, scanning the horizon. "Not that I've ever—" A massive plate of frozen earth erupted beneath Matthias's feet, throwing him to the ground. Another geyser of rock and ice burst to Nina's right, sending her tumbling. All around them, jagged pillars of earth and ice speared upward, as if the land itself had awakened. A biting wind screamed, whipping snow into blinding flurries. "What in hell is this?" Jesper yelled. "An earthquake!" Ined shouted back. "No!" Nina countered, pointing a trembling finger at a dark shape hanging motionless in the turbulent sky. "We're under attack!" Nina scrambled on her hands and knees, searching for any kind of cover. For a moment she wondered if she'd lost her mind. There was a figure in the air, hovering high above. She was watching someone fly. Grisha squallers could manipulate air currents. She'd seen them at the little palace, playfully tossing each other about. But the sheer control and power required for sustained flight was supposed to be impossible, until now. Jurda Param. She hadn't fully believed Kaz. Part of her had even suspected he was lying about what he'd witnessed just to secure her cooperation. But unless she'd suffered a blow to the head she couldn't recall, this was terrifyingly real. The squalor pivoted in the air, whipping the storm into a violent frenzy, hurling shards of ice that cut into her cheeks. Visibility dropped to near zero. She fell back as another slab of rock and ice shot from the ground. They were being herded, forced closer together into a single, easy target. "I need a distraction." Jesper's shout was barely audible over the gale. She heard a faint, metallic plink. "Get down!" Wylan screamed. Nina pressed herself flat against the snow. A deafening boom cracked overhead, and an explosion flared in the sky just to the squalor's right. The punishing winds faltered as the squalor was knocked off balance, forced to concentrate on stabilizing his flight. It was the briefest of openings, but it was enough. Jesper took aim with his rifle and fired. A shot echoed, and the squalor plummeted toward the earth. Another wall of ice slammed into place nearby. They were being trapped, penned in like animals awaiting the slaughter. Jesper lined up his shot between the stone slabs, targeting a far-off cluster of trees. Nina spotted another Grisha there, a dark-haired boy. Before Jesper could fire, the Grisha drove his fist upward, and a pillar of earth erupted, hurling Jesper backward. He twisted as he fell, firing from the ground. The distant boy shouted and dropped to one knee, but his arms remained raised, the earth trembling violently beneath them. Jesper's second shot went wide. Nina raised her hands, trying to focus on the Grisha's heart, but he was too far away. She saw Inedge signal Kaz. Without speaking, Kaz braced himself against the nearest slab and cupped his hands at his knee. The ground heaved, but he held firm as Inedge launched from his grip in a fluid arc, vanishing silently over the slab. Moments later, the shaking stopped. "Trust the wraith," Jesper muttered. They rose, stunned, the sudden, quiet feeling heavy after the earlier turmoil. "Wylan," Jesper gasped, scrambling up. "Get us out of here." Wylan nodded, pulling a clay-coloured lump from his pack and pressing it gently against the nearest rock. "Everyone down," he ordered. They huddled together as far back as the stone enclosure allowed. Wylan slapped the explosive and dove aside, crashing into Matthias and Jesper as they all covered their ears. For a tense second, nothing happened. "You've got to be joking," Jesper groaned. Then, boom! The slab shattered, showering them with ice and rock fragments. Wylan sat coated in dust, wearing a dazed, triumphant grin. Nina couldn't help but laugh. "Try to look like you planned that." They staggered out of the broken stone ring. Kaz motioned to Jesper. "Check the perimeter. No more surprises." They headed in opposite directions. Nina and the others found Inedge standing over the trembling Grisha. He wore olive-drab clothing, his eyes glazed blood, seeped from a bullet wound in his thigh, and a knife protruded from the right side of his chest. Inedge must have thrown it after escaping. Nina knelt beside him. "Just a little more," the Grisha mumbled, delirious. Only a little more. He clutched at Nina's hand, and she finally recognized him. "Nestor?" He flinched at his name, but didn't seem to see her. "Nestor, it's Nina." They'd been at school together in the little palace, sent to Karamzin during the war, at King Nikolai's coronation. They'd snuck a bottle of champagne and ended up miserably ill by the lake. He was a fabricator, a durast who worked with metals and fibres. It made no sense. Fabricators crafted textiles and weapons. They shouldn't have been able to wield the earth like that. "Please," he begged, his face contorted.
"I need more." "Param?" she asked, softly. "Yes," he sobbed. "Please, yes, I can heal you, Nestor, if you hold still." The wounds were severe, but if she could stop the bleeding— "I don't want your help," he snarled, trying to shove her away. She attempted to calm him, to slow his racing pulse, but she feared pushing too far. "Nestor, please, stay still," he began screaming, thrashing wildly. "Hold him down," Nina said. Matthias moved to help, and Nestor flung his arms out.
The ground surged in a rolling wave, throwing Nina and the others back. "Nestor, stop! Let us help you!" He staggered upright, wobbling on his injured leg, clawing at the knife in his chest. "Where are they?" he shrieked. "Where did they go? Who? The shoe!" he wailed. "Where are they? Come back!" He took one faltering step, then another. "Come back!" He pitched forward into the snow and lay still. Nina rushed to him, turning him over. Snow filled his eyes and mouth. She pressed her hands to his chest, trying to restart his heart. But it was useless. Without the drug ravaging his system, his wounds might not have been fatal. Nestor's body was a frail, wasted thing, skin stretched taut over bone, so pale it was nearly translucent. A deep, miserable ache settled in Nina's chest. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The small science was a gift of vitality. It strengthened a Grisha, made them resilient. It was one of the purest joys of her power. But every vessel has its breaking point. The drug had forced Nestor's ability to surge far beyond what his physical form could sustain. It had consumed him entirely. Kaz and Jesper returned, their breaths coming in sharp, visible puffs in the cold air. "Find anything?" Matthias asked, his voice low. Jesper gave a quick nod. A group moving south, tracks afresh. He was crying out for the shoe. Nina murmured the words tasting like ash. Kaz's tone was flat, factual. "We anticipated the shoe would send a retrieval team for Bo Yul Bayor." Jesper's gaze dropped to the lifeless form on the ground. "But Grisha? We didn't account for that. How do we know they're not just hired guns?" In answer, Kaz produced a coin, flipping it into the air before catching it. One side bore the stamp of a horse, the other 2 crossed keys. From the squalor's pocket, he stated, tossing it to Jesper. A shoe, when ye, a coin of passage.
This is official government business, not some freelance operation.
Inedge's brow furrowed. How did they locate us? Could have been Jesper's celebratory gunfire, Kaz suggested dryly. Jesper immediately bristled, gesturing toward Nina and Matthias. Or maybe it was the sound of their world-class bickering carrying for miles. They might have been on our trail since we left the coast. Nina's mind raced, trying to fit the pieces together. The Shu didn't deploy Grisha as soldiers. They weren't like the Fjerdans, who saw their power as an abomination. In Shu Han, Grisha abilities were a subject of intense, almost clinical fascination. Yet that fascination didn't translate to respect. They were still seen as specimens, less than human. For years, the Shu government had been known to capture Grisha, subjecting them to experiments in a cold attempt to isolate the source of their power. Using them as mercenaries was unheard of. At least, it had been. Jurda Param seemed to be rewriting all the old rules. It doesn't make sense, Nina argued, frustration edging her voice. If they already possess Param, why the desperate hunt for the chemist? Perhaps they have a limited supply but can't replicate his formula, Kaz mused. That was the Merchant Council's theory. Or maybe they just want to ensure Yul Bayur doesn't sell his secrets to the highest bidder. Do you believe they'll use drugged Grisha to assault the ice court? Inedge's question hung in the frigid air. If they have more of them, Kaz said with a chilling simplicity. It's the logical play. Matthias gave a grim shake of his head. If that team had included a heartrender, we would not be having this conversation. We'd be corpses. It was near enough, Inedge replied quietly. Jesper hefted his rifle, a smirk touching his lips. Well, Wylan finally proved he's not just decorative. Willan, who had been staring intently at a nearby frost-rimed rock, startled. I did. Let's call it an initial installment on your usefulness, Jesper amended. Enough, Kaz cut in. We need to move. We can't just leave them here, Nina insisted, the protest thick in her throat. The ground is frozen solid, and we're losing daylight. That Shu unit is advancing on Jerholm. We have no idea how many enhanced Grisha they might have, and Pekka's crew could already be breaching the walls. You want to build a funeral pyre in the middle of a Fjordan forest? Kaz's voice was all cold practicality. Go to hell, Brecker. Focus on your purpose, Zenik, he retorted without looking at her. I didn't drag you to this frozen wasteland to officiate at a burial. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. How about I give you a personal demonstration of my purpose? I could split your head open like a nut. You wouldn't like the view, Nina dear. It's a crowded, ugly place. She took an angry step forward, but Matthias was suddenly there, a solid, silent wall between them. Enough, he said, his voice firm. He turned to Nina, his expression unreadable. I will do it. I will help you dig. The offer, so blunt and unexpected, left her speechless. He retrieved a pick from his own gear and handed it to her, then took a second from Jesper's pack. To the others he said, Head directly south from this ridge. I know this land. We will catch up to you before nightfall. We'll cover ground faster alone. Kaz studied him for a long, silent moment. Keep that pardon in mind, Helvar. Don't get sentimental. As the group began to pick their way down the snowy slope, Wylan's nervous voice carried back. Is it really wise to leave them together? No, Inedge answered plainly. Then why are we doing it? Kaz's reply was faint but clear. We either trust them now or we trust them never. The timeline is irrelevant. Jesper pipped up, unable to resist.
Are we going to address Matthias's dramatic little confession about Nina's shifting allegiances back there? Nina could just barely hear Kaz's final, sardonic comment. I'm fairly certain stalwart and true are not qualities listed on any of our employment records. For all her fury, for every impulse to throttle him, a small, reluctant part of her felt a sting of gratitude for that bit of cynical grace.
Matthias walked a few paces away, putting a respectful distance between himself and Nestor's still form, his gaze fixed on the hard, unyielding earth. Matthias drove the pickaxe into the frozen ground, lavered it loose, and struck again. This spot, Nina questioned. Should we choose a different place? I'm not sure, she admitted, her eyes scanning the vast white landscape dotted with thin clusters of birch trees. It all feels identical. Are you familiar with our deities?
A few, she replied. But I know of Gel, the source of all things. Matthias gave a slow nod. In Fjorda, we hold that the entire world is linked by water, the oceans, the ice, every river and stream, the rain and the storms, all sustain Gel and are sustained in return. Our passing is called Felot Obja, taking root. We become like the roots of the great ash, drawing life from Gel no matter where we are placed. Is that the reason you burn Grisha rather than bury them?
He hesitated, then offered a curt nod. But you will assist me in laying Nestor and the squalor to rest here. He nodded once more. She gripped the other pickaxe and tried to mimic his rhythm. The earth was iron hard. Each impact sent a jarring shock through her wrists and elbows. What Nestor did shouldn't have been possible, she said, her mind racing. No Grisha can wield their gift like that. It's a fundamental violation. He was silent for a long moment. Do you see a bit more clearly now? He finally asked. What it is to confront a force so utterly foreign, to face an adversary with such unnatural might. Nina's fingers clenched tighter on the wooden handle. Witnessing Nestor under Param's thrash had felt like a grotesque mockery of everything sacred about her own abilities. Was this the distorted reflection Matthias and his people saw when they looked at Grisha? A terrifying, inexplicable power that unravelled the natural order?
Perhaps, she conceded, the word feeling inadequate. You claimed you had no choice back at the harbour in Elling, he said, his gaze fixed on his work, the steady rise and fall of his pickaxe never faltering. Was it because I am Driscoll? Was it all part of some scheme from the start? Nina's thoughts drifted to their last genuine day together, the unexpected surge of joy as they'd reached the hill's summit and seen the port town nestled below.
She'd been stunned when Matthias murmured, I find I am almost regretful. Nina, almost. My stomach is too empty for full remorse. Finally, my corrupting influence takes hold. But how do we eat with no coin? She'd asked as they descended. I may have to sell that lovely hair of yours to a wig maker. Don't even consider it. He'd laughed. His laughter had grown more frequent during their journey, like he was learning the grammar of a lighter heart. If this is Elling, I can secure us lodging. She had stopped then, the brutal reality crashing back. She was stranded in the heart of enemy lands, her sole companion a Driscoll, who had imprisoned her mere weeks before. But before she could voice her fear, Matthias had said, My life is yours, Nina Zenik. I will see you safely home. She had been startled by how readily she believed him, and he had trusted her in return. Now she swung her pickaxe, feeling the brutal vibration travel through her bones, and said, There were Grisha in Elling. He froze. The pickaxe poised above his shoulder. What? Spies? Conducting reconnaissance in the port? They saw me enter the main square with you and identified me from the little palace. One of them recognized you as well, Matthias, from a border clash. Matthias stood motionless. They intercepted me after you went to speak with the boarding house manager, Nina continued. I persuaded them I was undercover too. They wanted to take you prisoner immediately, but I argued you weren't alone, that a swift capture was too dangerous. I gave my word I would deliver you to them the following day. Why not just tell me? Nina let her pickaxe fall to the snow. Tell you there were Grisha spies in Elling?
You might have made peace with me, Matthias, but don't ask me to believe you would have let them be.
He turned his face away, a tense muscle flickering in his jaw, and she knew her words had struck true. That morning, he said, his voice low, on the docks. I had to get us both out of Elling immediately. The idea had been desperate, but it was all I had left. Find a ship, hide aboard, and vanish. But the Grisha were watching the boarding house. They saw us leave. When they appeared on the docks, I knew they were coming for you, Matthias. If they'd taken you, you would have been dragged back to Ravka, questioned, likely killed. I saw the Kerch merchant vessel. You know their laws about slavery. I know them, he said, the words sharp with bitterness. I'm the one who made the accusation. I pleaded with them to rescue me. I knew they'd have to detain you and bring us both to Kerch.
I never imagined. Matthias, I swear I didn't know they'd send you to Hellgate. When he turned to her, his eyes were like flint, his grip on the pickaxe handle turning his knuckles bone white. Then why stay silent? Why not tell them everything when we reached Ketterdam? I tried to take it back. They wouldn't grant me a hearing. They wouldn't let me near you. I couldn't explain the slaver's seal or why I'd made the claim without exposing Rovka's spies.
I would have doomed every Grisha still operating in the field. It would have been a death sentence for them. So you left me to decay in that prison. I could have returned to Ravka. Saints, I wanted to, but I stayed in Ketterdam. I spent every coin I had on bribes. I appealed to the court. You did everything except speak the one thing that mattered. She had intended to be soft, to apologize, to say his name had been a ghost in her thoughts each day and night. But the memory of the pyre was still vivid, its smoke clinging to her. I was trying to shield my people, the very people you've dedicated your life to destroying. He let out a harsh, humorless laugh, turning the pick over in his palms. Wanden Olstrom end Kendazorum. It was the opening of a Fjerdan proverb. The water hears and understands. It sounded almost gentle, but Matthias knew Nina would recall the rest. Eisen Bedstrom, she completed quietly. The ice does not forgive.
So what comes next, Nina? Will you sacrifice the friends you claim to have now? All for the Grisha again?
What are you talking about? You cannot pretend you plan to let Bo Yulbayur walk out of here alive. He understood her completely. With each fresh horror she'd learned about Jurda Param, her conviction had hardened. The only way to safeguard the Grisha was to kill the scientist. She remembered Nestor, wasting away his final pleas for his shoe masters. The idea of my people being enslaved is unbearable, she confessed. But we have a debt between us, Matthias. This pardon is my atonement. I won't be the one who locks you away from freedom a second time. I don't want the pardon. She could only stare. But maybe your people would become slaves. Or perhaps they would become something unstoppable. If Yulbayur lives and the secret of Jurda Param spreads, every outcome is possible. For a stretched silence, their eyes remained locked. The sun hung low, casting long gilded beams over the snow. She could see the pale gold of Matthias's lashes beneath the dark antimony she'd used to dye them. She'd need to tailor his appearance again soon. In those raw days after the shipwreck, they had forged a fragile peace. What had kindled between them was fiercer than simple fondness, a recognition that they were both soldiers, that under different stars they might have stood side by side as allies, not adversaries. She felt that old understanding now, sharp and clear. It would mean betraying the others, she said. They won't collect their reward from the Merchant Council. True. And Kaz will have us both killed, if he discovers the truth. Have you ever successfully lied to Kaz Brecker? Matthias gave a slight shrug. Then we die as we lived. Nina's gaze drifted to Nestor's wasted body. For a cause. We are of one mind in this, Matthias stated. Bo Yulbayur will not leave the ice court alive. The deal is the deal, she said in Kerch, the pragmatic tongue of commerce, a language that belonged to neither of their homelands. The deal is the deal, he echoed. Matthias raised his pick and drove it down in a solid, decisive arc, a statement carved into the ice. Nina lifted her own pick and followed, the twin impacts a vow sealed in the frozen quiet. They fell back into the rhythm of digging, a grim and steady cadence. Kaz had been correct on one point, at least. She and Matthias had finally discovered a sliver of common ground. Part 4. The Art of the Descent.